Chapter 435. Biao youngest sister, what exactly are you talking about? Luo Qian could not help but ask. Shen Miao swept her eyes across everyone and said, in the Shaochun city, the Luo family has the largest military strength. The leaders of the city guards are also older brother Ling and older brother Sa. The two Ju are also clear about this point, so if they were to really attack the city in order to boost morale, they would definitely deal with the Luo family first. As long as the Luo family is destroyed, the citizens of the Shaochun city would definitely lose their fighting spirit and be captured. If I am the two Ju, even if I have to use all means, I will deal with the Luo family first. It is impossible for the Luo family to escape unscathed. Exposing the terrible reality without any concealment, Luo Tan could not help but tremble and looked at Luo Ling. Eldest brother. Is what she said true? Luo Ling stared at Shen Miao. Correct. Luo Sa's anger suddenly rose. This cannot be done, that cannot be done. Since one cannot escape and the two Ju have brought troops over, why not fight it out with them? Our Luo family has never produced a coward before, so why would we be afraid of them? There is no need to be anxious. Shen Miao suddenly spoke. The hall was silent for a moment before Luo Ling looked at Shen Miao and softly said, does Biao youngest sister have a brilliant plan? Cannot be considered as brilliant. Shen Miao's brows were calm. She was born delicate and pretty, and in the midst of all the anxious emotions, only her expression was indifferent. Everyone then discovered that from the beginning till now, Shen Miao had not shown any other emotions. The Shaochun city was at the borders and would panic when the two Jews suddenly entered the city, but Shen Miao was a pampered young lady who had been sleeping comfortably in the Ding capital, and was not surprised at all. The two Jews have brought their troops but did not advance for a long time. It is obvious that they are hesitant and have some scruples. I think that after so many years, even though the Luo family's army had dispersed, the remaining prestige is still there and can still be some deterrence. Their hearts are hesitant and probe before advancing. Even the commander is not certain, so one can make use of it. Madame Ma and Madame Yu did not understand Shen Miao's words, but felt that Shen Miao's words were very reasonable, so they did not speak for a moment and quietly listened to her. Luo Sa frowned and asked, how to make use of it? Let's buy some time. Shen Miao lightly replied, my father and mother, Waizu and Jiujiu are not ordinary people, and one think that they would soon discover that something is wrong here, and once they discover that something is wrong, they would quickly rush back to the Shaochun city. Before that, all we need to do is delay the footsteps of this end. But how do we delay it? Luo Tan had an impatient personality and impatiently asked, based on what you've said, the Turks are so smart that they know that time is of the essence and will quickly attack. What are they afraid of? Just show them what they want to see. Shen Miao smiled gently. What they are afraid of is that the Luo family's army actually still have surplus strength, so let them see the surplus strength of the Luo family's army. Biao youngest sister. Luo Qian said anxiously, where are we going to get the Luo family army now? Shen Miao smiled gently, this will require everyone's cooperation. But before that, one do not know if both older brothers believe in me? She looked at Luo Ling and Luo Sa. It was clearly a very gentle and humble attitude, but there was a faint hostility. Luo Ling looked at her seriously, I believe you. Outside of the Shaochun city tower, it was already very dilapidated and there was a lot of dirt and dust accumulated over the years, which was the mark of time. There were generations of people here and there were also generations of heroic generals who guarded the peace and tranquility of the Shaochun city. But just like how cracks would appear on the brick walls of the city, the once indestructible doors would gradually decay. At this moment on the city tower, there were not many guards walking back and forth as they stared vigilantly at the gradually clearer sounds of horse hooves and torches. Big drops of cold sweat trickled down their cheeks. Chapter 436. The two Jews were savage by nature and it was impossible for them, who had been slacking for many years, to go against them. And from the movements there were quite a number of two Jews. The fear was mutual and in a moment, the footsteps of the city guards became much heavier. Just when the people not far away were ready to move, someone from the city guard suddenly shouted, what is that? Even the sound of the heavy rain in the rainy night could not cover the surprise in the words. Everyone looked back and saw that in the Shaochun city, one did not know when large and small torches had appeared. These torches were densely packed and accompanied with the sound of the sky shaking noises. If one listened carefully, there was even the sound of horses. When the two armies confronted each other, naturally there would be spies who climbed high to inquire about the news in the city. The city guards standing at the city gates could see it and the two Jew spies outside could also see it. Those inexplicable men and horses that appeared were especially clear in the rainy night, and the sky-shaking shouts along with the messy sounds of the horses galloping on the ground, accompanied by the wind and rain. There was an unstoppable magnificence of thousands of troops and horses. It is the Luo family's army. It is the Luo family's army. Someone from the city guards shouted and almost kneeled down in joy. The Luo family's army has regained its glory. The 100-year-old Luo family had been declining for many years, and the Luo family's army that remained in these years were all small businesses. The sudden shout made everyone recall the invincible grace of Luo Sui's army in the past. It was as if there was a new hope, and the morale soared in an instant. The few men and horses in the city guards pulled out their swords and looked around. The blood and heat in their bones seemed to be ignited, and the shouts from their mouths, along with those inexplicable men and horses in the city, rushed towards the Milky Way. The first drumbeat of energy, the second weak, and the third exhausted. This sudden surge in morale and the sudden appearance of more men and horses with the name of Luo family obviously shocked the two Jew. The Turks angrily communicated with each other, and the soldiers paused, not daring to approach. After 2 hours of this stalemate, the Turks began to sense that something was wrong. Suddenly the sounds of fighting came from outside. This time it was a real army. Shin Xian and his men had returned. Even though the two Jews' men and horses were spirited, but they were not as experienced as Luo Sui and Shin Xian, who had been fighting on the battlefield for many years. Their formation was at a disadvantage, and they were quickly defeated. In the Shaochun city, at the entrance of the Luo residence, when Luo Ling heard that the soldier in front had returned to report, he then heaved a sigh of relief and respectfully bowed to Shin Miao. This time it is all thanks to younger Biao's sister. Biao youngest sister is so smart. Luo Qian exclaimed, to think of such an idea. Shin Miao let Shin Xang gather all the useful people in the residence, and then gather the commoners on the streets, and lit all the torches that could be used. One person held 2 torches, and then let the blacksmiths use horseshoes to imitate the sound of the horses' hooves hitting the ground. The commoners of the Shaochun city also knew that it was a critical moment of life and death, so they pretended to shout like the soldiers. In addition to the strong wind and rain that night, it was more than enough to deceive the two Jew outside. When the two Jews saw so many torches, they would subconsciously think that there were so many people. The sound of the horses' hooves and the shouts, in addition to the fear of the Luo family's army, would make them think that there was still a portion of the Luo family's forces guarding the Shaochun city. The two Jew had fear in their hearts and did not dare to blindly move forward. They tried to probe and stall for time. As long as they wait for Shin Xian's return, everything would be settled by Shin Xian and the rest. It looked simple, but in a critical situation, it was easy for one to lose their sense of propriety, so how would one think of such a method? Luo Sa's attitude towards Shin Miao also changed a lot. This time it is all thanks to you. Ever since Shin Miao came up with this idea, Luo Tan was filled with admiration towards Shin Miao. At this moment, when she saw that the plan was effective, she pulled Shin Miao's arm and asked, Biao youngest sister, honestly confess, did you secretly read the art of war? I remember that the military books in grandfather's study seemed to be what you said. Chapter 437. Shin Miao smiled, just opportunistic. Jiao, do not be modest. Madame Ma looked at her warmly and said, if not for you today, we would all be in trouble. You not only saved the people in our residence, but also the people of the Shaochun city. Thank you. Shin Miao could not help but laugh in her heart. In fact, she was really not modest, as it was just an opportunistic matter. In the past lifetime such a thing also happened, but Shin Miao could not remember the exact date and only knew that it was a rainy day with hail. When the two Jew attacked the Shaochun city, even though at the end Luo Sui managed to rush back with his troops and save the Shaochun city from being captured, but they also paid a heavy price. In the Shaochun city, there were numerous casualties and it was very miserable. At that time, in order to gain Fu Xiuyi's favor, she was working hard to learn the art of war. She had also asked Pei Lang about this matter, and Pei Lang had given her the same answer that day. Pei Lang said, the Turks have some misgivings, they do not dare to advance rashly. Fighting them head-on is futile, and they have lost the will to escape. It would be better for them to use the empty city stratagem to confuse the enemy. As long as they can delay until reinforcements arrive, they will be able to solve the problem. She had recorded Pei Lang's words in her diary, and it was now very clear. Shin Miao knew that she did not have any military tactics, but she believed in Pei Lang. In those years in the inner palace, in order to gain Fu Xiuyi's favor and consult with Fu Xiuyi's aides, she finally had a lot of unexpected chips. Those were all gifts that Fu Xiuyi gave her. Little cousin is so bad. When Luo Qian heard the reports of success from the guards outside, his uneasiness finally dissipated and he started to tease Shen Miao. Obviously you already had a well-thought-out plan, but you still scared us like that previously, causing us to really end up in such a bad situation. Scared me to death. Luo Tan slapped her on the head. Shameful. You can't even compare to a little girl. Aren't you the same? Luo Qian retorted. Shen Miao smiled and declined to comment. She naturally knew that it would be solved in the end, but she deliberately made it so serious, to let everyone in the Luo family understand that just by relying on the remaining Luo family army, not to mention protecting the Shaochun city, it would be difficult to protect the Luo family. If one didn't have enough power in this world, one wouldn't be able to protect the people they wanted to protect. The Turks were eyeing them covetously, and it was only a matter of time before they made a comeback. When that day comes, what will the Luo family do? Only when they were truly aware of the danger would the Luo family feel nervous. The younger generation of the Luo family, Luo Lianying and Luo Liantai, even Madame Ma and Madame Yu, would spare no effort to urge Luo Sui to reorganize the Luo family's army. As for Luo Sui himself, he had eyes to see and ears to listen. There would always be a time when the scale in his heart would tilt. It was impossible for Shen Miao alone to persuade a stubborn person like Luo Sui, and because of her identity, it would inevitably make Luo Sui have some misgivings, but it was different for the Luo family. Sometimes, when you want to achieve something, don't use the most direct method. You need to be tactful. In her previous life, whatever Shen Miao wanted, she would directly say it and do it, and in the end she would lose miserably. On the contrary, Mei Forin's method of twisting and turning was exceptionally brilliant. She hated Mei Forin but wanted to learn from Mei Forin what she did not have. At the dawn of the second day, the Shaochun city finally calmed down. In this battle, the two Ju were defeated miserably. Originally because of Shen Miao's empty city stratagem in the Shaochun city, it made the two Ju bewildered, and with the addition of Shen Xian and Shen Qiu, they suffered an unprecedented heavy blow and retreated to the depths of the grasslands. One think that for a long period of time, they would not have the energy to make a comeback. Even though they had won the battle, the atmosphere in the Shaochun city was not relaxed. Especially the entire Luo residents. The two Ju entering the city this time meant that Shen Miao's frightening conjectures in the past few days had finally become a reality. With such a terrifying neighbor eyeing them all day long, no one would be able to sleep peacefully. Chapter 438. After knowing that the empty city stratagem was thought of by Shen Miao, Luo Sui had a higher opinion of Shen Miao. Shen Xian was naturally proud and repeatedly praised that his daughter could not be compared to a man. 2 days later, Luo Sui announced in front of everyone in the Luo family that he wanted to reorganize the Luo family's army. The entire Shaochun city cheered and jumped in joy as they spread the news. Even the younger generation of the Luo family were extremely excited. Only Shen Miao's expression was calm, as this was already expected. The night of the two Jews' surprise attack would make Luo Sui determined that rather than being chased, it would be better to make a comeback while he was still young. As for the matter of money, Luo Shuiyan still had some savings, and as for the people to train the soldiers, Shen Qiu and Shen Xian were worried that there was no place for them to use their skills, so naturally they happily agreed. It was not an easy matter to recruit all of those brave generals who had long removed their armors and returned back to train the troops, but the Luo family were all brave generals. Since they had done it, naturally they were determined. In a moment, the Shaochun city became lively. The days passed peacefully and satisfactorily. One day, Shen Miao was sitting at the table reading when Luo Tan rushed in and almost knocked over the chair at the door. Guyu jumped in shock. Shen Miao looked at her, and before she could speak, she saw Luo Tan panting and stroking her chest. "Biao, younger sister, have you heard?" "What?" Shen Miao asked. "That little marquis of the Xie clan." Luo Tan gestured in a flurry. "It's the little marquis of the Xie family that I mentioned to you before, the one who is as famous as Cousin Qiu. Didn't he ask to be the marshal to go to the northern borderline to resist the enemy?" Shen Miao's heart jumped and she looked at Luo Tan and slowly nodded her head. "I know. You've heard the news from before, right? That young Marquis Xie has been winning battles all day, and the Xiongnu have been forced to the edge of the desert." Luo Tan said, "Everyone is saying that when little Marquis Xie returns to the capital, one fear that his meritorious service would be higher than the Marquis of Lineage, and His Majesty would definitely reward him with a high official position." These words were not false. Not long after Shen Miao reached the Shaochun city, Xie Jingxing also led the Xie family's army to the northern border. The bravery that Xie Jingxing displayed on the battlefield caused people to click their tongues in amazement. Whether it was arranging troops or fighting alone with the enemy leader, the fierceness and coldness that he displayed made the enemy tremble in fear upon hearing his name. They originally thought that Xie Jingxing would not be able to subdue the Xie family's army, but the Xie family's army had performed miraculous feats in Xie Jingxing's hands. This finally made people put away the last shred of doubt towards Xie Jingxing. Everyone said that Xie Jingxian would be the most outstanding male in Mingqi, and in the future his achievements would be above the Marquis of Linan. When Shen Xian and Luo Sui occasionally talked about this matter, they were full of praises for Xie Jingxing, saying that he was a rare talent in the world. Because Shen Miao knew of Xie Jingxing's ability in her previous life, she was not surprised at all. She patiently listened to Luo Tan's words, but she saw that Luo Tan's eyes were red, and an ominous premonition rushed into her heart. She asked softly, "What's wrong with you?" Dead. Luo Tan could not hold it in and her tears fell. Little Marquis Xie is dead. In Luo Tan's heart, Xie Jingxing was a hero like Xin Qiu, and she worshipped him very much. At this moment her tears could not be stopped. That little Marquis Xie was surrounded by the enemy from the back yesterday and thousands of arrows pierced through his heart. His corpse was hung on the city walls and skinned to show to the public. Luo Tan cried, "Biao youngest sister, he is dead. He is dead." The teacup in Jingzhi's hands fell to the ground with a bang, and she immediately looked at Shen Miao in panic. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing had some friendship, so if Xie Jingxing was dead, what would be Shen Miao's reaction? What would be Shen Miao's reaction? Shen Miao sat in front of the table and quietly looked at the crying Luo Tan. Her expression was so calm that it was scary, as if what Luo Tan said was not an extraordinary event, but ordinary words like the weather was good and the flowers were blooming well. It was just that the more peaceful her eyes were, the tighter her grip on the book in front of her was. Did Xie Jingxing die? Thousands of arrows pierced through his heart, skinned to dry, and hung on the city walls to show to the public. It was the same ending as in the previous lifetime. Was it really Xie Jingxing? Shen Miao thought absent-mindedly, as if she was trying to distinguish if this news was a joke or reality. However, what floated in her mind was that day in the courtyard of Guangwentang, when glutinous rice dumpling tricked her out to talk, and the tall and handsome youth that walked out from the forest. That youth was wearing an ivory-white embroidered robe with silver threads. He was handsome and arrogant as he elegantly walked towards her step by step. His lips hooked up into a mischievous smile, and his peach blossom eyes had a smile that was not a smile that was very intoxicating. It was 30% frivolous, 60% probing, and the remaining 10% was a youth's romantic. "So it is you," he said. Chapter 439. In the late spring season, the grasses were long and the orioles were flying. Wherever the pitter-patter of rain fell, even the flowers were wet red. The entire small town was filled with the unique fragrance of spring, and even the sandstorm seemed to have lessened. The rainwater dripped down from the eaves and created small puddles on the green flagstones. The clear drops splashed up and seemed to be pitiful and adorable. In the birdcage hanging on the beam, the orioles were chirping and the crisp sound of the rain mixed together was more beautiful than the music played by the best musicians. At the end of the corridor, a young female ran over in a hurry. This young female was wearing a peach-pink embroidered horse skirt and the color was bright and adorable, but her hands were holding onto the hem of the skirt as she rushed over, which was somewhat comical. She had wheat-colored skin and was lively and mischievous as she shouted, "Biao youngest sister! Biao youngest sister! Older sister, slow down." The youth following behind her shouted loudly, "The ground is slippery, be careful not to fall." Just as he finished speaking, the lively young female who was running in front staggered and almost fell down. Luckily she had some martial arts skills and with a light tap of her toes, she steadied her body. She angrily turned back and complained to the youth, "Luo Qian, shut your crow mouth." Luo Qian stuck out his tongue and behind Luo Qian, two slender figures appeared and a dissatisfied voice sounded, "Luo Tan, be careful that you will not be able to get married like this." Older brother saw. Luo Tan anxiously stomped her feet, "If I am not able to get married, I will marry older brother Qiu." Luo Qian scoffed, "Older brother Qiu will not take an interest in a tigress like you." Luo Qian. Luo Tan made a posture to hit him. "Enough. Stop messing around." It was the gentle youth who was walking at the back who smiled, "Aren't you going to look for Biao youngest sister to talk? Go in." When they went to the innermost courtyard, they saw Bai Lu and Shuangjiang moving the flowers and plants outside. When they saw them they quickly said, "Young lady is waiting for you in the room." Luo Tan lifted the curtain and shouted, "Biao youngest sister." There was no incense in the room, but the maidservants found a few sprigs of jasmine from somewhere. The room was filled with the sweet fragrance of flowers. A young girl was sitting in front of the window. She was dressed in a dark black brocade robe with fine cloud and goose feathers. She wore a purple skirt with emerald patterns. The color was very dark, but it didn't make her look old at all. Instead, it made her skin look as translucent as jade. It was drizzling in front of the window. When she heard the noise, she raised her head slightly, revealing a delicate and pretty face. Her eyes were dark and spirited, her eyebrows were elegant, her lips were red, and her teeth were as enchanting as a new moon. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. This young lady's appearance was very delicate, like the morning clouds reflecting the snow, making people feel pity for her. However, her eyes and brows were gentle and combed, giving her a sense of elegance. It was as if he was a person who could bear the burden of magnanimity. Under that calm demeanor, if one looked closely, there seemed to be a hardness that was completely different from his appearance. She looked weak but was actually very strong. She tilted her head and smiled. Her eyes were quick-witted, but it also made people's hearts tremble. It was as if her casual smile had turned the originally simple study into a palace carved with flowers and jade, and she was a noble sitting on a high seat, looking down at everyone with an indifferent gaze. The few people at the door were slightly startled. Even though they had seen it many times, they would occasionally be shocked by this young lady's unintentional elegance. There was a ghostly aura lingering around her every move, and this was roughly the reason. After being stunned for a moment, Luo Tan was the first to react. With a flick of her hand she ran in and said, "Biao youngest sister, your dress is really beautiful." She was after all a young lady, no matter how naughty and mischievous she usually was, her love for beauty was still the same. Shen Miao smiled gently, "If you like it, then let the tailor make another set." Chapter 440. Luo Tan's lips twitched. "I am unable to wear this color and can only be envious." She sized up Shen Miao and sighed, "No wonder all the gentlemen in the Shaochun city kept asking about you from older brother Ling and the rest. Biao youngest sister, you are getting more and more beautiful." This was the 71st year of Ming Qi. 2 years had passed, and in these 2 years Shen Miao was also slowly growing up. That slightly childish face gradually showed a delicate contour, and even the cute facial features became more refined. It was just that gentle temperament did not change and even became smoother. But the more it was like this, the deeper the magnanimity. The temperament of walking on the road attracted people to look back frequently. No wonder Luo Ling and Luo Sa's brothers would secretly inquire if Shen Miao was married. After all, even though there were beauties in the Shaochun city, but a beauty with such a unique temperament was one of a kind. Of course. Just look at whose Biao youngest sister she is. Luo Qian proudly stepped forward and placed his hand on the desk in front of Shen Miao. "Biao youngest sister, do you know that His Majesty sent people to send money over again? Got a reward?" As Shen Miao spoke, she kept the book on the table. Luo Qian's eyes were sharp and saw the name of the book and said curiously, "Qin Country Records? How does Biao youngest sister look at Qin Country's things?" "Just casually take a look." Shen Miao answered without much care. Luo Sa's eyes slightly flashed. Luo Ling stared at Shen Miao and softly said, "There were countless of rewards in 1 year, and recently the rewards are too frequent. What does Biao youngest sister think is the reason?" He very naturally sought advice from Shen Miao, as if he did not think that it was worth being ashamed to seek advice from a young lady who was much younger than him. Of course, the 4 juniors in the room would not laugh at her. How much ability did Shen Miao have was a question worth exploring. But the 4 of them had a tacit understanding not to tell the Luo family's elders about Shen Miao's mysteriousness, as if they firmly believed that even if Shen Miao had any secrets, she would definitely not harm the Luo family. There must be a demon when things are abnormal. Shen Miao said, "The Son of Heaven is overly suspicious, and with the rapid rise of the Luo family's army, one would only suppress them quietly, but the frequent rewards seem to be spreading one's name. That is a request." She pondered for a moment. His Majesty has a request for the Luo family's army, or is deliberately raising the status of the Luo family's army. As for the request, what is the request? Ming Qi's tribute ceremony is about to begin. Everyone was stunned. Luo Tan rubbed her chin and said, "It seems so. When the Ming Qi pays tribute, the Qin country and the Great Liang will send people over. The Qin country and the Ming Qi are evenly matched, and the Great Liang is far stronger than the Ming Qi. His Majesty will also be afraid." Shen Miao lightly said, "The Shen family army is not around, and the Xie family army is heavily injured. Ming Qi does not have a country guarding military general. How can this be?" "That's why His Majesty wants to elevate the Luo family to deter the Qin kingdom and the Liang dynasty," Luo Tan quickly replied. Shen Miao nodded her head. "So it is like this. Luo Qian said and looked at Shen Miao with some admiration. She was obviously of the same age as him, but Luo Qian always had a feeling that Shen Miao was much older than him and was even more mature and steady than Luo Ling. Shen Miao would never avoid the analysis of the imperial court's forces. Compared to the elders who were tactful and tangled, Shen Miao was much more ruthless and direct. For example, the words that the Son of Heaven is overly suspicious, the elders would never say it. The younger generation of the Luo family liked to play with Shen Miao and sincerely accept her. Naturally, it was because Shen Miao had something that was extremely attractive on her. Perhaps the people of the Ding capital were more knowledgeable than the people of the Shaochun city, as Shen Miao would always know some things that they did not know. This is not necessarily a good thing. Luo Sa frowned. The higher one is held up, the more painful the fall. Luo Sa also lightly coughed twice and turned his head away. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward for a moment. Luo Tan was totally unaware of it and asked with a smile while holding her cheeks, "Biao, youngest sister, say it. What kind of male do you like? Handsome? Rich in silver? Good martial arts? Able to compose poems?" Shen Miao looked at Luo Tan. Even though the three men in the room were looking at other places, their ears were perked up. Shen Miao said, "Able to beat my eldest brother." Chapter 442. With a bang sound, Luo Qian's feet slipped and fell down as he cried out in grievance, "No, no. Older brother Chio's martial arts is so good, who can be compared to him?" Coincidentally, at one side was talking about Shen Miao's sweetheart, at the other end, there were people talking about Shen Miao's marriage. In the small room, Madame Ma, Madame Yu and Luo Shuiyan were talking. Different from the Shen residents in the Ding capital, the Luo family sisters-in-law got along very well. Madame Yu was gentle and honest, Madame Ma was shrewish, and Luo Shuiyan had the temperament of a military officer, straightforward and efficient. The three females got along very well in these 2 years. Madame Yu held an invitation in her hand and said to Luo Shuiyan, "This is an invitation from Zhang Foreign in the city, asking us to visit the Zhang residence." Speaking till here, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "One must also bring Jiao Jiao along." Madame Ma laughed when she heard it. "I say that Zhang Foreign usually look down on us martial artists just because there is a top scorer in her residence. How would such a person with eyes at the top of her head send an invitation to us? So it is because the drunkard's intention is not on the wine and came to see Jiao Jiao." Madame Ma nudged Luo Shuiyan with her elbow. "Youngest Gu, this Jiao Jiao now has more face than our father." As Shen Miao grew older, she became more beautiful, and there were a number of people in the Shaochun city who came to inquire about Shen Miao's marriage. Previously, everyone did not know the temperament of the young ladies in the Ding capital, and thinking of those rumors, one feared that she was the eldest young lady who caused trouble in heaven and earth. Who knew that in these 2 years, Shen Miao's temperament was very calm, and as compared to those impetuous young ladies, it was to the liking of those Furins. Especially that gentle and magnanimous bearing, one could not help but think that if Shen Miao became the matriarch of the household, she would definitely be able to control the residence. In addition, Shen Miao's looks were not bad, and the Luo family was famous in the Shaochun city. In these 2 years, the Luo family's army was reinvigorated, and the Luo family was like a fragrant cake. The matchmakers almost broke the Luo family's doorstep. Speaking till here, Madame Ma was half jealous and half envious as she said, "One family having a daughter, hundreds of families would seek after her. This is really good, unlike our family's Tan. Really, such a grown-up young lady, yet she is always fooling around. Not to mention a marriage proposal, there isn't even a matchmaker. If this goes on, could it be that she's going to be an old maid at home?" Ma Shi was originally just joking, but who knew that as she spoke, she really became a bit worried. Luo Shuiyan persuaded, "It is good that Tanner is lively. There will always be a suitable family, sister-in-law. Why are you so anxious? As for Jiao Jiao, she's only 16 years old, but why does she look more mature than a 60-year-old woman? Her temperament isn't like mine, nor is it like her father. I don't know who she took after. What is little aunt worrying about?" Madame Ma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There aren't many young ladies like Jiao Jiao now. Look at her temperament. Just by sitting there, who wouldn't say she's full of nobility? If you ask me, I'm afraid even the Empress in the palace wouldn't have such an imposing manner. That's why I said that Jiao Jiao's bearing is innate. Correct. Madam, you also praised, sister-in-law and I have stayed in the Shaochun city for so many years, and those old people in the aristocratic families definitely do not have Jiao Jiao's bearing. Luo Shuiyan shook her head and sighed. It was good that she was obedient and sensible, but for such a young temperament to be so calm, it made one feel somewhat worried. Luo Shuiyin would rather Shin Miao had a cheerful temperament like Luo Tan, and watch the bustle, but have the liveliness that a young lady should have. Speaking of which, Madame Yu said seriously, Jiao Jiao is 16 this year. If she does not return to the Ding capital, sooner or later she would have to marry. Does little aunt have a suitable candidate in mind? Previously Jiao Jiao was young, but now she is 16 and should be at the age to talk about marriage. Now all the families in the Shaochun city want to marry Jiao Jiao home. Is there no one that little aunt likes? Chapter 443. Luo Shuiyin was surprised for a moment. She was used to being carefree and it was her own bold and proactive choice to be together with Shin Xan. She had never asked others to look at her face like a normal female, thus she did not think about this. When she heard Madame Yu mention this, she was somewhat stunned. After a moment, Luo Shuiyin then said, "This still depends on Jiao Jiao's intention." "Youngest Gu, you are really willing to let a young lady like Jiao Jiao marry?" Madame Ma sighed, so intelligent and not irritated, with a personality that makes one dote on her. If it was me, one would definitely not be willing to let her marry out and raise her for a lifetime. Different from the aristocratic families in the Ding capital, the people in the Shaochun city would not think that it was better for a female to marry out as early as possible. On the contrary, they felt that the longer a female stayed in the residence, the more pampered they would be. Madame Ma said, "Speaking of which, Linger and Sar have reached the age of marrying a wife. Why not Jiao Jiao marry into our own family?" Madame Ma asked probingly. She had a sudden whim, but Madame Yu's eyes lit up when she heard it. She, who usually spoke softly, for the first time could not wait to speak. "That is also all right. I see that Linger and Sar like Jiao Jiao, especially Sar. You all know that Sar usually does not even have the patience to look at young ladies, but these 2 years he would often run over to Jiao Jiao's room. Their relationship as cousins is very good, and I know my own son that Sar definitely likes Jiao Jiao in his heart." Luo Shuiyin opened her mouth, but before she could speak, she saw Madame Yu shaking her head. "But Sar is impulsive and does not know how to dote on others. If Jiao Jiao were to marry over, I fear that she would be wronged, and that fellow is a blockhead. It is still Linger who is the best. Linger has a gentle temperament and is slightly older. The last time the cousins went on an outing together. Speaking of which, there were a number of people who came to Linger for marriage these few years, but Linger himself did not fancy one, thus I cannot say much about him. Linger definitely likes Jiao Jiao, otherwise he would not look for Jiao Jiao to talk after leaving the army." Madame Ma was not happy when Madame Yu spoke to herself and was not to be outdone. "Eldest Saw, how can it be calculated like this? According to what you said, our families Qin'er and Jiao Jiao's age are similar. They were about the same age and usually played well together. Although Qin'er was a little mischievous, she was more considerate. Playing together with Jiao Jiao like this was the best. There is also our families Tanner. Tanner and Chioer are a pair. In this case they can be even closer." Finishing, Masher looked at Luo Shuiyin. "Youngest Gu, what do you think?" Luo Shuiyin, 2 pairs of ardent eyes looked at her. Luo Shuiyin braced herself and said, "This still depends on the children's intentions." She did not expect that Madame Yu and Madame Ma would have such thoughts, but when Luo Shuiyin thought about it carefully, she did not feel that it was bad. First of all, they were all part of the same family. The younger generation of the Luo clan all had good characters and good looks. This was exactly what she liked. The official position does not need to be too high, the money does not need to be too much. The most important thing is to treat Shin Miao well and place Shin Miao in his heart. She had also experienced it from the side of a young girl in love. Not to mention Shin Qiu's side, even these few sons of the Luo family, Luo Ling was gentle, Luo Sa was brave, Luo Chen was cheerful, and the most important thing was that they were kind-hearted. If Shin Miao was good with any one of them, the days in the future would only be sweet and not bitter. But Luo Shuiyin still had to depend on Shin Miao's intentions. She also did not know what kind of person Shin Miao liked. Originally she knew that Shin Miao liked those like Fu Xiuyi, but in these 2 years Shin Miao did not mention about Fu Xiuyi at all, which made her gradually put her heart at ease. But her own daughter had such a dull temperament, thus Luo Shuiyin was worried. Why not find an opportunity to ask Jiao Jiao's intentions? Madame Ma hurriedly said, "If Jiao Jiao really fancy one of our family, no matter who it is, our Luo family would burn incense and have good luck. It is better to settle the marriage early so that the sons will be smart and the daughters will be beautiful." Chapter 444. Luo Shuiyin was somewhat embarrassed by what she said and rebuked. "Sister-in-law, how can there be a logic of the youngest marrying first?" Madame Ma waved her hands. "I am afraid that Jiao Jiao will be taken by someone else first." Just as they were talking and laughing, one suddenly saw a servant at the door reporting, "Furin, there is a message from the palace." The general asked Furins to quickly go to the front hall. Did the people from the palace just leave? Why are they here again? Did they send the rewards? Madame Ma got up and casually asked. It seems that it is to ask Xingai to return to the capital. The servant answered. Luo Shuiyan's actions of getting up stiffened. The front hall of the Luo residence was in a mess. It was not that the people in the hall were in a mess, but the people's hearts were in a mess. Emperor Wen Hui's imperial edict wanted Shin Xan to bring his family back to the capital and restore the title of formidable great general. He also said to return the Shin family's army's tiger tally to Shin Xan. 2 years ago Emperor Wen Hui had given Shin Xan a slap in front of the world, and now he was giving him a sweet date to eat in such a big way. But it was another matter if Shin Xan was willing to eat this sweet date or not. Luo Sui sat on the high seat. For the past 2 years, because of the reorganization of the Luo family's army, he had to worry a lot and there were more white hairs on his temples, but his prestige did not diminish. Perhaps it was because of his fighting spirit that he looked more like a general. He said, Ming Qi's tribute is about to begin. His Majesty wants you to return to the capital so that you can rush back before the tribute. Tribute in 100 years. A dynasty would have a tribute every 100 years, and the previous tribute of Ming Qi was almost exploited by the Qin country. At that time the late emperor relied on the Xia and Shin families to barely get through. Now other than the Qin country, even the great Liang court had come. If one were to say that the Qin country only made the Ming Qi fearful, then the great Liang court was enough to make the Ming Qi afraid. The great Liang was located in the south and the country was rich and powerful with a strong army and horses. Emperor Yonglu was a wise ruler and was different from the Ming Qi's chaotic court. The great Liang appointed people based on merit, and there were more loyal people. If the great Liang had ambitions, it was only a matter of time before they annexed the Ming Qi. It was just that Emperor Yonglu did not have this intention for so many years. Of course, there was another possibility that Emperor Yonglu wanted to destroy the Qin country and Ming Qi at the same time to unify the world. The world that has been divided for a long time must be united for a long time, must be divided for a long time. The days of separation between the three kingdoms of Qin, Liang, and Qi would eventually be broken one day. It was just that one did not know when that day would come. It was obvious that Emperor Wen Hui was not willing to see this day when he was alive. But after Xie Jingxing's death, Xie Ding no longer had any interest in politics. Only the remaining Shin family had their tiger tally seized and rushed to the Shaochun city. No one knew if Emperor Wen Hui regretted it, but at the moment, Emperor Wen Hui hoped that Shin Xan could support the situation. Especially when Shin Xan helped Luo Sui to reorganize the abandoned Luo family's army, one could see Shin Xan's outstanding ability to lead troops. Emperor Wen Hui was expressing one meaning: Ming Qi needed Shin Xan. He would appear when needed and silently retreat when not needed. Perhaps the Shin Xan of the past had such an awareness, but the Shin Xan who had been mercilessly treated by the royal family might not be so selfless. A scholar would die for his bosom friend. Could the imperial family of Ming Qi be considered as bosom friends? You should go back. Luo Sui said, Shin Xan, take back all the things that you have lost. Let them see what kind of person the Luo family's son-in-law and the Shin family's son is. Shin Miao jerked her head up. She had expected that Emperor Wen Hui would summon Shin Xan back to the capital after 2 years, and also expected that the situation in the Ding capital would have earth-shattering changes, but she did not expect that the usually old-fashioned and dignified Grand General Luo would actually say such treacherous words. She slightly opened her eyes, and when this look fell into Luo Sui's eyes, Luo Sui smiled and looked at her. Girl, you also think so. Am I right? Everyone's eyes in the hall landed on Shin Miao. Luo Lianying's and Luo Liantai's expressions slightly moved, but in the end they did not say anything. Shin Miao sighed in her heart. Her little bit of skills could not be hidden from Luo Sui, this kind of all-powerful veteran general. Luo Sui had a pair of eyes that had seen the world. Perhaps from the beginning, when the Luo family's army was reorganized, he had faintly guessed what she was planning. She was grateful for Luo Sui's trust and support. The feeling of having a family member behind her was really good. Shin Miao looked at Luo Sui and her lips curled up. Yes, maternal grandfather. Luo Sui laughed out loud. Luo Ling looked at Shin Miao and there seemed to be a slight smile floating in his eyes. Luo Sa's lips also pulled up. Luo Tan and Luo Qian looked at each other and had a somewhat puzzled look. Luo Shuiyan's and Shin Qiu's eyes were complicated. After leaving the Ding capital for 2 years now, was it time to return? Take back the things that were lost? Military strength, momentum, reputation, and dignity. One must let them see what the real Shin family was like. A tiger would not become a dog just because it fell off the cliff. A dragon that swam in the water would one day soar to the 9 heavens. Shin Xn cupped his hands towards Luo Sui and said, "Listen to General's teachings." Chapter 445. The road from the Shaochun city to the Ding capital was long and trekking for thousands of li, thus it would take half a year to go back and forth. Shin Xn left on the second day after receiving the imperial edict. Luo Ling and Luo Tan also accompanied them. Luo Ling was asked to go by Luo Sui. As the eldest grandson of the Luo family, Luo Ling would support the entire Luo family in the future. Luo Sui's intention was to let Luo Ling follow him to the Ding capital to gain experience and also to understand the current situation of Ming Qi. Luo Sa had to stay in the Shaochun city to continue training the Luo family's army with the elders. Originally, Luo Tan and Luo Qian were not allowed to tag along. Who knew that Luo Tan would secretly climb onto the carriage and hide in the box at the back of the carriage? Only when they were halfway there did she suddenly pop out. At that time it was too late to chase her away, thus one could only send a message back and bring Luo Tan along to the Ding capital. Luo Tan was full of yearning for the Ding capital and repeatedly assured that she would not cause trouble before finally traveling with Shin Miao and entourage. Other than the front of the Shin family's army that he brought back, this time Shin Xan also brought a portion of the Luo family's army. This group of people were personally trained by Shin Xian and Shin Qiu and were the most elite people. If any of them were placed in other teams, they would be considered as a small leader. This group was trained by Shin Xian himself and followed him in the name of bodyguards. From the beginning of spring until late autumn, the green trees along the way had all turned into withered leaves, swaying with the wind and falling into the soil. When the entourage of people started to add clothes, they were just about to reach the Ding capital. The sky gradually darkened and the group of them rested in and outside the city. Shin Qiu said, "Tomorrow morning we will enter the city and find a residence to stay in." At the beginning when she left, the Shin family's residence was separated so naturally it was impossible to return to the Shin residence. Previously at the Luo family, Luo Shuiyin had told Luo Sui about the matter of splitting the family, so Luo Ling and Luo Tan were not surprised. Luo Tan rested her chin on her hand and said with a yearning expression, "Gugu Gufu, let's find a lively place to stay, okay? I have never been to the Ding capital before. It would be great if I could find a house where it would be lively the moment I step out." Luo Shuiyin smiled and said, "Originally the eastern part of the city was the most lively, but we haven't been back there for 2 years. I don't know if it has changed." "Isn't that simple?" Luo Tan asked the waiter who was serving the dishes. "This young brother, do you know where is the most bustling place in the Ding capital?" The waiter didn't know the identity of this group of people, but he saw that they had brought so many people with them and that they were dressed very well. Especially the young lady sitting in the middle, she was young but had an outstanding bearing. With one look, he knew that she was a young lady from a noble family. Immediately she did not dare to neglect and replied enthusiastically, "Young lady, there are many lively places in the Ding capital." The east and south sides of the city were quite lively. There are many shops in the east of the city. It's convenient for a lady to buy some cosmetics. There are many restaurants in the south of the city. If you want to eat, go to the south of the city. Luo Tan was obviously not very satisfied with this answer. She wrinkled her nose and said, "That's it?" The waiter was afraid that he would make her unhappy, so he thought for a while and said, "If Miss really wants to have some fun, it's better to go to the south of the city. Recently, the people of Qin and the Great Liang came." Chapter 446. When the waiter heard this, he was startled and carefully looked at Luo Tan. Yanqing Alley was a place where one could afford to stay for a few days, let alone buy a house. Seeing Luo Tan's arrogant tone, the waiter almost suspected that he had misjudged her. This person was just a country bumpkin who entered the city for the first time. "It does not matter." Shin Miao opened her mouth. "There is a street next to the Yanqing lane and it is adjacent to the restaurant. It is just outside the lane and the price is not that expensive. One can always afford it. It's not far from Yanqing Alley, so it's not bad to take a step back." Hearing this, the waiter was taken aback. He subconsciously said, "This young lady is right. That is indeed the case." "Jiao Jiao also want to watch the excitement?" Shin Xian asked. Naturally Shin Miao did not have the temperament to join in on the fun, and today when she said it like this, it seemed that she had some interest. "Feel that it is somewhat fresh." Shin Miao smiled. Good. Luo Tan's eyes lit up as she looked at Shin Miao. "Biao youngest sister, you are the best." She thought that Shin Miao deliberately said that for her and was extremely grateful to Shin Miao. Shen Miao looked up at the waiter. Have the people from the Qin country and the Liang dynasty arrived? The waiter's gaze had never left the youngest girl from the beginning. He felt that when she sat there, even the chair seemed to become golden and dazzling. Hearing Shen Miao's question, he immediately replied respectfully, yes. Ming Qi's tribute will be held a few days later, and the Qin country and the Great Liang have sent people over to congratulate. Currently these people are arranged to stay in the residence in Yanqing Lane. Who did the Qin country and Great Liang send over? Shen Miao asked. The waiter scratched his head. In the Qin country it is His Highness the Crown Prince and Princess Mingyan, and in the Great Liang it is His Highness Prince Rui, the younger brother of Emperor Yonglu. Shen Miao's eyes hung down. Many thanks. After the waiter left, Luo Ling asked, what does Biao's younger sister think about the people from the Qin country and the Great Liang? Shen Miao smiled. Nothing much. Just feel that it is somewhat strange. Luo Tan smiled. No matter what, when we reach the Ding capital tomorrow, we will be able to watch the excitement. In the palace of the Ding capital, in the emperor's bedroom, the thick smell of medicine filled the entire bedroom, and the incense in the incense burner made one's heart feel melancholy. On the dragon bed, Emperor Wenhui's eyes were half closed as he leaned on the couch, and the palace beauty beside him was gently feeding him spoonfuls of medicine. This person was none other than Consort Dong. She fed him very patiently and carefully, as Emperor Wenhui could only eat a small spoonful at a time. She blew on the spoonfuls until it was cold and tested that it was not hot before slowly feeding it to Emperor Wenhui's mouth. While she was feeding, she gently patted Emperor Wenhui's back to make his breathing smoother. When Emperor condominium, and also after Emperor he. After of it, when Hui's Tsong Ji he Shen, Li said. Emperor Wenhui frowned and swallowed the last trace of bitterness in his mouth before saying, it is hard for you to remember this. Your Majesty is not afraid of bitterness, but this consort is afraid that your Majesty is afraid of bitterness. Consort Dong Shu smiled gently. Your Majesty, on account of this consort's face, eat a little of this fruit. Emperor Wenhui was tickled by her and his eyes softened. In this palace, you are the one who understands Zhen's intention the most. There were many things that could change in 2 years' time. No matter how vigorous Emperor Wenhui was, he would not be able to resist the erosion of time. Moreover, he had so many sons who were younger and stronger than him and had bigger ambitions. The internal and external situation was critical, and he had aged a lot and his body had gradually become sickly. The Crown Prince's illness was also in a precarious situation, and the Crown Prince's faction was gradually losing. Prince Zhou and Prince Jing were aggressive, and Prince Xian and Prince Li were eyeing covetously. Even Emperor Wenhui was tired of looking at the women in the inner palace. At this time, Consort Dong Shu and Prince Ding Fuxiu Yi, who were aloof from worldly affairs, entered his eyes. Chapter 447. The most reassuring thing for an emperor was a son and a woman without ambition. When Emperor Wenhui was sick, he loved to summon Consort Dong Shu to serve him. Under such imperial favor, Consort Dong Shu was as cautious as usual and would not take the initiative to talk to Emperor Wenhui about Prince Ding's matter, which made Emperor Wenhui even more satisfied. Occasionally he would talk with Consort Dong Shu about some unhappy matters in court. The tribute is about to begin. Emperor Wenhui sighed. The messenger said that Shen Xan will return to the capital in these few days. I banished him 2 years ago, and I'm afraid he still has resentment in his heart. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, I wouldn't have invited a wolf into my house. Your Majesty. Consort Dong Shu said with a smile, General Shen is your official and naturally needs to do things for you. He will do whatever you want him to do, so why does your Majesty torment yourself? Minister? Emperor Wenhui sneered, this official's prestige is bigger than Zhen's. How can Zhen believe that he wants to be an official? It was the same for Xie Ding in the past, but he lost his son. Now that the Xie family is unable to withstand a single blow, we can't be bothered to exterminate them. The Shen family after the tribute was still. I can't help feeling uneasy. Consort Dong Shu no longer spoke. At this time, if she were to speak, there would be the possibility of the inner palace interfering in politics. Therefore he lowered his head and did not say a word, only fiddling with the enamel bowl. In Consort Dong Shu's Shufang Palace, there was a person standing at the moment. That person was wearing a luxurious robe and had a cold elegance. It was Fu Xiui. Compared to 2 years ago, he seemed more mature and steady, with an indescribable style. Shen Xian is resting outside the city today and will enter the capital tomorrow morning. The guard in front of him bowed and said in a low voice to him. Fu Xiui gripped the cup in his hand tightly, and one did not know what he was thinking about. After a moment he suddenly smiled. Gentleman Pei's divine foresight is indeed correct. Tomorrow at the capital? He said, pass down the order. All the guards at the city gates listen up. When Shin Xn returns to the capital, the entire city must welcome him. The guard cupped his hands in acknowledgement and hurriedly retreated. Fu Xiuyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back and a trace of seriousness flashed across his face. 2 years ago the Shin family took drastic measures and messed up all his plans. Now returning to the Ding capital, Fu Xiuyi had a feeling that this was a chess piece of the Shin family's plan. Perhaps Shin Xan had long known that there would be a day when he would return to the capital, so he was so decisive when he left. Since it's like this, then how about roasting the Shin family on top of the Scarlet Flames once more? Let the Shin family be a target and let Emperor Wenhui, Prince Zhou's faction, Prince Li's faction, and even the Qin country and the Great Liang keep their eyes on Shin Xan, this fat piece of meat. He was a vengeful person after all and he hated being toyed with by others even more. Daring to scheme against him, Fu Xiuyi, the Shin family must pay the price. On the morning of the second day, Shin Xian's group set off once again. If one were to start their journey from this inn, they would be able to reach the Ding capital before noon. Since he still needed to find a house, it was best to do it as soon as possible. When they reached the Ding capital city gates, the guards at the city gates saw Shin Xian's waist token and were immediately in awe. So it is General Shin. As they spoke, they quickly opened the city gates and welcomed Shin Xian and entourage in. Luo Tan said, Uncle, they seem to respect you very much. It seems that Uncle's official position is very high. Shin Xiu and Shin Miao frowned at the same time. That day when they left the Ding capital, those guards looked at their faces coldly and could not wait to hit them when they were down. Now with such enthusiasm, it was definitely not only because they needed him to come back to deter those people in the Qin country. Most likely it was because of someone's guidance. Luo Tan lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked out before exclaiming, This is the Ding capital. It is so big and lively and there are more people than the Shaochun city. Ah, Biao youngest sister, the young ladies here are really good looking. How can they be so fresh and lively? Heavens, even the gentlemen are all fair and tender. Chapter 448. She was so noisy that people nearby heard her and turned their heads to look in her direction. It was not a big deal if one did not look, but when one saw, one exclaimed, It's General Shin. General Shin has returned. General Shin is back. Shin Xan already had an illustrious reputation in the hearts of the common people of Mingqi, and with the Xie family's mishap in these 2 years, the Shin family also moved away. It really made one feel a hero's end of the road. Even when the Qin country and the Great Liang's people came to the Ding capital, they would suddenly have a feeling of being unable to protect themselves. And the appearance of Shin Xian at this time undoubtedly gave the commoners a pillar of support. Immediately more and more people gathered around and exclaimed, General Shin has returned. For a moment, the cheers of the crowd almost blocked the entire path of the carriage. The commoners were shouting fanatically, and their faces were full of admiration. Luo Tan covered her mouth. Oh my God, Uncle has such a high reputation in these people's hearts. Luo Ling and the rest who were outside had an embarrassed expression. It was a good thing to have people lining the streets to welcome him, but it was also not bad to be chased after by others. Every year when Shin Xian returned to the capital in triumph, he would always be like this. But now Shin Xian did not return with a body full of meritorious service. Instead, he was summoned back by the emperor 2 years after being expelled from the capital. The louder the cheers of the commoners, the louder it was as if it was a slap on Emperor Wenhui's face. If this was not directed at Emperor Wenhui, then what was it? In the carriage, Luo Shuiyan's and Shin Miao's expressions also sank. Especially Shin Miao, her gaze suddenly turned cold. Only Luo Tan did not know what had happened and was happy for Shin Xian's prestige. The road was blocked to such a state that Shin Xian could only let the guards beside him explain to the commoners. When the commoners heard this, even though they were still standing on both sides of the street, they were not as agitated as before and also opened up a path. Mo Qing and Ah Qi first rode their horses to look for a residence. Just like what Shin Miao said, there was a street next to Yanqing Lane in the southern part of the city and the residence there was not bad. Now that Shin Xian had spent a lot of money on reorganizing the Luo family's army, he was not as well off as before. Even so, when Shin Miao wanted to stay in the residence in the southern part of the city, Shin Xian agreed without a second word. The carriage headed south of the city. The closer they got to Yanqing Alley, the fewer people there were. This was because most of the people living around Yanqing Lane were high-ranking officials and nobles. They were either rich or respectable. Commoners could not afford to live on the land there. The commoners who had come to greet them had also dispersed. The carriage traveled smoothly. Mo Qing and the rest quickly came back to report that they had found a residence to stay in and would talk about money later. The original owner of the residence was a newcomer under the name of Shin Xin and did not ask for much money as a mortgage. When they were just a wall away from the Yanqing alley, a gust of wind suddenly blew and coincidentally blew open the curtain of the carriage that Shin Miao was sitting in. The curtain flew up and quickly fell back down. Shin Miao's gaze slightly congealed, and when Luo Tan saw it, she asked, "What is it?" Shin Miao swept a glance at the curtain of the carriage and shook her head. "Nothing." But her heart was secretly alerted, as for a moment just now, she felt that she was being spied on. Being the center of attention was extremely uncomfortable. On a tall building in the distance, there was a young male and female holding a jade flute standing side by side. That female was as beautiful as a flower and wore a golden dress. She had big eyes and a small mouth and was covered with pearls and jades. When these tacky jewelry landed on her body, it did not look ugly but made her look delicate and charming. She looked at the distant carriage and said disdainfully, "This is the formidable great General Shin family? Such a great reputation, but it is only so." The man beside her was in his early 20s, and he bore some resemblance to her. He was considered handsome, but because his nose was slightly hooked, his entire person had some hostility that was hard to get along with. He smiled. To be able to make the imperial family of Mingqi afraid, it is not a simple thing. Chapter 449. Crown Prince older brother is joking again. That young female's brows slanted and she had a very arrogant look. In the beginning the Xie family of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and was also lawless, and until now they are like stray dogs. That Xie Jingxing did not even leave a complete corpse, so one cannot guarantee that the Shin family will be the second Xie family. The male smiled and did not continue the female's words. On the other side, someone was leaning on the building and the lush evergreen trees covered half of his figure, only revealing a corner of his golden robe. One hand was holding the teacup in front of him, and that hand was handsome and strong. There was a white jade ring on the middle finger, making the entire hand look like it was carved out of jade. Holding the teacup close to his mouth, one could see the beautiful chin. His thin lips were slightly red, and because of the tea, it was somewhat moist, but it was even more captivating. The corners of his lips slowly curled up. The residence that Mo Qing found was a street away from the Yanqing lane, and after a turn, it was the busiest restaurant in the southern part of the city. There were endless shops and the location was very good. That owner was also very easy to talk to, and Luo Shuiyan and Shin Xian were straightforward people. The price that the owner offered was also fair, and they bought the land deeds that night and the residence changed owners. In the end, this end had just settled down when there was an imperial edict from the palace for Shin Xian to enter the palace to meet the emperor the next day. For Emperor Wen Hui to be so impatient, it was obvious that the situation had reached a critical point. After receiving the imperial edict, they were busy moving the things and it was already late. After dinner, they could finally settle down after such a long journey and everyone went to rest. Shin Miao and Luo Tan stayed in the adjacent courtyard. The residence here was not as spacious as the general residence, but it was considered clean and tidy with a unique design. It was just that Shin Xian and Shin Qiu were somewhat regretful that they could not train the soldiers in the courtyard. Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan were extremely satisfied. Shin Miao did not care about these and naturally had no objections. In the end, at night, Luo Tan slipped into Shin Miao's room to talk. Luo Tan wrapped herself in a cloak and sat on Shin Miao's couch. "Biao, youngest sister, I cannot sleep. Accompany me to talk." "What do you want to say?" Shin Miao let Jingzhe and the rest withdraw and cut the wick of the oil lamp. At this moment she was not in the mood to sleep and casually found a book to flip through on the table, but she did not read it seriously. One did not think that the Ding capital would be like this. One could not tell if Luo Tan's tone was lost or happy. "I grew up in the Shaochun city and thought that the outside was the same as the Shaochun city." One did not expect that the Ding capital was bigger and livelier than what the storytellers said. "Biaomei, I am still a little afraid." The eldest young lady of the Luo family, who was out of control of the law and natural morality, would actually have a day of fear. Shin Miao smiled gently. "What is there to be afraid of? Of course I'm scared when I'm alone." Even though older brother Ling was also here, but this was after all not the familiar Shaochun city. "Biao, youngest sister, have you ever been this afraid? At that time Gugu and Gufu were in the northwest region and left you alone in the Ding capital, were you not afraid?" "There's nothing to be afraid of," Shin Miao replied indifferently. It was not scary for her to stay in the Shin residence because in her eyes, the people in the Shin residence were all trustworthy relatives. One did not know why there was no fear, but like what Luo Tan said, she was afraid of being alone outside. Wasn't it the same when she was in the Qin country? Thinking of the Qin country, Shen Miao's eyes flashed and suddenly thought of what the waiter said today. The people from the Qin country and the Great Liang had arrived. At this time in her previous life, she met the crown prince of the Qin country and the Great Liang's people when they were paying tribute. At that time, the Great Liang already had stupid ambitions, and the imperial family of the Ming Qi had always been fearful. In order to keep the Great Liang in check, the Ming Qi and the Qin country had been probing each other until Fu Xiuyi ascended to the throne, and the Qin country and Ming Qi formed an alliance, letting her, the Empress, go to the Qin country as a hostage. And the crown prince of the Qin country, Huang Fu Hao, was a very vicious person, and one did not know why, but he always liked to go against her, and Princess Ming'an was so arrogant that it made one feel afraid. Her difficult and humiliating days in the Qin country were mostly because of these two siblings. Chapter 450. As for Prince Rui of the Great Liang, Shen Miao frowned. At the beginning when Ming Qi was paying tribute, the envoy that the Great Liang sent over was not this Prince Rui. Instead, it was another relative of the royal family. This Prince Rui's reputation had already spread far and wide. He was the younger brother of Emperor Yonglu, but he rarely appeared in the royal family and the outside world knew nothing about him. Shen Miao was the Empress of Ming Qi in her past life and knew very little about this His Highness Prince Rui, thus Fu Xiuyi did not mention much about this person. In the end, some things had changed. Luo Tan did not notice that Shen Miao was in a daze and continued talking. Originally I was thinking that if I were to make a trip to the Ding capital in my lifetime, I must pay a visit to the little Marquis of the Xie family of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and in Ming Qi, but did not think that now that I am here, I would not be able to see him anymore. At this point there was a hint of sadness in his voice. Why didn't you wait for me to come and see me? Shen Miao was slightly surprised for a moment, and the figure that she rarely thought of in the past 2 years gradually became clear in her mind. Fang Yuan returned to the Ding capital and found a servant from the original residence to talk about what happened 2 years ago. The residence of the Marquis of Lin and was one of the major events. Ever since Xie Jingxing's death, the Xie family army's vitality was greatly damaged and Xie Ding aged by 10 years in one night. Xie Ding originally requested Emperor Wen Hui to resign, but Emperor Wen Hui did not allow it. Although Xie Ding still maintained his official position, he did not have any fighting spirit at all. He spent his days muddling along aimlessly. It was his 2 Shu sons who had entered officialdom. Even though they did not hold a high position in the court, they had a good reputation. It was assumed that after a few more years, they would be able to become outstanding figures in the younger generation of Ming Qi. It was when the news of Xie Jingxing's death reached the Ding capital, Princess Rong Xn went to the residence of the Marquis of Lin and to create a ruckus. He scolded Xie Ding for being heartless. For a marquis residence to lose Princess Yu Qing and Xie Jingxing without rhyme or reason, it was really a man-eating devil's den. Princess Rong Xn was crying and angry at the same time, and almost smashed the residence of the Marquis of Lin and cleanly. After that, he became more and more reclusive and rarely came out. The Su family, who had a good relationship with the residents of the Marquis of Lin and had also declined in these 2 years. Not to mention Su Yu, even the son of the family who had a bright future, had gradually quietened down. In summary, the decline of the Xie family was due to the fall of Xie Jingxing, and the commoners were filled with regret when they mentioned it. A romantic youth, untamed and heroic. He was originally heroic and vigorous on the battlefield, but in the end he died a tragic death. It was no wonder that when the young ladies of Ming Qi heard of Xie Jingxing's death, they cried uncontrollably. Shen Miao looked at the dancing flame and closed her eyes. In a blink of an eye, she saw that Luo Tan had fallen onto the couch and was sound asleep. Luo Shuiyan combed her long hair with a comb. Although she was already a mother of 2 children, her hair was still black and shiny. There was not a single strand of white hair on her head. Shen Xen took off his heavy armor and heard Luo Shuiyan say, "Entering the palace tomorrow, my heart will always feel heavy. What are you afraid of?" Shen Xen walked behind her and pressed on her shoulders, comforting her. "It is not our first time entering the palace. Could it be that you are afraid of music? Don't be afraid, I'm here." "I'm not afraid of that." Luo Shuiyan rolled her eyes at him. "You and I both know that we came back this time. One fear that that person in the palace would have a knot in his heart. Originally I had talked about this matter with Father, and Father said that he was afraid that His Majesty would use something to tie down our Shen family." Shen Xen frowned. "What does Furin's words mean?" "Jiao Jiao and Xiu'er are not married yet." Luo Shuiyan reminded. "If it was in the Shaochun city for these 2 years, it would be alright if both of them got married, and at least one worry would be settled. But one did not expect that His Majesty's imperial edict would come so quickly. Now that our Shin family has regained power, one fear that many people in the capital are watching closely. Would His Majesty, in order to tie down the Shin family, make an issue out of Chiu'er and Jiao Jiao's marriage? Shin Xn jumped in shock. How can this be? Nonsense. No matter what, Shin Xian's eyes would not allow political selfishness to be involved in Shin Qiu and Shin Miao's marriage. Not to mention using their marriage to place the Shin family in other forces. Forget about Chiu'er, but I feel that Jiao Jiao cannot wait. Luo Shuiyan said, Jiao Jiao is now 16. Not to mention in the Shaochun city, in our Ding capital, this age has reached the age to talk about marriage. After 2 years, when one reaches 18, one would be suitable to marry. One must settle Jiao Jiao while there is no news from the palace. So urgent? Shin Xn hesitated. How would there be any good families around? Moreover, one must understand the other party's character. What do you think? Luo Shuiyan looked at him. What about Ling'er? Chapter 451. Early in the morning the next day, Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan followed Shin Qiu into the palace. They only returned in the afternoon, and Emperor Wenhui restored their official positions and returned the Tiger Talisman back to Shin Xn. Those Shin family's army that were in the Imperial Army were once again returned to Shin Xian's hands, but Shin Xn was not very happy. Pain was the thing that could hone one's willpower. In the harsh environment of the Shaochun city, to be able to train the scattered Luo family's army to an outstanding state, Shin Xian was even more indifferent than 2 years ago. Towards Emperor Wenhui's method of giving a carrot after a slap, he did not show much expression. It was not long after Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan entered the palace. The Shin residents actually sent people over to Shin Miao's place and invited Shin Miao back to sit. Shin Miao was too lazy to care about those people and directly let the servants treat them as if they were not present. The people from the Shin family who came to inform waited for a long time and did not believe it. They first begged at the door and said that it was all a misunderstanding at the beginning, and later scolded Shin Xan and wife for being heartless and unfilial descendants. Luo Ling frowned when he heard it. Luo Tan was an impulsive person and immediately rushed out of the door to scold the Shin family people. Luo Tan grew up quarreling with the young ladies in the Shaochun city, and naturally her words were very crafty. She repeated the words that the Shin family people used to throw stones at them when they were down, and those Shin family people were all red in the face. Finally they could not stand the pointing of the surrounding commoners and ran away with their tails between their legs. When Shin Xan and the rest returned, Shin Miao informed them about the matter. Shin Xan was silent for a moment before waving his hands to instruct Mo Qing to arrange more guards at the residence's entrance. It was an iron-blooded look that did not care about sentiments at all. This was exactly to Luo Tan's taste and made her clap her hands in delight. Luo Shuiyan sat at the dining table. 3 days later is the tribute day and we all need to go to the palace. In the afternoon let the tailor come over to cut some new clothes, especially for Tanner and Jiao Jiao. We have not been in the Ding capital for 2 years and do not know what kind of fabric styles are popular at this time. One must not fall behind. When she finished speaking, she looked at Shin Miao with a satisfied gaze. If one were to say that 2 years ago everyone still called Shin Miao an idiot, now after 2 years Shin Miao had been reborn. With such elegance and elegance, coupled with her temperament, even a princess would be inferior to her by a third. Enter the palace. Luo Tan was a little excited. Won't we be able to see the people in the palace? Can I still see the people of Qin State and Great Liang? I heard that the people of Qin State are all tall and big, and the people of the Great Liang imperial family are all incomparably beautiful. I wonder how many of them we can see this time. Luo Shuiyan laughed in spite of herself. Our Ming Qi's people are not bad. If Tanner were to see an admirable gentleman at the tribute banquet, Gumu and Gufu will help you inquire about it. When Luo Tan heard about her marriage, she did not feel embarrassed or shy at all and instead said, I am not in a hurry, but Biao youngest sister must seriously consider it. Biao youngest sister does not fancy those people in the Shaochun city, but there are many noble gentlemen in the Ding capital. If Biao youngest sister fancy anyone, one must think for yourself first. She smiled mischievously at Shin Miao. Shin Miao swept a glance at her and did not speak, but it was Luo Ling who was at the side who paused with the chopsticks and his gaze was somewhat hesitant. In the afternoon, there was indeed a tailor who came to make clothes for them. In order to win over Shin Xn, Emperor Wenhui had rewarded Shin Xn quite a lot when he just returned from the palace. Among them, there were a few bolts of high-quality fabric that could be used to make clothes. Just as it was late autumn, Luo Shuiyan let the tailor measure and made a few pieces for each of the two young ladies. Even winter clothes were made. She also picked a lot of jewelry and let others send it over, to dress the two young ladies up beautifully. Actually, it was not Luo Shuiyan's intention to do this, as the tribute was a big matter. Ming Qi must show the richest side of the Qing country and the Great Liang. The civil and military officials would bring their wives and children, and everyone must dress luxuriously and not lose Ming Qi's face. Otherwise they would be the sinner of the world. Chapter 452. Luo Ling would also go along. This time Shen Xian intended to find a job for Luo Ling in the Ministry of War, and it was considered as training his ability. Before that, naturally he would bring Luo Ling to familiarize himself with some of his colleagues so that he would be able to help in the future. In these 3 days of waiting, Shen Miao would listen to Jing Zhe and Guyu inquiring about the matters that happened in these 3 years, treating it as a plaything. But what made her surprised was that the Feng Xian pawn shop in the capital closed not long after Shen Xian went to the Shaochun city. One did not know why it only reopened a few days ago, and it was said that the shopkeeper had gone on a long journey and had just returned to the Ding capital. When Feng and Ning knew that she had returned, she sent someone to send a letter saying that she wanted to personally look for Shen Miao, but since they would meet at the tribute banquet, there was no need to make this trip. Other than Feng and Ning, Su Ming Lang also gave her an invitation. The words were crooked and he had his servant send it over behind the back of the residence, making Shen Miao not know whether to laugh or cry. Just like that, he accompanied Luo Tan to the restaurants, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the tribute ceremony 3 days later. Ming Qi's tribute was a major event for the entire dynasty, and early in the morning, the bells and drums of Southern Hill rang. The peddlers on the street were also discussing this matter. However, due to the laws of the royal family, the common people could not enter the palace. They could only listen to the sounds and movements outside the palace walls. Most people envied the families of the officials. The families of the officials could enter the palace. If the officials were a bit higher, they could even attend the tribute banquet. Looking at the luxurious banquet, it always gave people the illusion that it was a time of prosperity and prosperity. The commoners were always very simple. They only saw what was in front of them and felt that this Ming Qi's rivers and mountains would be able to continue on for generations to come. There were very few intelligent people who could see that the external enemies were not cleared and the internal troubles were intensifying. It was only a precarious state, and even if one had given face, how could one really sit back and relax? Shen Xian's carriage stopped at the gates of the palace, and there were already palace servants waiting outside to lead them in. Luo Tan looked around curiously and was pressed down by Xin Qiu to prevent her from offending the nobles in the palace. Luo Ling on the other hand appeared to be very steady. Even though it was his first time entering the palace, he did it properly. When it was time for the ceremony, most of the civil and military officials had arrived. The sound of beating drums, playing music, and 100 salutes shot into the sky. It was grand and dignified, with an impressive heavenly might. The Emperor and Empress sat high up on the main seat. Shen Miao looked up and saw that Emperor Wenhui was wearing a dragon robe and had a dignified expression. In a trance, there was no difference from 2 years ago. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would notice that he had to be supported by his eunuch as he walked. His footsteps were not as strong as before, and he had aged quite a bit. Fu Xiuyi followed the other princes and stood at the side. Now that his elegance was growing, he was extremely outstanding among the princes. He was the youngest one, and now that he was so handsome and slender, it caused many of the high-ranking female officials to secretly look over. In the end, Fu Xiuyi had reached the point where he could not even hide his brilliance. It seemed that his brothers were not as assured as they were in the beginning. Shen Miao also looked towards Fu Xiuyi's direction, but the place where her eyes landed was behind Fu Xiuyi, was the green-robed man among the court officials. That person's temperament was aloof and out of the world, and among the court officials, there was a sense of awkwardness that was out of place. He did not look like an official but more like a scholar. It was Pei Lang. The place where Pei Lang was standing was not far behind Fu Xiuyi. In such an occasion, with Fu Xiuyi's cautious attitude, it was obvious that he was relying on and trusting Pei Lang, thus he gave Pei Lang such a big face. As if he was aware of the gaze, Fu Xiuyi suddenly turned his head over. Shen Miao's eyes moved and did not stop for even a moment. Fu Xiuyi looked at the crowd for a moment before turning his head over. Chapter 453. And at the front of the guests, there was a male and female sitting, and both of them were very young. It was already late autumn, and the weather was actually somewhat cold. Even those daughters of officials who were gorgeously dressed would wear a cloak to prevent themselves from catching a cold. This young female was wearing a thin golden muslin long dress, and there were complicated patterns embroidered on it. With this kind of needlework it would take at least a year and a half to complete. This young female's eyebrows were exquisite, but her actions were not very respectful. Even when the ceremonial officer started to recite the congratulatory words, she swept her eyes across everyone with disdain, and there was not a trace of respect in her expression. This young female was Princess Ming, and beside Princess Ming was the crown prince of the Qin country, Huang Fuhao. Huang Fuhao was better than Princess Ming, at least he was not as obvious as Princess Ming An's unbridled performance. He was still smiling as he watched the proceedings on stage, as if he was genuinely proud of the Ming Qi's tribute. It was just that under such a smiling tiger, it made one's heart turn cold. It was Luo Tan's first time coming to such an occasion, and she felt that it was a novelty, and naturally noticed the people at the VIP seats. She thought about it and pulled the sleeves of an official's daughter beside her, and when no one was paying attention she asked softly, "Why is there only the crown prince and princess of the Qin country? Where is His Highness Prince Rui of the Great Liang?" That young lady was caught off guard by Luo Tan, and almost jumped in shock. Even though she was somewhat displeased, she still answered Luo Tan's doubts with good upbringing. "His Highness Prince Rui of the Great Liang is not feeling well and did not come today." Luo Tan was suddenly enlightened and looked at Shen Miao at the side. Shen Miao was standing beside her, and naturally the conversation between Luo Tan and that young lady was heard by Shen Miao. Luo Tan said, "This His Highness Prince Rui's airs are really big. Is this not deliberately embarrassing the emperor?" During the Ming Qi's tribute ceremony, the Qin country and the Great Liang's people came to congratulate, but at the end Prince Rui was absent during the ceremony. Was this not a slap to the imperial family of the Ming Qi in front of everyone? Unfortunately, the imperial family of the Ming Qi dared not get angry, and not only that, they had to eat and drink well. There was no reason why in this world the strong were respected, and the Ming Qi would not dare to go against the Great Liang. The tribute ceremony lasted for 6 hours, starting from noon, when the sun was at its strongest, and only ended when it was almost evening. All the civil and military officials and their families could not leave. This was a long period of suffering. It was the same for the emperor and empress. The higher one's status was, the more attention they would receive, and the more they could not show fatigue. Even if Luo Tan was a military family's young lady, she would feel that she was lacking in strength even if she had martial arts skills. When she turned her head, she saw Shen Miao standing upright with both hands crossed in front of her, looking dignified and dignified. Luo Tan could not help but be slightly startled. She quietly asked, "Biao, youngest sister, are you not tired?" Shen Miao said, "Not tired." Luo Tan was amazed. The surrounding females were all in the dark using their wide sleeves or skirts to relax, thus it was rare to see someone as honest as Shen Miao. Luo Tan originally wanted to persuade Shen Miao to secretly relax a little, but looking at her actions, she was unable to say it out. Luo Tan had always known that Shen Miao's bearing was hard to come by. It was just that she was not one to chew on words, thus she was unable to say what kind of feeling it was, but intuitively felt that Shen Miao looked different from the other young ladies in the Shaochun city. Now at this point, there was an illusion that the dignified bearing between heaven and earth was done by Shen Miao, and that was the correct posture. Even the Empress on the high seat was not as graceful as Shen Miao at this moment. It was already rare for a 16-year-old young female to have such a graceful posture. Not only Luo Tan noticed this, it seemed that some of the noble family's young masters were gradually attracted by Shen Miao. In a group of dispirited noble females, Shen Miao was simply too eye-catching. When Luo Ling saw this, he slightly frowned and quietly moved his body to the side, covering Shen Miao by his side, isolating those slightly presumptuous gazes. Chapter 454. When Luo Shuiyan saw it, she smiled in relief. Shen Miao was completely undecided. Luo Tan winked at Luo Ling, and Luo Ling's cheeks were slightly red as he turned his head away as if nothing had happened. After the 6 hours of offering ceremony was completed, it was time to start the banquet with the emperor and empress. Tomorrow's tribute banquet would naturally be a celebration of peace and prosperity, to let the Qin country and the Great Liang people see how rich the Ming Qi was. Shen Miao and Luo Tan had just walked a few steps towards the hall of the palace banquet when someone patted her shoulder. Shen Miao turned around and saw a familiar face. "Hey, just now I saw you early in the morning, but we were too far apart and could not come over." "Shen Miao, long time no see." Feng and Ning hugged Shen Miao back and was full of enthusiasm. Compared to 2 years ago, Feng and Ning looked even more beautiful, and the immaturity of a young female was undoubtedly exposed. She had a 100-flower bun and wore a pomegranate red long dress, looking graceful and graceful. She let go of her hands and looked at Shin Miao with dissatisfaction. Why are you not surprised at all when you see me? Not waiting for Shin Miao to reply, she continued speaking. Never mind. You have such a temperament and I forgive you. But she looked up and down at Shin Miao. Not seeing for 2 years, how did you become so good-looking? Could it be that the Shaochun city's water and soil are so nourishing? Why is it that you look like a different person from before? Today Shin Miao was also instructed by Luo Shuiyan to dress up properly. She was wearing a purple crescent moon phoenix tail dress and the outer garment was embroidered with big lilacs. Her hair was combed into a cloud bun and there was a jade begonia hairpin on it and her earrings were small pearls. Her facial features were delicate and pretty but her bearing was breathtaking. As she stood there quietly, there was a gentle and dignified air about her. Her pair of eyes were as clear and black as a newborn deer, causing many young males to frequently turn their heads to look at her. This female's appearance was good and had an extraordinary bearing which was the icing on the cake, making it difficult for one to forget. Luo Tan had been standing beside Shin Miao and looking curiously at Feng and Ning. Feng and Ning finally noticed her and asked, "Who is this?" "My Biao older sister Luo Tan." Shin Miao said, "This is Feng young lady Feng and Ning." Luo Tan greeted Feng and Ning. Feng and Ning had a fiery temperament and Luo Tan was straightforward and lively. Both of them hit it off at first sight and quarreled until Shin Miao's ears hurt. When it was time to take a seat, Feng and Ning greeted Feng Furen and slipped over to Shin Miao's side to sit down, so that it would be more convenient to talk to Shin Miao. Previously, during the ceremony, they had to stand according to their official positions, but now that it was time for the banquet, they could sit as they pleased. Shin Xian had just returned to the Ding capital and did not have any particularly good colleagues so he casually found a position. But now that he was invited back by Emperor Wen Hui, the surrounding colleagues naturally did not dare to neglect him and spoke respectfully. Feng and Ning whispered to Shin Miao's ears, "Tisk, these fence-sitters. Initially when General Shen left the city, why did they not welcome him? Now they are doing intimate actions and putting on airs." Shin Miao gently smiled and declined to comment. One heard Feng and Ning speaking again, "Look, your Tangier also came." Shin Miao was startled for a moment and raised her eyes to look at the direction that Feng and Ning was pointing at and just happened to meet the other party's gaze. After 2 years she finally saw Shin Yu again. Ever since Shin Gui's incident, his position in the court had plummeted. He originally relied on all sides to climb up and after Shin Yuan was beheaded, the courtiers saw him as a plague and could not wait to avoid him. Shin Gui himself did not have any ability and was getting more and more destitute every day so he did not have the opportunity to come to such an occasion. It was Shin Wan's entire family that came. Most likely Shin Wan's career was going smoothly as at this moment he was toasting with people with a face full of smiles. Chen Rochio was sitting beside him and talking to her foreign with a smile, looking as satisfied as 2 years ago. But time had passed and was not as lively as before. Thinking that the second household did not have a son, old Shin Foreign had also put a lot of pressure on the third household and Chen Rochio had to bear the pressure of old Shin Foreign to give Shin Wan more branches and leaves, thus it was not easy for her. Chapter 455. The one who was looking at Shin Miao was Shin Yu. Shin Yu Yi Pei Lan, Bai Wei and Jiang Shaoxian were sitting together and their eyes were staring at her. Even though they were far apart, Shin Miao could still taste the resentment in Shin Yu's eyes. Shin Yu was wearing a smoky pink pleated dress and had her hair combed into a crown. She was now 18 years old and had a delicate and refined appearance, but her looks were pleasing. But Shin Miao's eyes paused on the bracelet on her wrist and glanced at the agate silver hairpin on her head before her lips hooked up. With Shin Yu's love of being in the limelight and fear of missing every opportunity to show herself, she was still using jewelry from 2 years ago. This could only mean that the current third household's money was not that loose. Thinking about it, old Shin Foreign was extravagant in spending money and after separating from the family, there was no Shin Xian's support, thus Chen Rochio's family must be very difficult. In addition to Shin Wan's official career, the amount of money that Shin Yu could control would be a lot less. No matter how noble one was from a scholarly family, one still had to live. Without money how could one be tough? Actually with Shin Yu's good looks, it was not difficult to marry an official's young master. As such, she could more or less help Shin Wan but Shin Yu did not talk about marriage until now. In her previous lifetime, Shin Miao did not understand and even foolishly wanted to find some young talents for her. It was only later that she saw that Shin Yu's heart was big and how could ordinary young talents enter her eyes? Shen Yu stared straight at Shen Miao and her heart was filled with boundless jealousy and hatred. She could clearly see that the material of Shen Miao's clothes was only available in the palace. Previously when Shen Wan did a good job she was lucky enough to get a bolt of it. She originally wanted to keep it to make clothes but who knew that Shen Wan gave it to his superior. In the past 2 years Shen Wan's official position was getting higher and higher but Shen Yu's money was not as easy as before. Shen Yu attributed all this to Shen Xian who took away most of the money after the separation, causing her to be in such a tight situation. She originally thought that Shen Miao had rolled to a desolate place like the Shaochun city and would not have a chance to return in this lifetime. Who knew that not only did Shen Miao return, she also returned in such a glamorous manner. Those gentlemen would frequently look at Shen Miao's side. Shen Yu's heart was filled with unwillingness and jealousy, and could not wait for Shen Miao to die. No matter how sharp her gaze was, Shen Miao only smiled faintly and turned her head to talk to Luo Tan and Feng and Ning but did not look at Shen Yu. At this moment, Celestial Empress and Celestial Empress took their seats. The original commotion gradually subsided as Emperor Wenhui smiled and instructed everyone to be happy with the mountains and rivers and enjoy themselves to the fullest. Following that, on the VIP seats, the Crown Prince of the Qin, Huangfu Hao and Princess Mingyan also sat down. Princess Mingyan directly ignored the etiquette of the palace and was very arrogant, and did not even greet Emperor Wenhui. Emperor Wenhui's smile was somewhat stiff, but it was Huangfu Hao who had a very respectful appearance. Luo Tan looked around and when Feng and Ning saw it she asked, "What are you looking at?" "I am looking at why that Prince Rui of the Great Liang is not here yet." Luo Tan said, "Is it not said that the people of the Great Liang's imperial family are all incomparably beautiful, and even Emperor Yonglu was an outstanding beauty? Since Prince Rui is Emperor Yongli's younger blood brother, naturally he would have boundless elegance. I also want to see this shocking beauty." When Feng and Ning heard it, her lips twitched. "Come on." After that Prince Rui came to the Great Liang, other than His Majesty, he had never appeared in front of outsiders. Moreover, even if he appeared today you would not be able to see his shocking beauty. "Why?" Luo Tan was puzzled. "Is he very ugly?" Before the words were finished, one heard a long and sharp shout from the eunuch outside. "His Highness Prince Rui of the Great Liang has arrived." Everyone's eyes suddenly looked towards the door. One saw a slender figure walking in from the outside with the guards following behind and that person walking in front. His figure was extremely tall and he was wearing a purple robe embroidered with gold threads. As he walked, the purple and gold robe flowed and there was a faint elegance to it. There was a rhinoceros horn belt around his waist, a white jade pendant and deerskin boots. Even if it was an extremely simple attire, it could be compared to the entire court's civil and military officials. However, the most attractive thing was not these. Chapter 456. His face was half covered with a silver mask. The mask started from the forehead and stopped at the tip of the nose, but because it fitted the facial features, it showed a very smooth line. One could see the high bridge of the nose and the shape of the pair of eyes was like something in a painting. With a casual sweep, there were thousands of romantic feelings. The chin that was revealed was beautiful and the lips were thin and rosy. Even if they were tightly closed, it seemed to be a silent invitation. Everyone was silent. This young man was clearly wearing a mask and one could not see his appearance clearly, but there was a kind of ability to captivate one's soul. Everyone stared at that face without blinking. The silver mask was suffused with a cold light that made one feel a chill. However, that pair of eyes were black and bright, and seemed to contain a playful smile. It was somewhat frivolous and somewhat indifferent, making one unable to differentiate if it was warm or cold. This was a person that was able to attract everyone's attention, a youth that was as bright as the sun. He sat down on the VIP seat and his every move was elegant and noble. In contrast, Huangfu Hao, who had good etiquette, was actually rude like a boorish person. And Princess Mingyan, who was beside Huangfu Hao, was already somewhat silly looking at him. Emperor Wenhui laughed out loud and looked at Prince Rui. "Is Prince Rui not feeling well today? Why did you come to the tribute banquet and make Zhen and the other ministers surprised?" Prince Rui nodded his head at Emperor Wenhui and his attitude was somewhat casual and lazy, suddenly had the mood and came. His voice was very pleasant to listen to and had a bit of magnetism that all the seated daughters slightly blushed upon hearing it. But these words were extremely rude and presumptuous. Ming Qi's tribute banquet was a big event, but in Prince Rui's mouth, it was like an ordinary family's banquet that one could come and go as one wished. It was really somewhat condescending. The Ming Qi's officials dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. Emperor Wenhui did not dare to say anything, so what else could they do? This Prince Rui of the Great Liang had the same style of doing things as Emperor Yonglu. It was extremely presumptuous, but there was a kind of oppressive pressure. Emperor Wenhui really did not pursue the matter and let the officials continue to eat and drink, obviously intending to let the matter pass. Luo Tan was eating the pastries on the banquet as she whispered to Xin Miao, "This His Highness Prince Rui is really daring to speak to His Majesty like this. Is he not afraid that His Majesty would punish him? What crime?" When Feng and Ning heard it, her lips twitched. "One is Prince Rui of the Great Liang dynasty. The Great Liang's people can only be Ming Qi's guests, and whatever the guests do is right." Even though Feng and Ning's voice was very low, she spoke vaguely and did not dare to speak too clearly since they were in the palace. If it was heard by someone with ill intentions who knew what the consequences would be. "I have never heard of this Prince Rui before." Luo Tan rested her chin on her hand and said, "He looks like a handsome man. I really want to see what he looks like under the mask." What Luo Tan liked the most were handsome males, and when she saw this Prince Rui, her eyes were almost glued onto him. Perhaps it is an ugly monster under the mask. Feng and Ning poured cold water on her. Otherwise, why would one wear a mask? "I bet he's a rare handsome man in the world." Luo Tan pushed Xin Miao. "Otherwise, Biao youngest sister, say, what kind of person do you think Prince Rui is?" Xin Miao did not even raise her head. "Do not know." "Say it." Luo Tan was unrelenting. "Make a guess. This is Highness Prince Rui who is wearing a mask, or the little Marquis of the Ding capital, who is more beautiful?" Xin Miao did not expect that Luo Tan would describe Xie Jingxing as the most beautiful in the Ding capital. She was originally drinking tea, but the mouthful of tea was choked in her throat and she coughed twice, scaring Luo Tan and Feng and Ning so much that they quickly covered her mouth to avoid being rude. However, her actions were too big and those who were closer looked over. Xin Miao wiped the corner of her mouth and saw a pair of eyes in a blink of an eye. The man with the mask on the VIP seat tilted his head slightly. One did not know if it was real or an illusion, but his eyes stopped on her for a moment before moving away. His eyes were very playful. Chapter 457. The tribute banquet was naturally filled with wine and everyone exchanged toasts with one another, and suddenly there was an appearance of prosperity and peace. It was just that at the VIP banquet, Emperor Wenhui and the Crown Prince of the Qin Huangfu Hao had some fear in their conversation, and when it fell into the eyes of the observant people, naturally they were well aware of it. In the Qin country, Great Liang and Ming Qi. Ming Qi was the weakest, the Qin country was second, and the Great Liang was the strongest. And that Emperor Yongli's valiant style made the Qin country and Ming Qi fearful, thus they were very respectful towards this Prince Rui from the Great Liang. As for Huangfu Hao, when he was talking to Prince Rui, there were many probing sounds in his words. Most of the female guests had their eyes glued onto this Prince Rui, and every move and action was pleasing to the eye because of this reason. In fact, there was no lack of outstanding looks in the Ming Qi's males, for example Fu Xiuyi, but in front of this Prince Rui, they lacked the unique elegance and nobility, and seemed somewhat clumsy. Even though Luo Tan also loved beauties, she had a quick temper and very quickly her attention was attracted by the delicacies. She tasted this, tasted that, and was very happy. Because the tribute banquet did not differentiate between males and females, the entire official family sat together. Luo Ling also sat close to Xin Miao, and when he saw that Xin Miao was not eating, he placed a piece of snowflake cake in front of Xin Miao's hands and said warmly, "Biao younger sister should also eat something else, one would not have the strength to return." Shen Xiu originally wanted to give Xin Miao a piece, but Luo Ling had already beaten him to it, and did not know where to place the snowflake cake in his chopsticks. His bowl was already full, moreover why would a grown man eat snowflake cake? After thinking about it, he placed it in front of Feng and Ning, who was the closest to Xin Miao. Feng and Ning was overwhelmed by the favor, and after giving her thanks, she did not eat and just stared blankly at the snowflake cake. But just at this moment, one heard Huangfu Hao suddenly speaking. Ben Gong heard that the formidable great general, General Shen, had returned to the capital a few days ago. Ben Gong had always heard of the formidable great general's name, but do not know if there is the honor to meet him today? When the words were said, the lively banquet suddenly quietened down. The Crown Prince of the Qin wanted to meet Shen Xian? What did that mean? Shen Xian and the Crown Prince of the Qin were not related at all, but now one of them was the great general that Emperor Wenhui had just recalled back to the Ding capital, and the other was the Crown Prince of the Qin country, thus their identities were very sensitive. Everyone involuntarily looked at Emperor Wenhui's expression. Emperor Wenhui's smile did not change, as if this was a very small request, before looking at Shen Xen, official Shen. Shen Xen quickly stood up and bowed to Huang Fu Hao. "This general greets your highness the crown prince." Huang Fu Hao smiled. "I have long heard that General Shen is brave and invincible, that even the scattered troops at the borders can form a new formation." That day when the Shen family army returned to the capital, the commoners lined the streets and cheered. "Yeah." He gave a long sigh. "If our great Qin also have such a talented general, then we would not have to worry for 100 years. Emperor Wenhui's pupils shrunk unnoticeably, and the expressions of the ministers at the banquet changed as they looked at Shen Xan with complicated gazes. He said that Shen Xan could form a formation even if the army was scattered at the border. On the surface he was praising Shen Xian's outstanding talent, but he was implicitly mentioning Shen Xian's danger. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. This was a logic that existed since ancient times. And for the commoners to have such a high voice, for a general who was expelled from the capital by the emperor, it meant that in front of the imperial family and Shen Xian, the commoners were on Shen Xian's side. No imperial family would tolerate a subordinate whose voice was higher than their own. As for the last sentence, it really pushed Shen Xian to the teeth of the storm. Huang Fu Hao was trying to dig Shen Xian over in front of Emperor Wenhui. No matter how the ministers of Ming Qi had ulterior motives, in the face of a foreign enemy, they would be united against them. The gaze that they used to look at Shen Xian was like looking at a general who had committed treason. Chapter 458. Shen Miao's eyes slightly sunk as she stared coldly at Huang Fu Hao. Huang Fu Hao was a person who liked to see others in a difficult position, as if the imperial family of the Qin country had the word vicious in their blood. Shen Xian and the Qin country did not have any antagonism, but Huang Fu Hao still refused to let them go. Perhaps this was a destined enmity. Before Emperor Wenhui could speak, he heard a chuckle. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw Prince Rue, who was sitting at the VIP seats, put down the wine cup in his hands and looked at Huang Fu Hao. His voice was low and pleasant to listen to, with a kind of lazy drunkenness, almost with a bit of bewitching color, but his words were impolite. He said, "Since Brother Huang Fu loves General Shen so much, one can request from His Majesty. His Majesty is generous and would not disagree." It was obviously pushing the boat with the current, but when it fell into everyone's ears, it had 1,000 different meanings. How would Huang Fu Hao really want Shen Xian? He was only pushing Shen Xian to the teeth of the wind and waves to see Shen Xian struggling. If Emperor Wenhui really gave Shen Xian to him, the Qin country would have no choice but to provide for Shen Xian due to their face. But who knew if Shen Xian was Emperor Wenhui's spy? The Qin country and Ming Qi were still in a mutual probing relationship, so who would place an untrustworthy person under one's eyelids to find trouble for oneself all day long? Emperor Wenhui also thought of this point, and the strange expression gradually dissipated, and returned to his previous appearance. He smiled. Talents are cherished by the world. If the crown prince insists on wanting General Shen, then Zhen can only respectfully comply. This time Huang Fu Hao was placed in an awkward situation. Just now he had provoked so much, and now he had fallen into a disadvantageous situation. It was impossible to get this person back, but if one were to let it go like this, it would be like losing face. And all this was because of a sentence from Prince Rue. Huang Fu Hao looked fiercely at that masked man, as if he wanted to carve that person into his eyes. Princess Ming-En and Huang Fu Hao were together, and seeing that Huang Fu Hao was in a difficult situation, naturally she wanted to help him out. It was just that firstly Prince Rue had unlimited elegance, and she was not willing to become enemies with him, and secondly she could not afford to offend the great Liang people. She vented all her anger on the Shen family. Looking at Shen Xian she suddenly laughed. Her voice was thin and sweet, but because of her current attitude, it seemed a bit sharp. She said, "How would General Shen dare to take back such a great general? With such bravery, Bengong and Crown Prince older brother would have a headache. Why don't we take back the young miss of the Shen family? I heard that the young miss of the Shen family is the apple of General Shen's eye and is a beauty. I wonder if our great Qin will have this fortune?" Luo Tan and Feng and Ning suddenly grabbed Shen Miao's hands and became vigilant. Luo Ling and Shen Qing's expressions slightly changed, Shen Qiu's and Luo Shuiyan's expression sank, and Shen Xen suddenly looked at Princess Ming-En. As for Shen Miao, she lowered her head and looked at the teacup in front of her, as if she did not hear Princess Ming-En's words. She watched as the tea leaves in the teacup swirled around and slowly sank to the bottom of the tea. A general of a country couldn't be easily taken away, but it was easy to take away a minister's daughter. If one wanted to have a good relationship with the Qin country, marrying over a princess or a minister's daughter was a common thing in the past. It was just that no one was willing to marry to a foreign country, not to mention that after marrying over, there would be no father or older brother to help, and even if one were to suffer grievances, one could only swallow it. Shin Xen smiled, "My daughter is mischievous and cannot afford the princess love." There was no trace of politeness in his words. Emperor Wen Hui's eyes were deep, but he did not intend to speak out to help. Shin Xen had such a straightforward temperament, and once it was related to Shin Miao, his attitude would be incomparably tough. Chapter 459. When Shin Yu saw the situation, there was a flash of gloating in her eyes. She really wished that she could marry Shin Miao to the Qin country, and it would be best to marry an old man as a concubine, and torture her to death in a foreign country. That Princess Mingyan did not think that Shin Xen would reject her without giving her any face, and there was a look of displeasure on her face. Because when she answered, Shin Xen's matter had already passed, and Huang Fuhao did not have any reason to continue, and was too lazy to speak. He sat at the side leisurely drinking his wine, and coldly looked at Princess Mingyan, making things difficult for the Shin family. Princess Mingyan said, "One cannot say it like that. Everyone knows that the young lady of the Shin family's army has both ability and integrity. What? Does young lady Shin look down on Bengong, and is not willing to greet Bengong?" With such a rude hat being put on, Shin Miao could not cover it up even if she wanted to. She simply stood up and bowed to Princess Mingyan. "This official's daughter greets your Princess Highness." She suddenly stood up and everyone's eyes in the hall landed on Shin Miao. 2 years' time was enough to change a lot of things, including the impression of an idiot female that was deeply engraved in people's hearts. Because it was too far away, it gradually faded. When the young female in front stood up, she was like a different person from the memory. The light purple dress made her skin even more translucent like jade. After staying in a place like the Shaochun city for 2 years, the sandstorms did not even grind her down a bit, but instead the noble air around her became more obvious. Her facial features were as delicate as a painting, which made one's heart feel comfortable, but there was a faint majesty in her gestures. Gentleness and firmness were strangely blended on her, and there was a kind of grace and dignity. Even the Empress by the Emperor's side did not seem to have such a natural bearing. Princess Mingyan's brows wrinkled. She did not expect that Shin Miao would have such good looks and bearing, and she had long known of Shin Miao's name as an idiot. Bringing Shin Miao out was nothing more than to embarrass the Shin family, and did not think that at this moment it would be lifting a rock to smash one's own feet. But the reason why Princess Mingyan was Princess Mingyan was that she had some capital to be arrogant. She immediately raised her eyebrows and looked at Shin Miao up and down as if she was sizing up goods and said, "Young lady Shen has the countenance of a flower and the moon, and is indeed an outstanding beauty. No wonder General Shen wanted to hide young lady like a pearl in his palm. With such good looks, I wonder which family will be fortunate enough to marry young miss into their mansion in the future?" These words were a little overboard and Shin Xen immediately glared at him. Although he had to take into consideration the other party's identity, he could not tolerate his own daughter being spoken to like this in public. Just as she was about to speak, that Princess Mingyan diverted the topic. "One think that young lady Shin is also talented?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the hall became very interesting. Ipe Lan and the rest were trying their best to hold back their laughter. What talent did Shin Miao have? That was something everyone was well aware of. In these 2 years he went to the Shaochun city again. The Shaochun city was a borderland with many martial artists, and one feared that they were even more vulgar. Shin Miao's eyes slightly drooped. "This official's daughter's talent is shallow, the princess is overpraising. Miss Shen, you don't have to be modest." Princess Mingyan smiled innocently. "Speaking of which, when Bengong was still in the Qin country, one had heard that a few years ago young lady Shen obtained first rank in the Ming Chi's academy examinations. When Bengong heard it, one was extremely moved. Now seeing young lady Shen again, one recalled this old matter." Shin Miao lowered her head and did not speak. Luo Shuiyan and Shin Qiu however were anxious in their hearts. At this moment, if one still could not see that Princess Mingyan was deliberately finding fault and deliberately targeting Shin Miao, then one would be blind. With that said, everyone recalled the Chrysanthemum Banquet's academy examinations, where Shin Miao and Kai Lin competed in archery, and the 3 arrows made Kai Lin speechless, and he ended up in a sorry state. It was also at that time that Shin Miao, who was completely different from the past, appeared in front of everyone for the first time? Chapter 460. Coincidentally, Kai Darren and Kai Lin were present at the tribute banquet, and Kai Lin's face immediately turned red. Now that Kai Lin was 2 years older, he had matured a lot as compared to the domineering one. That little grudge with Shin Miao had long been thrown to the back of one's mind with time, and because he was no longer infatuated with Shin Yu, it could be said that the grudge was resolved with a smile, but one did not expect that the old matter would be brought up in front of so many people, making him extremely embarrassed. It was not only Kai Lin who was thinking about the old matter. In the corner of the tribute banquet, the Marquis of Lin and Xia Ding and his 2 sons were sitting. The current Marquis of Lin was getting older, and no longer had the high and vigorous spirit of the past. Even in such an occasion, he only wanted to find a quiet corner. When the matter of the academy examinations was suddenly mentioned, he remembered that Xia Jingxing was also there, and unexpectedly went up to the stage and defeated Xia Changwu and Xia Changchao. At that time when he returned to the residence, he angrily reprimanded Xia Jingxing, but in his heart he was proud of Xia Jingxing. Thinking of the old matters, it was even more difficult to bear. Xia Ding revealed a dejected expression, but it was seen by Xia Changwu and Xia Changchao, who were beside him, and a trace of darkness flashed in their eyes. Princess Mingyan continued to speak. Today Ben Gong also have the interest to compete with young Lady Shen. Why not compete in archery? Just treat it as a game. These words were said abruptly and strangely. Emperor Wenhui was the first to laugh. Young Lady Shen is a delicate young lady, how could she know such a thing like archery? Your Majesty does not know. Princess Mingyan smiled. At that time young Lady Shen's grace was something that even the great Qin had heard of. It is said that a tiger father does not have a dog daughter. General Shen is so valiant, so young Lady Shen must be an extraordinary female. Moreover, young Lady Shen is a delicate female, so is Ben Gong not a female? Or is it that your Majesty feels that my great Qin is not worthy to be on par with the Ming Qi? Princess Mingyan looked delicate and beautiful, but her words were very vicious. In one sentence she brought out the entire Ming Qi. If one did not compete, it meant that the Ming Qi did not look at the great Qin. At this time, how could Emperor Wenhui let the great Qin and the Ming Qi have a rift? He immediately looked at Shen Miao and said in a seemingly gentle manner, "What does young Lady Shen think?" Shen Xan clenched his fists as he really wanted to help Shen Miao reject this rude request. But if one were to reject it, it would only give Princess Mingyan more justifiable leverage. It was Shen Miao who glanced at Princess Mingyan and lowered her head. This official's daughter dare not disobey the princess' instructions. Did not dare to disobey. At the end it was still expressing one's unwillingness, as if Princess Mingyan was bullying others. Princess Mingyan also heard the meaning in Shen Miao's words and her face sank. She then thought of something and giggled. She said, "I heard that during the academy examinations young Lady Shen and that opponent used the method of betting their lives to compete. Today we will also use the method of betting our lives to compete, alright?" No. Shen Xan did not wait for Shen Miao to finish and flatly refused. His face was cold and he did not care about Emperor Wenhui's expression as he looked at Princess Mingyan and said word by word, "Since your Princess Highness said it is a game, then just treat it as a game. Why must one implicate one's life? Moreover, the tribute banquet is a joyous occasion, it is better not to see swords and sabers at the banquet." When Luo Shuiyan saw Shen Xan speaking, she could not help but grip the teacup in front of her tightly. At that time they did not know about the matter of Shen Miao betting her life with Kai Lin during the academy examinations, and when they returned to the capital to know about it, their hearts palpitated endlessly. If they were present, they would definitely not let Shen Miao use her life as a gambling stake. Now that this Princess Mingyan from the Qin country obviously had ill intentions, how would she let Shen Miao take the risk? Who knew that when Shen Xan said this, Huang Fuhao unexpectedly opened his mouth and smiled. Even so, one must treat the game seriously, and that would show the seriousness of the great Qin towards the Ming Qi. General Shen, it is only to let young Lady Shen and my younger sister play a game. Could it be that General Shen is afraid? Or is it that the Ming Qi cannot afford to lose? His words were filled with thorns as he looked at Emperor Wenhui. If the Ming Qi is afraid of losing face, then there is no harm in dampening Ming An's mood. Chapter 461. Since it had already risen to the face of the country, if Emperor Wenhui did not make a sound, then he would be humiliated by the great Qin in front of the ministers. In the future, how would he be able to establish his prestige? He did not even look at Shen Xan and directly said to Shen Miao, "Since Princess Mingyan is interested, Shen Miao, accompany Princess Mingyan to play. With the Emperor's golden mouth and jade words, it was useless for Shen Xan to say anything else. Shen Qiu clenched his fists and Luo Tan and Feng and Ning looked at each other uneasily. Shen Miao whispered, "Yes." Her expression was not flustered but it made everyone slightly startled. Princess Mingyan turned her head to look at Shen Miao and coincidentally met Shen Miao's gaze. Shen Miao's pair of eyes were extremely clear, like a child's flawless eyes. Originally with this kind of eyes, one would be able to see through anything with a glance. But it was this pair of eyes that were looking at Princess Mingyan. The gaze was as calm as a pool of water that had settled for 1,000 years, and was not able to stir up any waves. Thus one could not see any trace of emotion. One was unable to see through it. Princess Mingyan could not help but feel irritated. She smiled and let her maids fetch the bow and arrow. She first smiled and stared at Shen Miao. This is a rule that Bengong often play in the Great Qin. One person would hold the bow and arrow while blindfolded, and designate the other person to place the fruit on their body, and let the other person shoot. She did not let go of Shen Miao's every expression. Does young lady Shen understand? The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Last time in the academy examinations, Shen Miao and Kai Lin had fruits on their heads, but their eyes were still open. To shoot an arrow while blindfolded, was not one's life being manipulated by others? Just listening to it made one's hair stand. Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan were already unable to restrain their anger. Shen Miao smiled gently as if she was not frightened by Princess Mingyan's words. Many thanks to the princess for informing. She was this calm and did not lose the imposing manner of Ming Qi's side. Immediately more than half of the people present could not help but look up to her. Huang Fuhao stared at her and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Luo Tan pulled the corner of Shen Miao's clothes. "Biao youngest sister, why don't I go on your behalf? I've practiced martial arts before so I know a thing or two about it. If it really doesn't work I'll just avoid it." Shen Miao shook her head and looked at Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan who still wanted to stop her and said softly, "No need to worry. Since she said it like that, then she has confidence that she would not hit me. If they hit me they would be in trouble. Huang Fuhao and Mingyan are both smart people and won't do stupid things. They are only doing this to scare me and embarrass me." "But sister," Shen Qiu held her shoulders worriedly, "you'll be afraid if you're alone. Regardless of whether she can hit you or not, how can she let you go alone?" "I'm not afraid," Shen Miao replied in a warm voice. "Moreover if she hurt me, I also have a chance so why would I let her off?" When she said this, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. It was clearly a smile but it made people feel a clear chill. Luo Ling patted Shen Miao's shoulder and said softly, "Be careful." Shen Miao nodded her head and directly walked towards the main hall. She and Princess Mingyan actually walked towards the main hall together, but one would not know if one did not compare. When the two of them walked at the same time, it made others have a strange illusion. Princess Mingyan was a real golden branch and jade leaves, and was brought up by the imperial family. Her appearance was delicate and beautiful and should be noble and respected, but when she walked beside Shen Miao's hands were crossed and her back was straight. She did not look left or right as she walked and looked straight ahead. Her dignified and graceful bearing actually crushed Princess Mingyan to the point that she was worthless. There were sounds of hissing in the hall. Huang Fuhao's expression also gradually became ugly. Chapter 462. In all fairness, it was not that Princess Mingyan was indescribable, but Shen Miao's magnanimity and composure would make the people around her feel dejected. But thinking about it, it was unimaginable. It was clear that Shen Miao was a young lady of an official, and Princess Mingyan grew up in the palace, so how could she not be compared to Shen Miao? Naturally they did not know that Shen Miao had been an empress in the inner palace for many years, and she was extremely demanding of herself to be perfect because of Fu Xiu-yi, and those rough experiences in the Qin country made her have a bearing that was indifferent to favor or disgrace. In the previous life, if it was not for Mei Furin's secret struggle and Fu Xiu-yi's connivance, she could actually be a good empress who was the mother of the world. It was just that this perfect dream was ultimately shattered alive, but it allowed her to have an unconcealable brilliance in this life. Princess Mingyan did not notice everyone's expression, and only looked at Shen Miao with that shiny black longbow in her hands. This bow was most likely made of good wood, and was soaked in special medicinal herbs, making it look extremely hard and cumbersome. Princess Mingyan said to Shen Miao, "This is Bengong's bow. Let's take one arrow each, shall we? Bengong will first shoot you with the arrow, then it will be your turn to pull the bow." The words set the sequence. and the people of Mingqi revealed an indignant look, as Princess Mingyan was obviously bullying others. But Shen Miao only lightly complied and her expression did not waver. The more she showed that she did not care, the more flustered Princess Mingyan's heart was. She swept a glance at the VIP seating, and suddenly her eyes brightened as she sweetly said, "But now that we are competing here, one fear that some people would feel that it is unfair. It is better to let His Highness Prince Rui of the Great Liang be the judge, and stand here to inspect the bow and arrows, to show that we did not falsify." Finishing, her eyes looked affectionately at Prince Rui. The young ladies of Mingqi who were seated started to scold this Princess Mingyan in their hearts for not knowing shame. This was clearly an opportunity to get close to Prince Rui, and one think that she was intoxicated by Prince Rui's beauty, thus she did such a thing. But Prince Rui had always been unbridled in his actions, and this Princess Mingyan's request was inexplicable, so he would not agree to it. Who knew that when Prince Rui heard it, he pondered for a moment before nodding his head, "All right." This was out of everyone's expectations. Even Emperor Wen Hui and Huang Fu Hao took another look at Prince Rui. One saw Prince Rui lazily standing up from his seat. His legs were long and he took 2 steps to the middle of the hall and stood beside Shen Miao and Princess Mingyan. Princess Mingyan was overjoyed and delicately stretched out her hands to place the bow in Prince Rui's hands and said with a smile, "Then would your Highness Prince Rui check this bow and see if there is any problem?" On the seats of the princes, Prince Zhou sneered and said in a low voice, "This princess of the Great Qin Empire is really restless. She's making a scene in front of so many people." His tone was full of disdain. "But Miss Shen is unexpected." Prince Jing looked at Shen Miao who was standing shoulder to shoulder with Princess Mingyan. "To be so calm even if it is an act, one's courage and insight is outstanding." Speaking of which, Prince Zhou touched his chin, "This young lady of the Shen family is becoming more and more tasteful." He looked at Fu Xiuyi who did not speak a word. "Number 9, do you regret?" Fu Xiuyi lightly said, "Fourth older brother must be joking." Behind Fu Xiuyi, there was a green-clad male who was standing quietly. His gaze went past everyone and landed on the purple-clad young female. Pei Lang looked very calm, as if he was looking at a stranger that he had just met for the first time. It was just that the hands in his sleeves were clenched into fists and were slightly trembling. 2 years had passed and this young female had become more and more attractive. Just like what she said, she was invited back by the heavenly family. But just after returning to the capital, trouble came knocking on her door one after another. The tree longed for peace but the wind would not cease. Shen Miao did not do anything but there were people who took the initiative to look for her. Chapter 463. But Pei Lang knew that Shen Miao would not put herself in a difficult situation, because she had a heart that was more ruthless than everyone else. Prince Rui quickly returned the bow to Princess Mingyan. Princess Mingyan shyly and timidly took it and said to Shen Miao, "May young lady Shen stand over there." Also, she picked up an apple from the maid's tray and handed it to Shen Miao with a smile. "Young lady Shen, place it on your head." Shen Xiu who was seated suddenly clenched her fists. "Yes." Shen Miao's eyes drooped down as she took the apple and walked over to the other side. Everyone looked at her actions, and Princess Mingyan had already ordered people to tie black cloth strips over her eyes. But Prince Rui walked over to Shen Miao's side. Under everyone's eyes, he took the apple from Shen Miao's hands. Shen Miao was startled for a moment as Prince Rui took that apple and gently placed it on her head. Shen Miao looked up at him. Because there was something on her head, Shen Miao was afraid that the apple would fall if she moved too much, thus she could only look at him motionlessly. The young man was extremely tall and even if Shen Miao had grown a few centimeters in these 2 years, she would only reach his chest. She could see the golden buttons on his shirt and she could also see the meaningful look in his eyes. The silver mask revealed this man's good-looking chin and red lips. The corners of his lips were slightly hooked, making one think if there was such a smiling face under the mask. His black eyes were like the stars in autumn water. When he looked over, it seemed to be gentle but also seemed to be ridiculing. Ridiculing? He placed the apple on Shen Miao's head and bent a finger to rub Shen Miao's hair, as if he was stroking a small beast in captivity. But it was only for a short moment before he took it back. Because he was blocking with his body sideways, when others looked at it from this angle, they would only feel that this Prince Rui of the Great Liang was placing the apple for Shen Miao, and did not have any other actions. He turned and walked to the side as if he was watching a good show with his arms crossed. Shen Miao's attention was attracted by Princess Mingyan in front of her. Princess Mingyan was slowly pulling the bow. That bow seemed to be very cumbersome, and Princess Mingyan was also pulling it strenuously. The harder she pulled, the more the bow was pulled, and the heavier everyone's heart became. Especially Shin Xian's family, their faces were as heavy as water. The more the bow was pulled, the greater Princess Mingyan's strength would be, and the greater the strength of the arrow, the more dangerous it would be for Shin Miao. One feared that the residual force of the arrow would bring Shin Miao down. And in this competition, how was it like what Princess Mingyan said? It was only a game, but this was a big matter that concerned the face of a country. Losing was a loss of face, but showing fear was also a loss of face. Shin Miao and Princess Mingyan, everyone was actually optimistic about Princess Mingyan, and only hoped that Shin Miao would not lose too badly. Shin Miao quietly looked at Princess Mingyan, whose eyes were tied with a black cloth. One did not know if Princess Mingyan was deliberately torturing Shin Miao as she pulled the bow slower and slower, and the sound of the bow being pulled tore the hearts of everyone present. Shin Miao's eyes were in a trance, as if she was not at the tribute banquet but in a foreign country, the Qin country. The princes and princesses of the Qin kingdom, as well as the ladies of the officials' families, surround her in the middle as if they are watching a joke. And she was wearing clothes that had been mended countless of times, and there was a fruit on her head as she looked at the person opposite anxiously. That person opposite was arrogant and despotic, dressed in gorgeous and exquisite clothes, and had a white cloth tied over her eyes. She arrogantly said to the crowd of males and females around her, "Look! Today let the Empress of Ming-Chi put an apple on Bengong's head. Later all of you watch clearly for Bengong. See if this Empress of Ming-Chi, who was born in a military family, would be so scared that she peed in her pants? Aha, you must see clearly and tell Bengong." She arrogantly pulled the bowstring, and the arrow shot over with a shio sound. It just happened to miss by a little, but it went from top to bottom, piercing through her hair bun and piercing through her lapel. She screamed in panic and wrapped her clothes tightly, but when she covered it, she heard the ridiculing laughter from all directions getting louder. Such a humiliating memory, but it overlapped with what was in front of her. Shin Miao's lips slowly hooked up, but one did not know if it was out of bitterness or hatred. Her clear eyes seemed to have a layer of black fog that slowly spread to the bottom of her eyes, making it unfathomable. Prince Rue, who was at the side, quietly bent his fingers, paused for a moment, and then quietly released it. She slightly tilted her head in an action that was almost invisible to everyone. Chapter 464. When the arrow shot through the air, everyone present held their breath and focused their attention. There were even some timid females who directly covered their eyes, not daring to look at this scene. The ministers were clear in their hearts that no matter how arrogant and vicious the princess of the great Qin country was, it was impossible for her to shoot a general's daughter in Ming-Chi's territory in front of so many people. But it was one thing to be clear in one's heart and another to see with one's eyes. They, as bystanders, felt their hearts beating fast. So what about Shin Miao? Shin Miao quietly watched and did not even close her eyes, but seriously stared at the arrow that was heading towards her, as if she wanted to see the arrow clearly. But in everyone's eyes, it was her calm and steady demeanor. The arrow made a shio sound, but it was light and skillful. Just by a little bit, it just brushed past Shin Miao's head. He avoided the bright red apple by a hair's breadth. Shen Xiu, who was seated, suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, and Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan's tightly clenched hands slightly loosened. Feng Ning and Luo Tan patted their chests, and Luo Ling picked up the teacup in front of him to drink a mouthful, to cover up his worried expression. The entire audience was silent. Huang Fu Hao was originally smiling, but gradually he could not smile anymore. Princess Mingyan waited for a while, and did not hear any cheers or ridicule towards Shin Miao, and there was a bad premonition in her heart. She pulled off the black cloth that was covering her eyes, and saw that the apple on Shin Miao's head was still safe and sound, and her arrow was not far away. And that purple-clad young female, her hair was not messed up, her clothes were still intact, and there was no trace of panic on her face. She only looked at her lightly. "Your Princess Highness, just now it seemed that my hand slipped and did not shoot." Did not shoot. That sentence was extremely light, but it seemed to contain the most complacent ridicule, making Princess Ming-An's cheeks burn with pain. But after being stunned for a moment, Princess Ming-An reacted. She looked at Shin Miao and said angrily, "You must have moved just now. It was you who moved. Bengong would never miss. If you did not move, how would Bengong miss?" No one expected that Princess Ming-An would suddenly make things difficult, and even Emperor Wen Hui revealed an unhappy expression. "Is the princess saying that hundreds of people in this banquet are covering up for young Lady Shin?" Shen Miao stood perfectly straight, and from the beginning to the end, she did not even try to evade. Even though one did not know if it was fake or real, but if it was real, this female's courage was enough to make everyone in the world admire her. No matter how much Emperor Wen Hui feared the Shen family was after all Ming Qi's people. As the Emperor of Ming Qi, how could he let a Qin country's princess slander Shen Miao in front of him? One feared that today he would indulge Princess Ming An's nonsense, and tomorrow the emperor's prestige among the officials would plummet. Princess Ming An felt wronged in her heart and looked at Huang Fu Hao. Huang Fu Hao looked at her with a gloomy face, and Princess Ming An quivered. She did not dare to look at Huang Fu Hao again and turned to look at Prince Rue, who was standing at the side, and said sweetly, "Your Highness." Prince Rue had just seen clearly. Did the young lady of the Shen family hide? When she said those words, Princess Ming An softened her voice and stared at Prince Rue, which made everyone present feel somewhat ashamed. Prince Rue's lips hooked up. No. Princess Ming An was surprised for a moment. "Your Highness," Prince Rue is saying that Shen Miao did not hide. "Are you questioning this prince's eyes?" Prince Rue retorted. He looked to be infinitely graceful, and it was enough to make one's heart admire him, but when his voice was cold, it made one feel the chill and dare not look straight at him. Princess Ming An jumped in shock, but saw Shen Miao standing opposite and looking at her with a smile. "Your Princess Highness, since one is willing to bet, one must be willing to lose. Or is it that your Princess Highness cannot afford to lose?" Chapter 465. You are presumptuous. Princess Ming An screamed. She suddenly saw the angry gazes that were directed at her from all directions, and suddenly understood that this was Ming Qi's territory, and screaming at Shen Miao had already angered the crowd. She looked at Shen Miao and suddenly sneered. Why would Ben Gong not be able to afford to lose? But do not be too pleased with yourself too early. Ben Gong cannot shoot. Can you shoot? Princess Ming An's heart was filled with anger. Her archery skills had already reached the point of perfection, and this bow was the biggest bow that she had used since young. Princess Ming An had played with this kind of blindfolded archery for many years in the Qin country, and had never made a mistake. She originally wanted to give Shen Miao a little trouble, and in order to teach the Shen family a lesson for their rudeness, at the same time as shooting the apple, it would be easy to shoot Shen Miao's clothes to make her lose face, so how could she miss at the crucial moment? But under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shen Miao did not evade, and this made her not know where the problem was. She proudly proposed a competition, but in the end not only did she not make Shen Miao lose face, she also did not shoot. If those princesses and princes of the Qin country knew about it, they would laugh at her. Thinking of this, Princess Ming An had some more disgust and resentment towards Shen Miao. Shen Miao looked at Princess Ming An's actions, and her heart turned slightly cold. In her previous life, she stayed in the Qin country for 5 years, and had dealings with this princess of the Qin country for 5 years. Shen Miao was clearer than anyone else what kind of temperament Princess Ming An had. Princess Ming An liked to tease her like this, to play the game of shooting in front of everyone. With one arrow, her hair would be blown apart, and with another arrow, her clothes would be torn apart, and occasionally, accidentally, she would even graze her body. When Princess Ming An pulled the bow, she knew what Princess Ming An's idea was, which angle the arrow would fly from and where it would land. After repeating the scene countless of times, how could she not be clear? She simply tilted her head slightly, and let the arrow coincidentally brush past her. No one would believe Princess Ming An's words, just like how no one believed Shen Miao's words in the beginning. Being wronged, misunderstood, and made a fool of, it should be let this noble princess personally enjoy it. Of course it was not only this. Shen Miao took the bright red apple and smiled. "If it was me, I would ask your Princess Highness to bite this apple in your mouth." At the beginning the audience was still discussing in a low voice, but when they heard what Shen Miao said, there was a moment of silence. Princess Ming An's eyes widened and looked at Shen Miao in disbelief. "What did you say?" Her voice became sharper, and because of the anxiety, it was unpleasant to hear. Shen Miao looked at her with a smile, and there was still a bit of innocence in her eyes. "Princess, didn't you say that this is the game of the great Qin dynasty? The archer will choose where to place the apple. Your Royal Highness wanted to put the apple on my head, so I let it go. Now." She smiled generously. "If your Royal Highness is afraid, you can change to someone else." It was better if she did not say those words, but when she said those words, Princess Ming An was so angry that she almost flipped over. If it was another person, would it not mean that she, Princess Ming An, was timid and could not afford to lose, and would lose all her face in front of the Ming Qi, the great Liang in the Qin country? Yi Pei Lan sucked in a breath of cold air and said to Shen Yu, "Is she crazy? How dare she go against Princess Mingyan?" Originally in the academy examinations, Shen Miao and Kai Lin confronted each other because Shen Xian's official position was not lower than Kai Darren's. But now that the other party was a princess of a country, it was really beyond one's expectations that Shen Miao dared to provoke. Kai Lin and Kai Darren looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Initially they thought that Shen Miao was targeting him, but now it seemed that Shen Miao did not even put a country's princess in her eyes, so what else was there to say? Chapter 466. The prince's banquet was also filled with sighs. Prince Li smiled with deep meaning. This young lady of the Shen family is really vengeful. Princess Mingyan stared at Shen Miao, and facing her sharp gaze, Shen Miao only smiled lightly. In helplessness, Princess Mingyan could only look to Huang Fu Hao for help. Huang Fu Hao lightly coughed and was somewhat angry that Shen Miao did not know how to appreciate favors. Princess Mingyan also represented the face of the great Qin, and he could not let Princess Mingyan be dissatisfied. Thus he looked at Emperor Wen Hui and then glanced at Shen Miao. It is only a game. Why is the young lady of Ming Qi so unforgiving? Emperor Wen Hui looked at the Shen family. Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan were drinking tea by themselves, as if they did not hear the words from above. Shen Qiu and Luo Ling looked up unruffled but did not express their stance. Feng and Ning and Luo Tan stared at Princess Mingyan with indignation in their eyes. The Shen family's attitude was very clear, and they did not intend to let it go like that, so they were obviously going against Princess Mingyan. Shen Xian also had anger in his stomach. Just now Princess Mingyan was so aggressive that Shen Miao had no way out, and now it was Princess Mingyan's turn to have a taste of this. Do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. When Princess Mingyan schemed against others, she should have thought of what it was like to be schemed against herself. Since the Shen family was already placed in the teeth of the wind and waves, and since the Qin country's people were targeting the Shen family, then there was nothing to worry about. When Shen Xian's violent temper came up, he thought that a barefooted person would not be afraid of someone wearing shoes, so even if he shot Princess Mingyan to death today, it would not matter. Emperor Wen Hui looked at Shen Xian's attitude and his heart understood. Shen Xian was protective of his shortcomings, not to mention that it was related to Shen Miao. Since Shen Xian wanted to be the target, Emperor Wen Hui was happy to see it happen. Moreover, he did not like Princess Mingyan's arrogant and willful temperament that did not put Ming Qi in her eyes, and planned to kill Princess Mingyan's prestige, so he smiled at Huang Fu Hao. It is a game between children, why the crown prince need to be so worried? Since they are playing happily, Zhen will naturally not stop them. Huang Fu Hao did not expect that the Shen family was a hard nail, and even more did not expect that Emperor Wen Hui, this old fox, would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, thus he did not have any other way. Moreover, the ministers of Ming Qi gradually became bolder and started to whisper. If they were to really reject, then the Qin country's face would really be gone. He gave Princess Mingyan a warning glare. Mingyan, since it is you who suggested it, then play with young lady Shen till the end. He glanced at Shen Miao again and said meaningfully, since Shen young lady is playing, she will definitely not hurt you. The unspoken meaning was that if anything happened to Princess Mingyan, Shen Miao would definitely pay the price. Shen Miao only smiled when she heard such threats. Rest assured, Your Princess Highness. Since we did not sign the life and death agreement, this official's daughter will not hurt Your Princess Highness. The more she said that, the more uneasy Princess Mingyan felt. But now that she was riding a tiger, it was hard to get off, so she could only do as Shen Miao said. Walking to the other side, Princess Mingyan's eyes were like knives that were cutting Shen Miao's body. She suddenly thought of something and her eyes brightened up as she smiled. But young lady Shen, Bengong's bow is not something that anyone can pull. One fear that you, before the words cannot pull it up, could be said, one saw that Shen Miao had already pulled the bow easily. It was different from Princess Mingyan's strenuous pulling. Shen Miao's posture was extremely beautiful and the pull was very relaxed, as if this bow had been with her for decades, and she was very proficient in it. She smiled at Princess Mingyan and faced Princess Mingyan's incredulous gaze. She lightly said, Good bow. Your Princess Highness bow, I am also very comfortable with it. Many thanks. Chapter 467. She waved her hand and instructed the maid to tie the black cloth over her eyes. Just as the maid was about to move, she saw Prince Rue picking up the black cloth on the maid's tray and playing with it. Everyone looked at him strangely. Prince Rui walked to Shen Miao's back and held her chin with one hand to lift her head up slightly, while the other hand wrapped the black cloth around Shen Miao's eyes. Luo Tan's eyes widened and pulled Feng and Ning. This? What is the meaning of this? Prince Rui's action made Luo Tan curious. Emperor Wenhui, who was sitting on the high seat, slightly frowned, and Princess Mingyan looked at Shen Miao with jealousy and killing intent in her eyes. Shen Miao was tied up and could not see anything clearly, and could only feel that the person behind her was gentle and gentle. His fingertips were cold, and when it accidentally touched Shen Miao's cheeks, it was like snowflakes kissing the clothes, and there was a faint coolness. But for some reason the places that were touched started to heat up again. When the people behind no longer moved, Shen Miao then faced the direction of Princess Mingyan and knocked an arrow. Everyone held their breath as they watched her actions with rapt attention, and their hearts were extremely nervous. Some people secretly complained why Shen Miao would do this, to let Princess Mingyan bite the apple in her mouth, and it would be able to humiliate Princess Mingyan. But this also meant that if Shen Miao was not careful, she would injure Princess Mingyan and even lose her life. The princess of the Qing country lost her life in the Ming Qi, so how would the Qing country leave it at that? Even if Shen Miao sacrificed her life, it would not be enough, and would implicate the entire Ming Qi. If one wanted to let Princess Mingyan be safe and sound, one could only deliberately shoot to the side, and as such the Ming Qi would lose face. Thinking about it, only if Shen Miao shot the apple in Princess Mingyan's mouth would she be able to win beautifully. However, that was almost impossible. Huang Fuhao stared at Shen Miao. Others were not clear, but Princess Mingyan was his younger sister, so he naturally knew how heavy Princess Mingyan's bow was. Ordinary women wouldn't be able to pull the bow. Even those who were skilled in martial arts and had some foundation in martial arts would have to practice with the bow for a while, not to mention women. Even men would have to practice with the bow for a while. But just now when Shen Miao casually pulled the bow, that kind of skillful posture, skillful gestures, and relaxed expression made people suspect that she had already touched this bow countless times before to be able to use it so smoothly. However, that was simply impossible. It was Princess Mingyan's first time in the Qing country, and it was also Shen Miao's first time touching this bow. Huang Fuhao's heart suddenly had some interest as he looked at Shen Miao as if he had seen something new, and his gaze became deeper. Shen Miao was completely unaware of it. She closed her eyes and her hands caressed the patterns on the arrows, every tiny scratch on the heavy bow. It was exactly the same as his previous life. She had touched this bow countless of times, and Princess Mingyan would always generously pass the bow to her when she was in a sorry state. It is your turn. In fact, Shen Miao had secretly practiced countless of times, and she could hit the target, but every time she would deliberately shoot far away, and be laughed at by the princesses and princes of Ming Qi. Because she was a hostage, she should compromise and live under others' charity, and not be arrogant and despotic. Even if she could win, she must lose, and lose to make Princess Mingyan happy, so that she would have the chance to return alive to see Fu Ming and Wanyu. Those most difficult years were engraved in her heart like the simple and unadorned patterns on the bow. His forbearance from his previous life could finally be displayed openly now. She was no longer the Empress of Ming Qi, but could freely and fearlessly attack Princess Mingyan, just like what Princess Mingyan did to her. Chapter 468. She said, "Trouble your Princess Highness not to dodge." Finishing, her hands loosened and the almost fully drawn bow made a bang sound as the arrow shot towards Princess Mingyan like a meteor. Princess Mingyan was so scared that her eyes blurred. That arrow came too fast and she wanted to dodge, but it was too late. She felt a pain in her mouth as the arrow was right in front of her eyes. She wanted to scream, but with the apple in her mouth, her body softened and she collapsed. The palace maids behind quickly supported her, and Huang Fuhao stood up all of a sudden with a gloomy expression. The hall was filled with sighs, but Shen Miao took off the black cloth that was tied around her eyes and walked over to the fainted Princess Mingyan and took out the apple from Princess Mingyan's mouth. On the bright red apple, half of the arrowhead entered and the remaining half of the arrowhead was outside. It would not pierce Princess Mingyan's throat, but one could see it clearly. All hit. It seems that this official's daughter's luck is very good. As luck would have it, all hit. She smiled. With a hua sound, the hall was suddenly filled with sighs. The officials of Ming Qi were first stunned before their faces flushed with joy and started to applaud. Someone said, "Like father, like daughter." It was Princess Mingyan who suggested to compete in archery, and Shen Miao had no choice but to accept it. But at the end, Princess Mingyan did not hit, but Shen Miao hit, and Princess Mingyan even fainted from fright. Who was strong and who was weak, one would know with one look. Emperor Wenhui had many suspicions towards the Shen family, but now that Shen Miao had helped him gain a lot of face and made the Qin country suffer, Emperor Wenhui was now very happy. He looked at Shen Xen. General Shen, you have raised a good daughter. Shen Xen cupped his hands and said that he did not dare. Shen Miao stood in the hall and there was a slight wind that blew the corner of her skirt up like a blooming flower. She quietly stared at Princess Mingyan, who was being supported by the maids, and restrained all kinds of emotions in her eyes. When she turned her head, she met Prince Rui's gaze. One could not see what kind of expression was under the mask, but this man's gaze was warm and cool, making one somewhat confused. One did not know if he was smiling or not, but he glanced at Shen Miao before walking back to the VIP seats to sit down. Huang Fuhao felt that he had lost face, but he did not know how to redeem it. Today's matter was sudden and it was caused by Princess Mingyan, but to reach such a stage Shen Miao was inextricably involved. Looking at Shen Miao, Huang Fuhao snorted coldly. One did not think that young lady Shen would have such skills. Shen Miao lowered her head and returned to her own seat. She was always so gentle and harmless. She was clearly merciless when she shot the arrows, but now she had a dignified demeanor, as if she was not the one who wielded the saber and spear. She was noble and dignified. Even if she wanted to say something out of anger, under this kind of attitude, it was as if the principles of Buddhism were on her side, making people speechless. Shen Miao, just now you really... Feng and Ning pulled her hands. If you were a male, I would marry you. Revenge with enmity, it is really delightful. Luo Tan also said, Biao youngest sister, I know that you are not one to be bullied. In the Shaochun city, the Luo family had some understanding of Shen Miao's temperament. Weak and easily bullied? Only blind people would think so. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. Everyone thought that she held a grudge, and because Princess Mingyan pressured her, she repaid it in such a manner. One did not know that her arrow resolved the hatred of the past lifetime. Facing Fu Xiuyi, such a scheming person, naturally one had to plan step by step. As for a person like Princess Mingyan, if she did not return the humiliation she suffered in the past lifetime, she would not be able to live up to her rebirth. Some people needed to endure, and some people who could not bear it would come knocking on the door. She handled things carefully, but on some matters she still had a consistent temper. With the protection of the family and the bargaining chip, why would she not dare to go against Princess Mingyan? That would be slapping her face. Chapter 469. Luo Ling handed over a cup of hot tea and asked warmly, Is Biao youngest sister all right? Nothing. She replied with a smile. She was sensitive to feel that there was a clear gaze on her, but when she looked around no one was looking over, so she thought that it was her misconception. At the seats of the distinguished guests, the youth wearing a mask bent his fingers and flicked the wine cup in front of him. There was a white jade ring on his fingertips that was glowing with a faint jade color. It was a good tribute banquet, but no one expected that there would be such an unforeseen event in the middle. But if one were to investigate the reason, it was Princess Ming-An's own fault. Anshin Xn, who had just returned to the capital to resume his official position, with this unyielding attitude and Shen Miao's beautiful win, once again made a name for himself in the Ming Qi's tribute banquet. No matter what the outcome was with Shen Xian's high profile, it made others somewhat fearful. At the prince's banquet, Fu Xiuyi's expression had already changed from the initial calm and composed to a calm and collected look, and from time to time he would look at Shen Xian's side. Occasionally he would look past Shen Xn and stop at the purple-clad young female who was sitting quietly. It was not only her, there were a lot of gazes that were sizing up Shen Miao. There were young talents that felt that Shen Miao attracted attention, and naturally there were also Huang Fuhao's gaze that made others feel uncomfortable. At the end, even a careless person like Luo Tan also noticed it and said, Why is everyone looking at Biao youngest sister? Are people not allowed to eat? Luo Ling smiled and said to Shen Miao, Biao youngest sister and I exchanged positions. Luo Ling's position was slightly closer to the inside, and after Shen Miao exchanged positions with him, Luo Ling's tall stature was able to block her, and also block some probing gazes, and for a moment it was much more comfortable. Until the end of the tribute banquet, there were no other matters. Huang Fuhao left halfway, and said that he wanted to see Princess Mingyan, who had fainted from fright. Naturally no one stopped him, but everyone was well aware that after a few days, Princess Mingyan would hate Shen Miao. Even though Shen Miao had Shen Xian's protection, it would be easy for Princess Mingyan to find an excuse to make things difficult for Shen Miao. Everyone's gaze towards Shen Miao unconsciously had a little sympathy. Only Shen Yu and entourage felt pleased when they saw Shen Miao. Most likely Shen Wan wanted to get close to Shen Xian, but now that Shen Xian was reinstated and was invited back by Emperor Wen Hui, it would not be a good thing for the relationship between the brothers to be too stiff. But this time Shen Xian had made up his mind. He did not even look sideways when he passed by Shen Wan, and did not have the slightest intention of greeting him. Everyone saw this and understood in their hearts. When Shen Xian was forced to leave the capital, the news of him separating from the Shen family was known by the entire capital. It had always been easy to add flowers to a brocade but difficult to send charcoal in the snow. Now that Shen Xian had made a comeback and Shen Wan had come to greet him, any man with guts would not bother about it. In terms of cleaning up, Shen Xian had the upper hand. Shen Wan also did not crazily stick to the cold buttocks. Shen Xian did not pay attention to him, so he did not impatiently go forward. The two brothers were like strangers. After the banquet, some of Shen Xian's former colleagues came over to greet him. Luo Shuiyan brought Shen Miao outside to wait for the carriage to arrive. Luo Tan skipped in front and Feng and Ning had already gone back with Feng Furen while Luo Ling and Shen Qiu walked at the back. After turning through a palace door, there was the horse carriage that Shen Xian had arranged. Shen Miao turned her head and coincidentally saw that at the end of the long corridor in the palace, there was a slender figure slowly walking over. Before one could see the appearance clearly, one could see from afar that the silver mask on his face shone brightly under the light of the lantern, and the embroidered pattern on the corner of the robe was especially clear in the night. One could not see clearly what kind of texture it was and only felt that it was extraordinarily gorgeous. Shen Miao looked at it carefully. When that youth walked to a distance away from Shen Miao, he stopped and tilted his head slightly. One did not know if he was looking at this side. Shen Miao looked at him quietly. In the night, the long corridor in the palace was deep and serene. This person was covered in the moonlight as he stepped on the swaying shadows of the trees. One could not see clearly what expression he had, but one felt that he was like an immortal demon from a painting. He slowly stretched out his hand and his fingers slightly bent before lightly knocking 3 times on the pillar at the palace door. Shen Qiu and Luo Ling discovered that Shen Miao did not follow over. Shen Qiu walked in front of Shen Miao and asked, "Younger sister, what are you looking at?" "Nothing." Shen Miao recovered to her senses and said, "Go to the horse carriage and wait first. The wind outside is strong so that one would not catch a cold." Luo Ling said warmly. Shen Miao nodded her head and lifted her feet to walk towards the horse carriage. But she suddenly stopped her footsteps and turned her head to look at the long corridor. The moonlight in the corridor was like water and the flowers painted an intoxicating picture on the ground. When the breeze blew past, the flowers trembled and there was no figure in the empty corridor. It was as if everything just now was an illusion. Luo Tan's soft urging voice was heard. Shen Miao turned around and closed her eyes before lifting the corner of her skirt up the horse carriage. Chapter 470. On the way back, Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan did not speak much. Even though they tried to look relaxed on the surface, they still revealed some seriousness. Shen Qiu was also not his usual self. Even though Luo Tan had a carefree temperament, she was sensitive enough to sense that something was not right and did not speak. Today one had offended Princess Mingyan, which also meant offending the crown prince of the Qin country. The Shen family had just returned and was pushed to the teeth of the wind and waves. Even though Shen Xian tried his best to avoid it, it was like there was an invisible hand behind his back that pushed the Shen family out. Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan were not afraid of any difficulties that might appear, but since Shen Miao appeared today, they were afraid that Princess Mingyan would hate Shen Miao and use underhanded means to trip them up. But things had already happened, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. When the soldiers come, the generals will counter them. The only way was to better protect Shen Miao and not let any slip-ups happen. By the time they returned to the residence, Shen Miao had entered her own courtyard to freshen up and it was already somewhat late. She lit the oil lamp and when Guyu saw that she did not have the intention to rest, she said, "Is young lady still worried about tonight's matter?" "It doesn't matter. With master and madam around, they won't let the Qin princess do anything stupid." Shen Miao shook her head. She was clearer than others what kind of temperament Princess Mingyan had. Princess Mingyan's temperament was very selfish and strong, and during the tribute banquet in the previous lifetime, Princess Mingyan also made things difficult for her. It was because Princess Mingyan thought that Fu Xiuyi was such an outstanding person, but he married such a vulgar wife and was very disdainful. Now that the great Liang's people had changed to Prince Rue, the most outstanding person in Princess Mingyan's eyes had become Prince Rue, but she still did not let her off. Perhaps this was what people said, some people's enmity was destined by the heavens, no matter how many lifetimes were separated. All of you go down. Shen Miao said, I cannot sleep and will play chess for a while. Guyu still wanted to say something but Jingzhe pulled her sleeves. Jingzhe said, then these servants will withdraw first. Young lady must not think too much. When one feels tired later, then rest early and do not tire one's body. The night is cold, so don't stay up too late. Shen Miao complied and Jingzhe and Guyu retreated. On the small table in front of the table, there was an empty chessboard. Shen Miao held the white pieces in one hand and the black pieces in the other as she seriously played with herself. She played seriously. Time slowly passed, and the chess game gradually changed from nothing at the beginning to black and white crisscrossing, appearing extremely complicated. In the beginning she was able to play the game with ease, but later on she had to think hard for a long time before she placed a piece. It was so quiet outside the courtyard that one could not even hear the chirping of the birds and the chirping of the insects as the Ding capital fell into a beautiful dream. A cool breeze was blowing in the courtyard. Shen Miao looked at the chessboard and gently exhaled. Over the past 2 years, the various forces had taken turns to enter the stage, and the chess pieces that had been arranged had already reached their positions. From a certain point of view, even if they had the upper hand, they might not necessarily be able to achieve successive victories. This was a game between her and Fu Xiuyi, but now it seemed that she still thought of some things too simply. Everything in this world was changing. She was changing. She was no longer the her from her previous life. Naturally, other people would change as well. The only thing that didn't change was the change itself. No one could predict what kind of changes these changes would bring to the game. She glanced at the chess game on the table, stood up, walked to the window and opened it. The rustling autumn wind that blew in from the window gave rise to some coolness. The shadows of the trees swayed in front of the window. She looked at it for a while before turning around. The oil lamp in the room had burned to the last bit and the candle flame flickered before extinguishing. When the lamp was extinguished, the moonlight flowed into the room like flowing water, illuminating the room. It was a little cooler than the lights. A "deh" sound was heard from the front of the table. One did not know when a person was sitting in front of the chessboard. He held a black piece in his hand and casually placed it on the board before raising his head to look at Shen Miao. Chapter 471. The purple gold robe looked even more gorgeous under the moonlight, and that pattern seemed to be somewhat familiar. It was clearly an arrogant posture, but it was blocked by the half-silver mask, making it look somewhat profound. Shen Miao was not surprised that there was an uninvited person in the middle of the night. She closed the windows without a change in expression and the room suddenly became dark again. Shen Miao walked to the table and fumbled for a match to light another lamp. Under the warm yellow halo, the fragrance of the clothes and the shadow of the hair seemed exceptionally ambiguous. Shen Miao held the lamp and walked to the opposite of that person to sit down. You are waiting for me? The purple-clad youth's voice was low and it was exceptionally pleasant to hear in the night. Because he deliberately suppressed it, it was somewhat hoarse, but it was like a lover's whisper beside one's ear. His voice was also smiling and seemed to be very happy. Shen Miao stared at the mask on his face. Even the mask could not hide his good looks. That beautiful chin and red lips, on the contrary, because it was covering his true appearance, it was more mysterious and more captivating. It was rumored that everyone in the imperial family of the Great Liang were beautiful. She had never seen Prince Rui's true appearance but knew that just based on elegance, this person was already outstanding enough. Your Highness knocked 3 times on the pillar, is it not to remind this official's daughter to visit at the 3rd watch? This official's daughter does not dare to disobey. She answered. When those words were said, Shen Miao saw it clearly. The lips of the person opposite hooked up and said, really smart. His attitude was clearly frivolous and even somewhat romantic, but one did not know why it made one feel some distance. As if one knew the indifference and cruelty in this person's bones. Shen Miao quietly looked at him and said, what words does your Highness want to say to this official's daughter? The purple-clad youth casually picked up a black chess piece from the chess basket and played with it. The slender white hand holding the black chess piece showed a kind of exquisite beauty. He swept a glance at the chess game and said, this chess game is indeed interesting. Little girl, the winds and clouds of the world are all placed in the chess game by you. One do not know where is the Great Liang? Which piece is this prince's chess piece? He was actually able to see through this chess game with one glance, as it was the current situation of Ming Qi. Shen Miao did not speak. His voice was lazy with some indifference. This prince saw you at the tribute banquet today and seemed to be old acquaintances with Princess Mingyan. You have seen Princess Mingyan? Shen Miao's heart tightened. She naturally knew Princess Mingyan, and other than Huang Fu Hao, no one would have any doubts about today's performance. One was a princess of the Qin country, and the other was a young lady of an official's family in the Ming Qi. The Qin country and the Ming Qi were separated by thousands of miles, and it was Princess Mingyan's first time coming to the Ming Qi, so no one would link her with Princess Mingyan. However, the words of the person in front of him tore apart the surface mercilessly and exposed the truth. What did he discover? What did you find? Furthermore, he was able to sense that something was amiss just from the few encounters they had at the banquet. If it was the latter, then the man in front of him was simply too terrifying. However, her eyebrows did not move. Her fingers in her sleeves tightened slightly, and a smile appeared on her face. Unfortunately, this official's daughter had not seen Princess Mingyan before, but is acquainted with His Highness Prince Rui. The purple-clad youth turned his head to look at her and suddenly placed both his hands on the table as he leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "Oh? What?" Shen Miao looked at the person in front of her. His breathing was gentle but the golden buttons were cold. There was a smile on his lips but his eyes were somewhat indifferent. One did not know if this was a man of fire or ice, but his entire body was filled with danger. He was attractive enough but it made Shen Miao instinctively want to avoid him. That pair of dark eyes that were as deep as the sea stared at her. She lowered her head and avoided the other's meaningful gaze, and stared at the exquisite embroidered buttons in front of her before lightly saying, "Long time no see, Xie Jing Xing." Chapter 472. The air seemed to be still at that moment. In the oil lamp, the sparks made a small, pi-li-pa-la sound and a small flame fell down. In the dark night, it lit up for a moment before disappearing. Shen Miao raised her head and looked at him. The purple-clad youth smiled faintly as he looked at Shen Miao. Both of their shadows were reflected on the ground, showing a lingering posture, as if he was the one who turned his head to kiss Shen Miao. He slowly retracted his hand and returned to his own position. His voice was still cheerful as he said, "Trust that you have been well, Shen Miao." The purple-clad youth reached out to remove the mask on his face. Sword-like eyebrows, affectionate starry eyes, a nose that was hanging and lips that were painted with rouge. It was as if yesterday he was still a handsome youth with red lips and white teeth, but after 2 years he was a truly handsome man. The smile on his lips was as usual slightly ridiculing and mischievous, but there was no longer the arrogance of a youth in his eyes. That was a kind of depth that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if the dark night was beautiful because of the stars, but the darkness made one terrified. His noble and elegant demeanor was displayed to the extreme after 2 years, and every move had the innate arrogance of a noble. It was as cold as the clear moon, but as dazzling as the scorching sun. Without the restriction of his identity, the Xie Jing Xing who appeared again and no longer restrained his brilliance, was so dazzling that one could not ignore him. He looked at Shen Miao with a smile that was not a smile and said ambiguously, "Not seeing for 2 years, who gave you the courage to call my name?" He said it like that but in the end he had changed this prince to me. Shen Miao said, "Now you are not the little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and in the Ming Qi and do not like to call you by your name. It is also possible to call you Prince Rui." There was finally some sarcasm in the words. From the residence of the Marquis of Lin and in the Ming Qi to the younger brother of Emperor Yonglu of the Great Liang, this time Xie Jing Xing had indeed gone astray. But Shen Miao said it politely, but she had underestimated Xie Jing Xing. Xie Jing Xing smiled lazily, "It is indifferent to insist on calling my name. But one forgot to tell you that Xie Yuan is my real name and Jing Xing is my courtesy name. When you call me Xie Jing Xing, you are calling me by my little courtesy name. What? You've grown up and become more passionate." The smile on his lips was evil and frivolous. "Have we reached the point of calling each other little?" Shen Miao glared at him. Other than relatives, only lovers and husband and wife would call each other little. Shen Miao did not expect that after Xie Jing Xing changed his identity, Jing Xing actually became his little character. Speaking of which, she then remembered that Emperor Yonglu of the Great Liang was also surnamed Xie, and the imperial family of the Liang dynasty was the Xie family. What a coincidence. Xie Jing Xing was minding his own business pouring tea for himself. After 2 years, Shen Xian had already moved out of the general residence and opened another residence. Xie Jing Xing came uninvited and acted as if he was at home as usual. Just like 2 years ago, he treated the Shen mansion as his own courtyard and could come and go as he pleased. He took a sip of tea and glanced at the angry Shin Miao and seemed to find it very interesting. Courtesy demands reciprocity. What do you want me to call you, Jiao Jiao? That voice of Jiao Jiao was so sweet that it left a fragrance on one's cheeks. In addition to Xie Jingxing's moving beauty, if it was a normal female, one would have long been bewitched. Shin Miao's body was also hot from being called. She thought that even if Xie Jingxing did not have the identity of the imperial family, he would be able to live well as a prostitute in a small brothel. Perhaps he could even be famous throughout the world. What are you thinking about? Xie Jingxing asked. Thinking that you are born with such beauty that even the top hostess in a small brothel cannot be compared to you. No wonder you need to wear a mask to hide. Shin Miao deliberately angered him. Chapter 473. Xie Jingxing choked and one did not know what he was thinking about as his lazy expression stiffened for a moment. When Shin Miao saw him like this, her heart was extremely carefree. Before she could speak, Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. To be so worried about me, it seems that you are in love with me? Shin Miao said, does Prince Rui know how to write the words thinking too much? She was disgusted by Xie Jingxing's little words and could not call him little Marquis Xie, so Shin Miao simply used the cold Prince Rui instead, obviously wanting to draw a clear line. In the beginning when you hugged me and kissed me, you were not this heartless, he said. Shin Miao stared at him incredulously with wide eyes but did not know that this appearance was like a deer that was just born in the mountain stream, with clear and round black eyes that were very delicate. She said, what do you mean by your words? Xie Jingxing reached out and pinched her face. His action was too fast and Shin Miao could not dodge in time. When she reacted, Xie Jingxing had already retracted his hand and thought for a moment before saying, it seems that you do not remember. On the first night you left the capital, I had bid farewell to you. Shin Miao was stunned and looked at him without speaking. Xie Jingxing sighed, indeed after drinking wine, one do not recognize others. You do not remember what you did to me? Shin Miao's face revealed a tangled expression. As the saying goes, one's temperament will be messed up after drinking. Her alcohol tolerance was actually not bad, but the plum blossom wine that night was too intoxicating. She wanted to prevent herself from saying the wrong things and causing others to be suspicious, so she avoided everyone and slept alone in a room. She did not think that Xie Jingxing came over? Prince Rui must be joking. Prince Rui and I are just acquaintances, what can I do? Shin Miao suppressed the uneasiness in her heart but her face was calm. But she knew very little about the matters between men and women, and in her previous life she only blindly fawned over Fu Xiu-yi and was not clear about a male's thoughts. In this aspect she was really as immature as a white paper. And to deal with a black-hearted person like Xie Jingxing, she was really too inexperienced. Xie Jingxing smiled and was not in a hurry to refute and spoke unhurriedly, you seem to want to be an empress. After getting drunk, you still want a pulley gong to watch the fireworks and even want the crown prince and princess to accompany? He looked at Shin Miao with interest. Empress Shen? Shin Miao was originally trying to cover up the tea she was drinking and almost spurted it out. How many years had it been since she heard this form of address? For a moment, Shin Miao almost thought that she was dreaming. She feared that after her rebirth, she was filled with flowers and the reality of her loved ones was just a beautiful dream, and after she woke up, she would still be in that cold palace, walking step by step towards the end of her family being wiped out. Shin Miao's entire body stiffened and she had to admit a fact. She originally thought that Xie Jingxing deliberately said that to trick her, but now it seemed that Xie Jingxing really came that night and really saw the scene after she was drunk. Otherwise Xie Jingxing was not a deity, how could he know so many things? But, how much did she say and how much did Xie Jingxing hear? Xie Jingxing was so smart, how much did he guess? When Xie Jingxing saw her uneasy look, his eyes darkened but his lips hooked up into a smile. There is no need to be so afraid. I have always been tolerant towards women. Do you want to know what you did to this king? What did I do? Shin Miao looked at him calmly. Nothing much. Xie Jingxing lazily supported his chin with his hand and seemed to be thinking, but the words that he said were shocking. You only hugged me and did not let me go, pressed me down and kissed me, cried and shouted that you want to be my empress, and wanted me not to neglect you. Shin Miao, I did not do that kind of thing, Shin Miao said. No matter how drunk she was, she would not have any beautiful thoughts towards Xie Jingxing. Moreover, that kind of style was not her style of doing things. Chapter 474. You want to deny? Xie Jingxing frowned. This is not honest, Shin Jiaojiao. I will give you money. Shin Miao made a prompt decision. I can compensate you however much you want. Xie Jingxing quietly looked at her for a while and Shin Miao did not know why but she felt that his gaze was like a knife, as if Xie Jingxing could not wait to kill her. After a long while, Xie Jingxing then smiled and gritted his teeth. Do you treat me as a prostitute or a male pet? Money? This prince is never short of money. Shin Miao was silent. Xie Jingxing took a deep breath and said, How did you discover it? Shin Miao did not expect him to change the topic and asked puzzledly, What? Xie Jingxing picked up the mask on the table. How did you discover my identity? 2 years ago I died in battle and no matter what, it is not reasonable to guess my identity upon meeting. One had already guessed it before seeing you. Shin Miao said, Guessed that you are from the Great Liang but did not guess that you are from the imperial family. Afterwards when one saw you at the tribute banquet, one vaguely felt that you were familiar and boldly guessed it. When Xie Jingxing heard it, he gradually frowned and looked at Shin Miao. Guessed it 2 years ago? That night in Wulong Temple, the little marquis came over to drink tea and eat snacks. Shin Miao's expression was calm. Luckily I was able to eat a little of that snack. Xie Jingxing raised his brows. So what about it? Unfortunately. Shin Miao said, that snack seemed to be made by the Great Liang imperial family's chef and the taste was very delicious. Xie Jingxing was slightly startled. 2 years ago he encountered the scene of Shin Miao framing Shin Qing and Prince Yu in Wulong Temple and because of interest, he simply went to her room with Shin Miao. Because he was out running all night and was hungry he borrowed Shin Miao's tea to eat some snacks. He even fed Shin Miao a piece. He himself was working in Mingqi and was at the end living like a prince. The Great Liang's pastry chef was also by his side and that bag of pastries came from the hands of the Great Liang chef. Xie Jingxing had thought of many clues that Shin Miao could guess his identity but he never expected that it would be this. A bag of pastries would actually reveal some clues. But his eyes were sharp as he looked at Shin Miao. How do you know that this was made by the Great Liang chef? I was fortunate to eat it once. Shin Miao said. She had indeed eaten it once. In Ming Qi's tribute banquet, naturally there would be congratulatory gifts from other countries. As for the pastries it was just a small gimmick. Emperor Yonglu of Mingqi loved to eat pastries, so the imperial family chef was ingenious and added fruit juice into the pastries, giving the pastries a fruity flavor. It was because of the novelty of eating cold pastries during the tribute banquet that Shin Miao specially made it for Fu Xiaoyi a few times. It was just that Fu Xiaoyi did not like to eat sweets and would always give it to the servants, making her sad for a while. And the pastries that Xie Jingxing ate that night had the fruity flavor of the Liang imperial family's pastries. And at that time the tributes had not been paid yet so it was impossible for the pastries to be passed over. At that time Shin Miao felt strange. Although Xie Jingxing didn't know where Shin Miao ate this cake, he didn't ask much. That's all? It was just a lucky guess. Shin Miao's eyes hung down. Just based on a bag of pastries, how could she be sure that Xie Jingxing was from the Great Liang? The real suspicion started from that imperial physician Gao Yang, that she saw in the palace. At that time she only felt that he was familiar but later on she finally remembered that she had seen this imperial physician Gao before. In the tribute banquet in the previous lifetime, the people that the Great Liang sent over were a prince of first rank and an important minister. That important minister was a famous think tank in the Great Liang and at that time Fu Xiaoyi let Pei Lang pay more attention to this person. It was not anyone else but Gao Yang. Gao Yang's identity at that time was not some imperial physician Gao but a minister of the Great Liang. And that day in Mingqi's palace she saw that there was a familiarity between Xie Jingxing and Gao Yang, and in addition to the pastries previously she more or less made some connections. Chapter 476. On the second day Shin Miao woke up late. Xie Jingxing only came yesterday in the middle of the night and after speaking to him, he was already very tired and slept the entire night without any dreams. When he woke up it was already very late. Shin Miao rarely got up to be lazy and Luo Shuiyan thought that she was tired from the tribute banquet yesterday, thus she let people specially prepare food for Shin Miao to eat after she woke up. Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan went to the Ministry of War early in the morning. They had just been reinstated and there were many old matters that needed to be settled. Shin Qiu and Luo Ling were not in the room and because Luo Ling was looking for a new job, Shin Xian simply let Luo Ling help Shin Qiu, so that those people would not bully Luo Ling for being a newcomer. As such, in this brand new Shin mansion, there was only Luo Tan and Shin Miao. Coincidentally, Feng and Ning sent an invitation to Shin Miao and wanted Shin Miao to accompany her to pick some jewelry. Shin Miao let Luo Tan go and assigned a few guards from the Shin residence to Luo Tan, saying that she was tired today and wanted to rest in the residence for a day. Luo Tan did not say anything else and only left after exhorting Shin Miao. After Luo Tan left, Shin Miao let Mo Qing send a letter to Guangwen Tang and Mo Qing complied before leaving. After 2 years there were some changes in the Ding capital. For example, the once popular and bustling Baoxiang Lu young lady Lu Ying was finally redeemed by that infatuated gentleman Mo for a high price of 1,000 taels of gold. Without a young lady Lu Ying, the long-lost double-sided embroidery quietly appeared in the Ding capital and one piece of embroidered silk could be sold for 100 taels of silver. One heard that the embroidery lady not only had outstanding skills but was also beautiful. That embroidery shop also made a lot of money. If one changed their way of living it might not be worse. No one knew what the new hope was after taking that step. Lu Ying was living so well that the people who were worried about her would naturally be happy. Pei Lang was a trustworthy person and the moment Shin Miao saw Pei Lang at the tribute banquet, she had an idea in her heart. Pei Lang had already obtained Fu Xiuyi's trust, thus Fu Xiuyi would bring Pei Lang by his side. Even though Fu Xiuyi was suspicious, it was only after he became the ruler. In all fairness, the current Fu Xiuyi still appreciated and cherished talented people. Pei Lang was a person with a ravine in his chest and Fu Xiuyi would definitely think of ways to keep Pei Lang by his side. Because of this, now that Fu Xiuyi had tested Pei Lang's talent, he should also test Pei Lang's loyalty. She could not rashly go to see Pei Lang, lest Fu Xiuyi became suspicious. This pawn had not even crossed the boundary between Chu and Han. She said, "Take out a cloak." Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were tidying up the room when they heard the question, "Is young lady going out?" Shin Miao said, "There are some matters that need to be done." Bai Lu and Shuangjiang no longer spoke. Guyu quietly went forward to comb Shin Miao's hair while Jingzhe went to look for the cloak. Imperceptibly, Shin Miao's few maids immediately obeyed her orders. If someone saw this, they would definitely be surprised. Even the maids trained in the palace would not be so agile and calm. After leaving the residence, Mo Qing went to Guangwen Tang and Shin Miao called Achi. Shin Miao was now much closer to Shin Qiu's subordinates. Initially when they were in the northwest region, Shin Miao gave Shin Qiu a number of ideas on the art of war and these were naturally what she had heard from Fu Xiuyi's aides. It was just following the gourd but in other people's eyes, they felt that Shin Miao was a brilliant strategist and had the talent to be a general. Those soldiers were all uncouth men but they also admired Shin Miao's brain and were more respectful towards her. Shin Miao said to Achi, "Do not tell others about going out today." Achi's heart quivered. He was originally loyal to Shin Qiu and at this moment he felt the pressure under Shin Miao's clear eyes as he nodded his head, yes. Chapter 477. Achi found an ordinary carriage for Shin Miao. This carriage was not eye-catching and no one would recognize that it was the Shin family's carriage. There was no other reason than that Shin Miao had offended Princess Mingyan from the Qin country yesterday, and Princess Mingyan and Huangfu Hao were staying in the Yanqing alley that was not far from here. If one were to bump into them, it would be bad if Princess Mingyan found trouble with Shin Miao. This princess was very arrogant and willful. There were many guards in the Qin country and if anything were to happen, it would be too late for Shin Xian and wife to rush over with their men. However, Achi was still very puzzled. After leaving the Ding capital for 2 years, if there was anyone in the Ding capital who had a friendship with Shin Miao, it would be the eldest young lady of the Feng residence, Feng and Ning. But today when Shin Miao rejected Feng and Ning's invitation, it was obvious that she was not going to see Feng and Ning. Achi's thoughts ran wild. He thought of the stories that Luo Tan had told Luo Qian in the past at the Luo family and his heart quivered. If it was really a play of a gentleman and a beauty being intimate, Achi had to tell Shin Qiu about it even if he had to risk his life. It wasn't easy for their Shin family to produce such a talented and beautiful young lady. How could she be abducted by some wild boy who came out of nowhere? But he had never thought that the place Shin Miao wanted to go to was the Feng Xian pawnshop. The Feng Xian pawnshop was still the same as 2 years ago, it was still deserted. After all, not everyone had treasures that could be pawned here. Shin Miao got off the carriage and Achi followed closely behind. Jingzhe and Guyu also jumped down. Before Achi had time to size her up, he saw that Shin Miao had already walked towards the pawnshop. The waiter, who was still wiping the dust on the table with a handkerchief, saw 4 people walking towards him. The person in the lead was wearing a cloak. She pulled down the hood of her cloak, revealing a delicate and pretty face. It was clear that she was a pampered girl from a wealthy family. Her entire body exuded a noble aura that no one dared to look down on. He smiled fawningly and said, "Miss, do you want to pawn something?" Shen Miao glanced at him. The pawnshop assistant had already changed and heard that after they went to the Shaochun city, the Fengxian pawnshop was closed for 2 years. It was only recently reopened, but one did not know if that Hong Ling young lady and Ji Yushu were still there. She said, "I'm looking for Hong Ling." The young waiter was surprised for a moment and carefully sized up Shen Miao again. Shen Miao looked at him calmly and the young waiter paused for a moment before quickly saying, "May young lady wait for a moment." He then turned and entered the back hall. A moment later, a red-clothed woman came, followed by the shop assistant from before. She was still wearing a red dress and her appearance was quite charming. Compared to 2 years ago, she was even more charming. When she saw Shen Miao, her eyes congealed before suddenly smiling. "Long time no see. Young lady is more and more outstanding," making Hong Ling unable to open her eyes. These impudent and rude words were spoken by Hong Ling, but they did not seem cheap. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of cheerfulness. Shen Miao nodded her head slightly. Hong Ling smiled again and said, "Same old rules. Young lady follow me, but..." She pointed her jade finger at Achi and smiled tenderly, "This blockhead cannot follow us." Achi's character was lively and was not as cold as Mo Qing. Being pointed at by Hong Ling, such a flirtatious lady boss, his face turned red. But he still insisted, "This subordinate will follow young lady. You wait here." Shen Miao said, "I am going to see a friend. Jingzhi and Guyu will follow." Her tone was firm and Achi could not say anything to refute. It was Hong Ling who saw this. A strange look flashed in her eyes. Most likely she did not expect that Shen Miao, such a delicate little person, would be able to teach the guards that she brought over a lesson so obediently. Moreover, no matter if it was Mo Qing or Achi, they all respected Shen Miao from the bottom of their hearts. A capable subordinate would more or less have some arrogance, but in front of Shen Miao, these people did not have any arrogance at all. Chapter 478. Shen Miao was a capable person. Hong Ling brought Shen Miao to Lin Jiangxian's small building. Jingzhi and Guyu followed behind as Shen Miao asked, "One heard that the Fengxian pawnshop reopened not long ago. 2 years ago. 2 years ago there was a change in the shopkeeper's family and he closed the shop and returned to his hometown. Not long ago he returned to the Ding capital." Hong Ling smiled and took over the conversation. "Speaking of which, young lady is the first regular customer that our pawnshop has met." Shen Miao calculated in her heart before agreeing with a smile. When they arrived at the small building, just like before, Hong Ling placed her in an elegant room and said, "Hong Ling will go and call the innkeeper right now. Miss, please sit here and have some tea. Please wait for a moment." After saying that, she left. There were plums and tea on the table and the fragrance of incense curled up. This elegant room was exactly the same as before. Such a big shop like the Fengxian pawnshop that did not do business for 2 years was actually just left like that and not rented to others. It really had the appearance of a wealthy landlord. Shen Miao had not finished her cup of tea when there was the sound of someone pushing the door open. She put down the teacup and saw a person wearing an emerald green robe with a golden crown on his head walking in with a smile. This person still had a baby face, but after all, because of the 2 years of experience, he showed a bit of youthful maturity. It was just that the mischievous look on his face was as before. But Shen Miao looked at him. Ji Yushu was able to wear such gaudy clothes so happily. This person was really coquettish in his bones. When Ji Yushu pushed the door open and saw Shen Miao, his eyes brightened and did not hide it at all as he praised. Originally thought that young lady Xiao Yao was the most beautiful young lady that this one had seen, but now it seems that Shen young lady is not much inferior. Not seen for 2 years, Shen young lady has become even more elegant that this one is unable to find words to praise young lady. When Jingzhi and Guyu saw it, there was a look of displeasure on their faces. Ji Yushu's words were like that of a lecher who molested good young females. But these kinds of nonsense were matched with an innocent face, which made one confused if he was deliberately pretending to be stupid or if he was just saying it unintentionally. Shen Miao smiled gently. Manager Ji is also wealthier than before. Her eyes swept across Ji Yushu's gaudy clothes. Ji Yushu sat opposite Shen Miao and poured a cup of tea for himself. He looked very happy and seemed to be genuinely happy for the reunion. He said, One did not expect that young Lady Shen would still remember this old friend of mine. One heard that General Shen had just returned to the capital and young Lady Shen was not in a hurry to see others but came to the Feng Xian pawn shop. It seems that you really regard this one as a trustworthy person. I'm very touched. Shen Miao. Last night there was just a person who thought that he was in love and now there was another one in front of her. Shen Miao felt a headache coming on. Moreover, Ji Yushu said it in all seriousness, he really thought that Shen Miao was this close to him. Shen Miao coughed lightly. Actually, one came here today to do business with Manager Ji. Just returned to the Ding capital and there are many things that one is not clear about, thus one need to rely on Bai Shaoxing. Ji Yushu was first startled before saying, do business? No problem. Whatever young Lady Shen wants to know, Bai Shaoxing will do his best. As for the money, since this one and young Lady Shen are friends, one will give young Lady Shen a discount of 20%. Jingzhi and Guyu rolled their eyes at the back. Ji Yushu was in charge of such a big family business and on the surface it was a pawn shop but in fact it was a business without capital. Once a business turned into a steady stream of money, he was actually so stingy to only reduce 20%? Indeed there was no businessman without ulterior motives. Shen Miao smiled gently, money is easy to discuss but this time the news is not easy to handle. Ji Yushu said, young Lady Shen really know how to joke. Initially my Feng Xian pawn shop even accepted the business of creating news, so what is there to not accept now? Chapter 479. But Manager Ji has not been in Mingqi for 2 years. One feared that it would be troublesome to inquire about Mingqi's matters. She said. Ji Yushu smiled and there was an indescribable pride in his eyes. Shen young lady must not underestimate the Feng Xian pawn shop. Even though this one was not in the Ding capital for 2 years and the Feng Xian pawn shop was closed, but the business still needs to be done. Otherwise where would the money come from to support the family? Bai Shaoxing is still doing it. After all 2 years of harvest cannot be thrown away in vain. Shen young lady finished speaking. What news do you want to inquire about? My Feng Xian pawn shop will naturally serve young lady. Shen Miao chuckled. Since Manager Ji said so, I am assured. Today one is here to do 3 business deals and all of them are to buy news. First, does Manager Ji know about the death of the little Marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin 2 years ago? Ji Yushu was surprised for a moment and looked at Shen Miao. Why is Shen young lady inquiring about this? The Xie family and my Shen family are after all Mingqi's military family. Even though the Marquis of Lin and my father do not have the same political views, but martial artists appreciate each other. As the saying goes, the fox grieves when the rabbit dies. The little Marquis of Xie's generation was a talent but died tragically on the battlefield, thus one feel pity in one's heart. One would like to ask Manager Ji to help me to inquire about the clues of the little Marquis death, including the matter of keeping it in. Ji Yushu drank a mouthful of tea and smiled. This is easy to handle. It is just that the matter of Xie Jingxing's death is known to everyone, so it is not easy to inquire about different things. This one cannot guarantee that one would be able to inquire about it. After all, the lamp goes out after a person dies and it has been too long. Manager Ji just have to do things diligently. If one really cannot find it, it is also alright with me. Shen Miao picked up the teapot and poured herself a cup of tea before speaking lightly. The second business deal, does Manager Ji know that there is an imperial physician in the Mingqi's palace called Gao Yang? With a piu sound, Ji Yushu spurted out a mouthful of tea. Shen Miao gave Jingzhi a look and Jingzhi quickly handed over a handkerchief. Ji Yushu took the handkerchief and wiped the water stains on his body in a flurry before hearing Shen Miao saying, Manager Ji seems to be very surprised? Ko. Ji Yushu said, indeed somewhat surprised. Why would Shen young lady think of looking for the imperial physician in the palace? I was entrusted by someone. Shen Miao looked at him. Shopkeeper Ji, have you never heard of this name? Gao Yang shook his head. This is the first time hearing about it. It seems that her medical skills are not that good, otherwise she would have been famous throughout the world. He looked at Shen Miao and said with some difficulty, to be honest with you, how would young lady be involved with the palace? Although Bai Shaoxing is doing business, there are too many forces involved in the palace. It's not good for us businessmen to take risks. Shen Miao looked at him and did not speak, but her calm eyes made Ji Yushu somewhat uneasy. Ji Yushu coughed twice and inexplicably his voice became softer. It is not that it is not possible, but one need to add more money. Manager Ji need not worry about money. Shen Miao smiled. Manager Ji will not be short of it. After Shen Miao's first 2 deals, Ji Yushu was already short of breath with a guilty conscience and laughed dryly twice. One do not know what is the third news that Xin young lady wants to buy about? The third deal is somewhat difficult. Xin Miao looked at him, but I believe that with Manager Ji's ability, it is only a matter of time. When Ji Yushu heard it, he forced a smile. Many thanks to Xin young lady's trust, but what is it that can make Xin young lady feel difficult? I want to inquire about a person. Xin Miao put down the teacup. His Highness Prince Rui of the Great Liang. Ji Yushu's hand that was holding the teacup trembled slightly, but his face had an unfathomable expression. Oh? Why would Xin young lady think of inquiring about His Highness Prince Rui? According to this one's knowledge, this His Highness Prince Rui just came to the Ding capital not long ago. Even if there is a friendship, at most Xin young lady would be able to see him at the tribute banquet. Could it be that Xin young lady is like those noble females and admire Prince Rui's beauty, so she specially came to inquire? When Ji Yushu said till the end, one did not know why he became happy again. His voice changed from the depression earlier to a rare excitement. Chapter 480. Jingzhi and Guyu were about to explode from anger at the back. Ji Yushu's mouth was full of nonsense, and if it was heard by people outside, one did not know how they would think of Xin Miao. But when the master spoke, the servants could not interrupt. Thus both of them could only endure their anger and look at Ji Yushu in disdain. Xin Miao lightly looked at Ji Yushu's excited appearance of scratching his ears and cheeks and suddenly smiled. Yes. I also admire his peerless beauty. Ji Yushu was surprised. He suddenly opened his mouth wide as he pointed at Xin Miao in disbelief and stammered, "Titi, these words are true?" Xin Miao nodded her head and said seriously, "Really?" Ji Yushu seemed to have discovered a great secret and could not suppress his excited expression. He laughed twice and said, "Since that is the case, this one will definitely help young lady to inquire about Prince Rui's situation. See if there are other young ladies around him." Xin Miao got up and nodded her head at Ji Yushu, then many thanks to Manager Ji. If you find anything, trouble someone to send a letter to the residence and I will naturally come to Fengxian pawn shop to meet with Manager Ji. She took out a silver ingot from her sleeves and placed it in front of Ji Yushu. "This is the deposit." Ji Yushu smiled. "Xin young lady is too polite. There is no need to talk about deposit between you and me." As he spoke, he kept the silver ingot into his sleeves. Jingzhi and Guyu rolled their eyes at him a few more times. Xin Miao smiled. "It is a matter of course to take money to do things. It is just that Manager Ji needs to remember one point." Her eyes were gentle, but the words that she said had a bit of sharpness. By Shaoxin's rule of doing business is that goods are genuine at fair prices. Since one came to Manager Ji to inquire about information, naturally one would not wish to hear fake information. The information must be true, and it is best if it is useful to me. Otherwise one would have spent the money but obtained useless information. Xin Miao lowered her head and smiled. It would be bad if Manager Ji's reputation was ruined and the business could not continue. Ji Yushu was surprised for a moment when Xin Miao had already called Jingzhi and Guyu out. He was stunned for a moment and heard Hong Ling sending Xin Miao off with a smile. He looked at the teacup in front of him and suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and stood up before pushing the door to the neighboring room. He pulled open a landscape painting in front of him, and behind it was a door. Ji Yushu opened the door and just walked in when he was kicked by someone and almost fell down. As soon as he closed the door, he angrily shouted at the instigator, "Gao Yang!" The person sitting behind the door was in fluttering white robes and had a sage-like demeanor. He was waving his folding fan and had a cultured and elegant appearance, but the words that he said were not polite. "Ji Yushu, is there something wrong with your brain? If you carry on like this, you would not even know if you are sold as a fool." Ji Yushu said angrily, "You are smart. You are smart, but others still found out the clues." He said he wanted to see Imperial Physician Gao. "Shut up." The person in the corner finally couldn't help but speak. Who else could it be other than Xie Jingxing, who was dressed in a luxurious purple robe? He swept a glance at Ji Yushu, noisy. Ji Yushu felt wronged and said, "Third older brother, I do not know anything. I left the capital with you and just returned when others found out that something was wrong. This is clearly Gao Yang's fault." Ji Yushu looked at Gao Yang fiercely. "Speak. Is there something wrong with you that was seen by Xin young lady?" This elegant room was adjacent to the previous elegant room, thus one could clearly hear the conversation between Ji Yushu and Xin Miao. Both of their conversation was heard by Xie Jingxing and Gao Yang. One knew that the three people that Shen Miao inquired about were all here, so it was strange to think about it. Jiyu Shu, are you stupid? Gao Yang said. Shen Miao only returned to the Ding capital a few days ago. Unless she has clairvoyance, how would she know what I did in the palace? I still suspect that there is a problem with you. Chapter 481. What problem do I have? Shen young lady did not inquire about me. Why would she inquire about you without any rhyme or reason? Could it be that she is fond of you? But Shen young lady does not admire third older brother's beauty? Jiyu Shu thought of something and smiled mischievously. Ha ha ha, Shen young lady is also smitten by third older brother. Only a fool like you would believe this kind of nonsense. Gao Yang looked at him coldly. Do you think that everyone is like you who would be blinded by beauty? Jiyu Shu patted his chest. I cannot win against you in words. I will not talk to you anymore. Third older brother, what to do now? Do you look for her? Or just randomly fabricate news to deceive her? Since Shen Miao inquired about these three news, she must have some understanding. If one were to deceive, one might be discovered. What was Shen Miao's intention? Now one really could not see the Shen family's position clearly. In these 2 years, there was also that Pei Lang who had a private friendship with Shen Miao, and now he had become Fu Xiuyi's confidant. How could a young lady be so complicated? Gao Yang rambled on for a while and discovered that Xie Jingxing did not listen to his words at all and was looking at the teapot on the table, not knowing what he was thinking about, so he reminded, Xie, Your Highness, how to deal with this time. Xie Jingxing recovered to his senses and thought about it. No need to deal with it. What? Without waiting for Gao Yang to speak, Jiyu Shu spoke first. Not earning money? Moreover, Shen young lady is exceptionally intelligent. If one were to really reject like this, she would definitely discover that something is wrong. What if it is discovered that there is something wrong with our Fengxian pawnshop? Xie Jingxing smiled faintly. It is because she is intelligent that one need not deal with it. Your meaning is? Gao Yang's brows frowned. She discovered that something is not right and came over to probe. Xie Jingxing narrowed his eyes and his lips hooked up. Those words were not said for you to hear, but for me to hear. That peerless beauty? Jiyu Shu's focus was always on other things. Xie Jingxing swept a cold glance at him and said, It was also said for me to hear. In the carriage outside, Jingzhi and Guyu carefully looked at Shen Miao's expression and Guyu softly said, Young lady, did that manager Ji say something wrong? The girl looks a little angry. She was indeed very angry. Even though Shen Miao looked calm on the surface, the coldness around her made the two maids feel it. He seemed to be sulking but also seemed to be angry. He was just suppressing his anger. Jingzhi and Guyu were very puzzled as they heard Shen Miao and Jiyu Shu talking in the elegant room. Even though Jiyu Shu's words were not pleasant to hear, but just now Shen Miao was still fine. Moreover, Shen Miao was not a person who would get angry because of words. Jingzhi and Guyu did not understand. Shen Miao lightly replied, Nothing? But her tone became colder. She clenched her fists tightly in her sleeves, but there was an uncontrollable stifling feeling in her heart. Didn't the Fengxian pawnshop close down after she left and reopen not long before she returned to the capital? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? All the coincidences in the world could be traced. Shen Miao carefully thought about it. When the Fengxian pawnshop closed, other than Shen Xian going to the Shaochun city, there was another major event that happened, and that was Xie Jingxing requesting the commander to send out troops. As for the reopening of the Fengxian pawnshop, other than her returning to the capital, was it not coincidentally the Ming-Chi's tribute, when the Crown Prince of Qin and Prince Rui arrived at the Ding capital? The Shen family and the Fengxian pawnshop did not have any relationship, so naturally it would not be related to the Shen family. Huang Fuhao was not in the Ding capital 2 years ago, so no matter how one thought about it, the closure and reopening of the shop had an indelible relationship with Xie Jingxing. Today she came to the Fengxian pawnshop to probe. The result of the probe was indeed as she expected. Jiyu Shu and Xie Jingxing were old acquaintances, and it was the same for Gao Yang. Connecting everything, one feared that Jiyu Shu and Gao Yang were great Liang's people, but had hidden their identities in the Ding capital. The most hateful thing was that when she did business with Jiyu Shu, she revealed everything about Prince Yu residence, and one feared that Xie Jingxing already knew everything clearly. She thought that she had taken the initiative and had Jiyu Shu firmly in her grasp, but in the end Xie Jingxing was the aureole behind. Thinking of how Xie Jingxing played people like a fool, Shen Miao could not wait to tear Xie Jingxing apart. Her heart was stifled. When Jingzhi saw the situation, she thought that she was tired of the heat and opened the curtain to get some fresh air, but quickly put it down again. Shen Miao casually glanced and did not expect to see a familiar face in the crowd on the street. Jingzhi put down the curtain but was stopped by Shen Miao's shout to stop the carriage. She opened the curtain and looked towards the direction just now, but there was no longer that face in the crowd. Young lady? Jingzhi and Guyu were alarmed by Shen Miao's actions today. But they saw Shen Miao carefully looking outside the carriage for a while before putting down the curtain. Nothing much. Continue on. It was just that her brows were locked tightly and her expression was even more solemn than before. Chapter 482. Shen Xian and wife returned to the capital with such great fanfare, and Shen Miao was in the limelight in front of all the civil and military officials in Ming Qi's tribute banquet. At the same time everyone was talking about it, they also turned their eyes towards the original formidable general residence. The formidable great general was no longer there, and the signboard of the general residence had long been removed and replaced with the Shen residence. At the beginning, when Shen Xian was demoted and left the capital, the Shen family not only did not send charcoal in the snowy weather, but also proposed to separate at the crucial moment, to draw a clear relationship with Shen Xian. Now that Shen Xian was once again highly regarded by Emperor Wenhui, no matter what Emperor Wenhui's intention was, outsiders would see the Shen family as gloating, and as for the Shen family themselves, naturally they had to swallow the bitter fruit. In Rongjing Tang, old Shen Furen was sitting on the couch, and the fur on the couch was the wolf skin that was hunted in the northwest region when Shen Xian was still alive. Because it had been a long time, the edges were somewhat flat. In the past, every year when Shen Xian returned to the capital, he would bring some animal skins that were hunted in the northwest region for old Shen Furen, and that was something that could not be bought in the capital. Now that Shen Xian no longer sent animal skins, old Shen Furen could only use the old goods. And Rongjing Tang was no longer as exquisite and luxurious as it was in the past, and even the decorations on the partitions were much lesser. In the beginning, Shen Xian was endlessly rewarded by the emperor, and even the entire Shen residence lived comfortably, but now without Shen Xian's help, Shen Roqiu was in charge of the housekeeping, and the days were somewhat stretched. Number 3's family is getting more and more excessive. Old Shen Furen drank a mouthful of ginseng tea and her face almost wrinkled together. She said, "Seeing that winter is coming, yesterday she went to find a tailor to make a fur cloak for me, but it was also pushing and pulling. This family's money is all in her own pocket." The maid behind carefully massaged old Shen Furen's shoulders and lowered her head without speaking. Now old Shen Furen's temper was becoming more and more temperamental. Ever since Shen Yuanbo died of smallpox a year ago, old Shen Furen would often lose her temper. Shen Yuanbo's premature death was an unspeakable pain for the Shen family. A year ago there were a number of people who were infected with smallpox in the Ding capital, and even though it was finally controlled, the spread of the epidemic was stopped and it did not cause a greater impact. But in the end there were still some who died, and unfortunately Shen Yuanbo was one of them. In the second household of the Shen family, Shen Gui originally had 2 sons, and Shen Yuan had already died under the executioner's knife. Originally there was still Shen Yuanbo to rely on, but once Shen Yuanbo died, Shen Gui went crazy and Ren Wanyun hung herself in the courtyard after Shen Yuanbo died. After Ren Wanyun's death, Shen Yuanbo started to crazily take in concubines and bring women into the room, but there was no movement for a year and a half. Afterwards old Shen Furen finally felt that something was not right and found a physician to take a look at Shen Gui. The physician said that Shen Gui had taken an infertility medicine and injured the roots of his offspring, so it was impossible for him to have any offspring in this lifetime. Old Shen Furen fainted after hearing it, and Shen Gui was also silly. After Shen Gui investigated, he ended up finding the dead Ren Wanyun. Ren Wanyun had once drugged Shen Gui with the intention to protect Shen Yuanbo's D-son position, but who knew that Shen Yuanbo's life was destined to have such a calamity? With Ren Wanyun's death, naturally Shen Gui could not do anything to her. In the original second household, Shen Gui only had Shen Dongling left. Shen Dongling's status rose because of this, and Wan Yinyang changed and became the only person who gave birth to a child for Shen Gui. Ever since Shen Gui knew that he would not have any descendants in this lifetime, he no longer had the heart to advance in his career. There was not even a person to carry on the family line, so what was the point of earning a mountain of gold and silver? Spending the entire day in debauchery, it was very lively. It was impossible for the second household to give birth to any offspring, thus old Shen Furen could only turn her gaze towards the third household Shen Wan. Xinhuan was not forced to take the infertility medicine, but Qin Roqiu had trapped Xinhuan's heart to death. Even the two Tongfang that old Xin Furin stuffed into Xinhuan in the early years were only decorations in the third household. Chapter 483. Old Xin Furin said, "Not only is the housekeeping a mess, she is also easily jealous. Saying that she is a noble young lady raised by a scholarly family, one do not know where did she learn the lowly ways of a small family and behave in a lowly manner. Not thinking of spreading branches and leaves for one's husband and only know how to use foxy methods. Now that the third household does not have a D son, one do not know what kind of intentions she has." Zhang Mama smiled. Old Furin need not be angry. Currently third master still does not know the good of other young ladies. Third master is very affectionate, and after a few days when those newly bought young ladies arrive, old Furin will send both of them to third master. They are all at the age of flowers and jade, so third master will naturally know the good of them. Old Xin Furin sent people to buy Yangzhou skinny horses. For a person like Xinhuan, one feared that an empty beauty would not be able to win over Xinhuan's heart. Qin Roqiu also relied on her poetic and picturesque skills to make Xinhuan look at her in a different light. Those Yangzhou skinny horses were trained since young and were proficient in the four arts of zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. Their looks were top-notch and there was no male that did not love them. Old Xin Furin did not believe that Xinhuan was after all a man and would not be greedy. No matter how good Qin Roqiu was, she was also old. "All of them make me angry," old Xin Furin said unhappily. "One do not know where did Sister Chiu learn to be like her mother, to have a very high attitude. She had mentioned so many families and all of them were wealthy and well off, but she did not fancy any of them. Could it be that she still wants to marry a prince?" Zhang Mama frowned. Old Xin Furin's habit of speaking without any filter had not changed at all. She smiled apologetically. "Second young lady is born well, and one fear that third master also have a decision in his heart and want to keep second young lady in a good family. Staying will become enmity." Old Xin Furin snorted coldly. "Just wait and see. I want to see what kind of marriage third master's family can find for Sister Chiu." In Chiu Shui Yuan, Qin Roqiu pressed her forehead. Her personal maid Shirqing said, "Madam, your servant has gone to Rongjing Tang to inquire. Lao Fu really did find several thin Yangzhou horses for San Leoi, and in a few days they will be delivered to the mansion." "Madam, old madam is slapping your face." Qin Roqiu closed her eyes and fiercely swept all the books on the table onto the floor. A series of pai li pala sounds shocked the maids in the room and they did not dare to make a sound. Even though Qin Roqiu was still as gentle and considerate as before in front of Xinhuan, but the servants could clearly feel that third foreign Qin Roqiu's temper had become fiercer in these 2 years. Most likely it was because she was in charge of the public finances and needed to balance the money between the various households. And old Xin Furin liked to be extravagant, so Qin Roqiu did not reduce her own money. In the past, she didn't need to eat the food of the mortal world, so she could naturally live a life of self-cultivation. Now that she was entangled with worldly affairs, she felt that every day was a mess. Of course, the most important thing was that he had no children. She said coldly, "This old fart buying a skinny horse for his son? He really has no sense of shame." If Xinhuan was present, his jaw would probably drop. The gentle and graceful person, whose voice was always like a gentle breeze and drizzling rain, actually spoke so harshly. Hua Yi said, "Madam's temper is too good. If this goes on, sooner or later old Furin will stuff people into master's room." Qin Roqiu took a breath and turned to look at the two maids, Shirqing and Hua Yi. These were the personal maids that she had promoted, and now they were at the right age of 18 or 19. They were like plump fruits and had a honey-like aura from head to toe. This kind of dainty beauty. Her lips hooked up and said, "Old Furin is really muddle-headed. If she really wants to stuff women into our courtyard, why go outside to look for those dirty people? One's background is not clear and one is not afraid of spoiling the family's reputation. It is better to find some clean and obedient ones from the side. One can be at ease when using them and also feel comfortable when serving. I look at both of you and think that it is not bad." Chapter 484. Although her words were gentle, her eyes were very sharp. The two maids jumped in fright and quickly knelt down, saying, "We don't dare. We only want to serve Madam wholeheartedly. We don't dare to have any other thoughts." Qin Roqiu looked down at them for a while and the two maids were so scared that their legs were trembling. She then lightly said, "Get up." Since you are not willing, I will not force you. Many thanks to Foreign. The two maids trembled as they stood up and their hearts sighed in relief at the same time. Chinrochio looked gentle on the outside and treated people kindly, but as Chinrochio's personal maids, they had seen Chinrochio's methods. In fact, there were a few good-looking maids that rushed to stick to Shenwan. Even though Shenwan did not show much interest, he did not reject them too much. These few maids were later punished by Chinrochio with a reason. Not only did they decline, they also implicated the entire family. Shiqing and Hua Yi were very clear in their hearts that Chinrochio was an extremely jealous person and her methods were ruthless. If one really had a relationship with Shenwan, one feared that one would die until not even bones would be left. Chinrochio sighed, "One can only blame me for not having the ability to give birth to a son for master. If I was able to give birth to a son, it would not be such a situation now." Shiqing and Hua Yi did not dare to speak casually, after all children were the pain in Chinrochio's heart. Chinrochio muttered, "Now that the Shen residence has declined to such a state, there is not even a son among the younger generation. Even if there was one in the second household, they are all dead now. Now I am envious of Luo Shuiyan. She has children but no parents-in-law. Shen Xan treats her like a jewel and does not even have a Tong Fong. It really makes one jealous." Thinking of yesterday at the tribute banquet, Shen Miao was in the limelight. Looking at Shen Yu again, it was obvious that her looks and talents were much higher than Shen Miao, but because of the declining reputation of the Shen family, she could not even find a good husband. Not to mention Shen Yu's yearning for Prince Ding. There was a trace of unwillingness in Chinrochio's heart. She had been competitive all her life, but now she was trampled by the vulgar daughter of a military general that she looked down upon. At this moment, an old maid suddenly came in from outside and said, "Madam, someone is looking for old Madam outside the mansion's entrance," but was stopped by Madam's servant. "Madam." He said that he came to seek refuge with the Shen family. When Chinrochio heard it, she frowned and thought that it was old Shinfurin's relatives who were unrelated to her that came over. The Jing clan was gone, but there were still these strange people. His expression immediately turned cold and he said, "Since you're here to ask for money, give them 2 silver ingots and send them away. This mansion can't afford to have idle people. Don't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry in." "No." The manservant scratched his head and said, "Madam, that person doesn't look like she's here to take advantage of us. She said that she's the daughter of an old friend of the general. Something happened to her family and she's desperate to seek help." "Old General Shin?" Chinrochio thought for a moment before standing up and said, "Bring her to the side room. I will go and meet her." When Shen Miao returned to the residence from Fengxian pawnshop, it was still very early. When she entered the room, she locked herself in and one did not know what she was thinking about. When it was close to evening, Luo Tan returned. Luo Tan bought some jewelry and generously gave some to Shen Miao. "Biao youngest sister, today we went to the jewelry shops. The jewelry shops in the Ding capital are very big. Young lady Feng and I also picked some for you. One do not know if you like it. You take it first and later when you want to go out we can go shopping again." She actually had a look of wanting to continue. Shen Miao turned her head and said yes. After Luo Tan left, she looked at the half box of jewelry and thought about how much money could be pawned. Chapter 485. Shen Xan and entourage came back not long after Luo Tan and everyone ate dinner together. Shen Xan and Luo Shuiyan seemed to be in a good mood, probably because the matters in the officialdom were very smooth. Only Shen Miao seemed to be slightly embarrassed. Luo Ling noticed it and said, "Younger Biao's sister looks somewhat unwell. What happened?" Shen Xiu put down his chopsticks. "Sister, what's wrong?" Shen Miao was surprised for a moment and when she saw everyone at the table staring at her, she smiled, "Nothing much. It is just that one had just returned to the capital from the Shaochun city and feels somewhat not used to it. Just stay for a few days." Shen Xiu smiled and said, "What's there to not be used to? If little sister isn't used to it, I can bring little sister to stroll from the east to the west of the city, and from the south to the north when I'm free in a few days. Little sister will get used to it after walking a few more times. Cousin Xiu, bring me along too." Luo Tan hurriedly said, "I can also protect little cousin's sister." "Nonsense." Luo Shuiyan said, "If your younger sister really go around the Ding capital with you, one fear that she would be exhausted. The Ding capital is so big, what if something happens?" She glared at Shen Xan, wanting Shen Xan to help. Shen Xan laughed and said, "It's fine as long as the children are happy." Brat, if you are going to bring your younger sisters out to play, then bring your father's troops along. Whoever dares to cause trouble, beat them to death. Don't be afraid. Luo Shuiyan was so angry that she pinched him. The husband and wife quarreled with each other, but they seemed to be very close. Shen Xen was awe-inspiring outside, but when he returned home, he listened to Luo Shuiyan's every word. Shen Miao was originally smiling as she watched, but as she watched, one did not know what she was thinking about, and her expression gradually turned gloomy. She quickly lowered her head so that the surrounding people would not notice that there was something wrong with her expression. Luo Ling, who was beside her paying attention to her every move, paused slightly and lowered his head thoughtfully. After the meal, they chatted for a while in the hall before going back to their respective rooms. Shen Miao prepared to return to her own courtyard as Luo Tan's courtyard was in front of Shen Miao, so she skipped back to her room first. When they reached Shen Miao's courtyard, Shen Miao prepared to enter but was stopped by Luo Ling. "Cousin, wait." Shen Miao turned her head and looked at him. "What is the matter with older brother Ling?" Luo Ling hesitated for a moment before finally taking out a square thing from his sleeves. He said warmly, "When I went out with my cousin today, I happened to see a shop selling this outside. I saw that there were quite a lot of people buying it, so I bought one. I heard that cousin's sister often dreams at night. This thing has been soaked in spices and has the effect of concentrating. If cousin's sister doesn't mind, please accept it." Shen Miao was slightly surprised and looked up at the young man in front of her. Luo Ling was born with good looks. Even though he could not be compared to Xinqiu's bravery and was not as handsome as Xie Jingxing, and even Ji Yushu looked more delicate and cute than him, but that kind of warmth that came from the heart made one feel comfortable. Among the younger generation of the Luo family, Luo Ling was the most outstanding one. Not only was he the most steady, but he was able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the family and was sincere. In the night, one seemed to be able to see Luo Ling's slightly red face. He said uncomfortably, "If my cousin doesn't like it?" Shen Miao took the things from Luo Ling's hands lightly and smiled. "How can I bear to reject older Biao brother's kind intentions?" "Thank you, older Biao brother." Luo Ling smiled gently. "It is good that you like it." His eyes were gentle and his words were filled with concern. It was a very comfortable attitude, and if it was an ordinary female, not to say that they were tempted, they would have a very good impression of the person in front. But Shen Miao took a step back and looked at him. "If there is nothing else, I will return to the room first." There was a flash of disappointment in Luo Ling's eyes, but he quickly covered it up. "One will not disturb younger Biao sister." He turned and left. Chapter 486. Shen Miao looked at Luo Ling's back as he left and quietly watched for a while. She was not an inexperienced young female who did not know about matters. Even if she did not enjoy the tenderness and honeyed feelings between men and women with Fu Xiuyi, she had after all stayed in the palace for so many years. Luo Ling was a good person, and she was too selfish to pull such a good person into her life that was filled with schemes and schemes. Even though Luo Ling was a very good person, the Luo family treated her well, thus she could not repay kindness with enmity. She turned around and returned to her own room. After washing up, Jingzhi and Guyu withdrew and Shen Miao sat in front of the table and spread out the things that Luo Ling gave her. It was a handkerchief, and coincidentally it was a double-sided embroidered handkerchief. In the Ding capital, the handkerchief embroidered on the top was the most difficult to find, and one thought that Luo Ling had spent a lot of money to buy this handkerchief. There was a white crane embroidered on it, and it was in line with his character that had no desires, and it emitted a faint fragrance that made one's mind feel at ease. Shen Miao looked at it for a long time. The lines on the handkerchief were obviously from Lu Ying's hands. Lu Ying's craftsmanship was one of the best in the Ding capital, and in addition this was a double-sided embroidery that was rarely seen in Mingqi. It seemed that Lu Ying was living well. As Shen Miao looked at it, her depressed mood became better because of the person that she met in the rain today. She felt somewhat tired, so she took off her outer robe and only wore her inner clothes. She walked to the couch and sat down. Just as she was about to take off her inner clothes to rest, she heard a light laugh. "Wait." Shen Miao's hands paused, and when she turned her head back, her raging anger could not be concealed at all. She looked at a certain person who came in uninvited and said word by word, "Xie Jing." Xing. That person entered the room and closed the window, leisurely and contented as if it was his own backyard. This time he did not wear a mask, and a handsome and beautiful face was exposed under the light, making one's life seductive, but Shen Miao only wanted to drag him out and behead him. "Under the heavens, only you can call me Xiao Zi." Xie Jingxing casually pulled a chair over and sat down not far from Shen Miao's couch. He smiled lightly. In the world, there is only you who have this honor. He was tall, and when he sat down he was actually taller than Shen Miao by quite a bit. He really didn't want to relax his imposing manner at all. Shen Miao looked at him coldly. Prince Rui is very idle every day and is very familiar with the route from Yanqing Lane to here. It's simple. Xie Jingxing propped up his chin. I have bought all the residences from Yanqing Lane to here. Now the residence that you are staying in next to is also my courtyard. Since we are distant relatives and good neighbors, this prince came to pay a visit. Shen Miao sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though the Yanqing Lane was close to the Shen Mansion, there was still some distance. Xie Jingxing bought all the residences from the Yanqing Lane to the Shen Mansion. Didn't that mean that more than half of the southern part of the city was his own courtyard? The courtyard next to the Shen Mansion was also bought by Xie Jingxing. Even if Xie Jingxing had money, he would not spend it like this. Did he bring the treasury of the Great Liang with him? He squandered money like dirt. Did Emperor Yonglu of the Great Liang know about it? When she saw the smile on Xie Jingxing's face, Shen Miao was so angry. Xie Jingxing was so shameless to say that he was distant relatives and good neighbors, but who would choose to visit their neighbors in the middle of the night? Without an invitation, he came uninvited. Was the imperial family of the Great Liang so unruly? You do not look very happy. Xie Jingxing looked at her with interest. If there is any difficulty, you can tell older brother. Prince Rui's identity can still help on account of old acquaintance. Shen Miao rolled her eyes at him. She was getting more and more unclear of what Xie Jingxing wanted to do. Xie Jingxing's words reminded her. Thinking of the words that she said to Ji Yushu at the Fengxian pawnshop, Shen Miao suddenly had some thoughts and deliberately asked, Xie Jingxing, what do you think about Madame Feng of the residence of the Marquis of Lineage? Chapter 487. Madame Feng of the residence of the Marquis of Lineage was Xie Changwu's and Xie Changchao's birth mother. At that time Princess Yuqing's death was more or less related to Madame Feng. Everyone knew that Princess Yuqing was something that Xie Jingxing could not mention, but Shen Miao mentioned it. Xie Jingxing looked at her with a faint smile. Do you want to trick me? Will you tell me? There is no harm in telling you. Xie Jingxing lazily said, in my eyes, you are worse than an ant. Shen Miao looked at him. Why did you not kill her for revenge? Xie Jingxing narrowed his eyes and stared at Shen Miao for a while before suddenly laughing. His voice was like the peach blossom wine that was buried in the spring and dug out in the winter. It was mellow like the spring breeze that made one intoxicated, but also like the biting cold of winter that made one awake. He said, Shen Miao, are you worried that Shen Xian will become the second Xie Ding? Shen Miao's eyes hung down. Correct? After a pause she said, if I was in your position, I would think of all ways to take revenge. Only by killing Madame Feng and then killing her two sons will I be able to take revenge. Only then will I not have lived in vain. She said it coldly, as if she didn't feel how ruthless her words were. When Xie Jingxing heard this, he wasn't surprised and only laughed as if he was laughing at her naivety. Xie Jingxing said, not killing Madame Feng is because of disdain and fear of trouble. Xie Ding and Princess Yuqing have nothing to do with me, so why should I take revenge? Shen Miao was surprised. Xie Ding and Xie Jingxing were not father and son. Shen Miao heard it from Xie Jingxing before and did not feel surprised. But how come Princess Yuqing did not have any relationship with Xie Jingxing? The blood flowing in Xie Jingxing's body did not belong to Xie Ding and Princess Yuqing, so how did he become the D son of the Xie family? Shen Miao's heart moved as she thought of something and asked Xie Jingxing, then Princess Yuqing's son, dead? Xie Jingxing said plainly, he died when he was born. He had died when he was born, but after that there was no news of him at all. It seemed that Xie Jingxing had already been stuffed over at that time and no one found out about it. Princess Yuqing herself might not even know about it. If Xie Ding's son was alive, he would not live past the age of 3 before dying. Xie Jingxing said indifferently, because of me Madame Feng did not dare to do it. Because his smile was somewhat sinister. The people who were sent here would mysteriously disappear. Shen Miao was suddenly enlightened. She had said before that Madame Feng was able to force Princess Yuqing into such a sorry state and even withered like a flower at the end. She must be someone with means and ambition. How would such a person be able to live in seclusion and live so peacefully and even let Xie Jingxing grow up safe and sound? As it turned out, it was a bad plan. The people they sent out would always mysteriously disappear. Madame Fong herself probably felt that it was strange, so she settled for the next best thing. As for why those people would disappear, since Xie Jingxing was Prince Rui of the Liang dynasty, there would be capable people around him. It should be more than enough to deal with Madame Fong. Some of the things that she didn't understand before suddenly became clear, and she forgot about those annoying things from before. Xie Jingxing looked down at her and said, "You need not worry. Shen Xian and Xie Ding are different." Shen Miao said, "I am also different from you." Xie Jingxing was slightly startled and heard Shen Miao saying, "You are disdainful and there is no need. But I am different. If there is someone like Madame Fong who shakes my family, I will spare no effort to make her suffer the consequences of her own actions. If there is someone like Madame Fong who harbors evil intentions and attempts to destroy it, I will tear her to pieces inside and out and drag her to a mass grave to feed the dogs." Finishing her words, she lowered her head, but her eyes were filled with other emotions. But she felt her head sink as Xie Jingxing's hand pressed on her head and said, "If there is such a person, just tell me. Distant relatives and good neighbors, I will kill him for you and not leave any future troubles." Shen Miao shook off his hand and Xie Jingxing looked at her with a smile. His expression was undisciplined and his words had a joking tone, as if he was saying it casually, but his pair of eyes seemed to be serious. If Xie Jingxing wanted to kill someone, it was indeed an easy matter to kill someone of Madame Fong's level. Shen Miao said, "I can also do this kind of thing like killing. It is not a good move to take action yourself until the last moment." Xie Jingxing said, "If you really feel apologetic, it is all right to give me something as a reward." Shen Miao said sarcastically, "Your Highness Prince Rui is a precious gold and jade. I cannot afford to pay for an invitation." Xie Jingxing smiled, "I will give you 20%. He stood up and walked to the front of the table. Just now Shen Miao had spread out the handkerchief that Luo Ling gave her. Xie Jingxing casually picked it up and sniffed it before raising his eyebrows. Even though the fragrance is poor, this prince's dogs have not been sleeping well recently. It is not bad to make do with it. Not waiting for Shen Miao to speak, Xie Jingxing kept the handkerchief into his sleeves. This is considered as a reward. Chapter 488. After the tribute banquet, the Ding capital was still lively. Because of welcoming the nobles from the great Liang and Qin country, the streets were much more bustling than usual. No matter when, the imperial family of Ming-Chi hoped to be able to have a flourishing appearance in front of other countries. In the Shin residence, the servants in Qiushui Yuan were talking about a new topic. What is the background of the new young lady in the residence? Is it worth third foreign to treat her in such a good manner? This year's new tea leaves were first brewed for that young lady. Could it be a noble person in the residence? An old woman wearing a green gown whispered, "Heard that this young lady's father and old general were very close in the past, and at that time even blocked a knife for old general and almost lost his life." A young maid quickly covered her mouth and said in surprise, "No wonder. Being benevolent to old general is the same as being benevolent to the Shin family. No wonder she is treated as a guest of honor. It is said that she is here to seek shelter. Most likely something happened in the family. Looking at third foreign's appearance, it seems that she wants to take good care of this young lady." What care? Currently the lives of the people in the residence are stretched to make ends meet, and there is still a freeloader. It is better to send her away as soon as possible. When the words were said, the surroundings were silent. Now the Shin residence looked good on the surface, but the people inside were well aware that ever since Shin Xian's branch was split out, the money was much tighter, and even the monthly salary of the servants had reduced by a lot. As such, even if it was a great noble, the servants would not be happy if she came over to freeload. One do not know why third foreign is so harsh to us on normal days, but this time she is so generous to that young lady. Someone said in puzzlement. In Qiushui Yuan, Ren Wanyun was sitting in the room at the moment and pushed the teacup in front of her to the female opposite her and smiled. "Newly produced tea leaves Cui, Jian. Young lady Qing, have a taste." The female sitting opposite her was wearing an emerald green embroidered long dress. There wasn't any fine embroidery on the long dress. This kind of dress was very simple and the color was very picky. If one didn't wear it well, they would look like a country girl. However, when worn by the woman in front of him, it was very comfortable and pleasing to the eye. This woman looked to be in her early 20s. Her clothes and hair accessories were also very simple. She looked very graceful and gentle. Most importantly, she had a strong scholarly air about her. With one look, one could tell that she was a girl raised in a scholarly family. Just by looking at her, one could tell that she was well educated. Qin Roqiu had always disdained that martial artists like to be genteel, and it was the same for humans. Seeing this female in front of her, she had a feeling of mutual appreciation and was more polite. When this female saw Qin Roqiu's enthusiasm, she did not delay and picked up the teacup to take a sip before saying with a smile, "The tea is very light but mellow, the tea leaves are scattered but the smell is thick. Foreign's tea making is also outstanding. Miss Ziqing also understands the way of tea." Qin Roqiu's smile deepened. "The way of tea is the best, but nowadays there are very few young ladies like you who understand the way of tea. The cool breeze from my 2 armpits makes me want to go to Penglai." The woman smiled. "Madam is right, tea ceremony is the best. But foreign should not make fun of me. I am currently 26, how can I be considered as a young lady?" 26. Qin Roqiu exclaimed, looking at young lady Ziqing's appearance. "I thought that she was 18 or 19. But it is also good. Even though one has the appearance of 18 or 19, one has the bearing of a 20-something-year-old. It is really rare to see such magnanimity and calmness." The green-clad female in front of her was the one who came over to borrow the autumn wind yesterday. Her name was Chang Ziqing. Her father, Chang Hu, was once old General Shin's subordinate, and at that time he blocked a knife for old General Shin on the battlefield, injuring his body, and from then on he could no longer go to the battlefield. Chang Hu's entire family was supported by Chang Hu alone, and old General Shin felt guilty in his heart, thus he had been secretly taking out money for relief. At that time Chang Ziqing was still young, but Shin Xan was already at the age of getting married. Old General Shin even joked that he wanted Chang Ziqing to be his daughter-in-law. It was just that before seeing Shin Xan marry, old General Shin passed away. Because no one knew that old General Shin was secretly helping Chang Hu's family, after that the Chang family and the Shin family no longer had any contact. Chapter 489. One did not think that the Chang family would come knocking at this time. A flash of worry appeared in Chang Ziqing's eyes. This time one's heart is very apologetic to suddenly disturb, to give the Shin family such trouble. She looked at Qin Roqiu. "Ziqing knows that the request is sudden, and if foreign feels inconvenient, Ziqing will leave now." Even though it was so, the moment she lowered her eyes, she could not help but bite her lips. Qin Roqiu affectionately pulled her hands. "What is young lady Ziqing saying? Since your father saved my father-in-law's life, your Chang family is our Shin family's benefactor. Moreover, old General and the Chang family's friendship was that of brothers who had gone through life and death together. We are all one family. Since we are all one family, seeing that you have difficulties, we cannot just stand by and watch." She patted Chang Ziqing's hands. "Young lady Ziqing only care about staying in our Shin family. Tomorrow I will bring you to see old Tai Tai, but old Tai Tai's body is not well and her temper is not good. One fear that you have to be more considerate." Chang Ziqing repeatedly said that she did not dare. Her attitude was natural and polite, not bashful but not overly familiar, making it easy for others to have a good impression of her. Even Qin Roqiu, who was a cautious and vigilant person, would smile and talk to Chang Ziqing. Chang Ziqing's family lived in the Lu province. The reason why she suddenly came to the Shin residence was indeed because she had met with trouble. Chang Hu had passed away a few years ago, and the Chang family only had Chang Ziqing and her mother. Chang Foreign was bedridden all year round and finally succumbed to a serious illness a few days ago. After Chang Foreign was buried, there was a son of an official in the Lu province who wanted to snatch Chang Ziqing back to the residence as a concubine. Chang Ziqing was forced into a corner and almost hung herself with a white silk, but was saved by her own wet nurse. The wet nurse then told Chang Ziqing that perhaps Chang Hu's old friend, old General Shin, could save her once. Chang Ziqing had seen old General Shin when she was young and vaguely remembered that he was a very forthright and magnanimous soldier. She really could not think of any other way out, thus she gathered enough money to travel to the Ding capital. She just came to the Shin residence and coincidentally met Qin Roqiu. After Qin Roqiu inquired about the cause and effect, she settled Qin Roqiu down. Qin Roqiu smiled as she looked at Chang Ziqing. "Young lady Ziqing is from a water town like the Lu province, and the Ding capital is not comparable to the Lu province. One do not know if the food is to one's liking. Are you used to living in the West Courtyard?" "Foreign is too polite." Chang Ziqing replied with a smile. "Foreign's care is very thorough. The West Courtyard was also very considerate." But she was a little puzzled. "The West Courtyard is so big, is it usually empty?" After saying that, he felt that he was being a little rude. He smiled and said, "It is a little rude to ask like this. I hope madam will not blame me. I treat you as one of my own. What's there to blame?" Wuxia smiled, "One will not hide it from you. You know that in our residence there are actually 3 households. One think that you have heard of the formidable great general. It is the first household of our Shin family. It was just that 2 years ago there was some misunderstanding in the residence and the first household moved out. Master and I wanted to explain, but eldest brother and eldest Sa had gone to the Shaochun city and had just returned recently. We want to explain, but this misunderstanding is too deep." As Wuxia spoke, there was a helpless look on her face. She shook her head and said, "I don't know what to do." Chang Ziqing was startled. According to Furin's words, that western courtyard was originally the place where eldest brother's family stayed. Wuxia said. Chang Ziqing was suddenly enlightened. Seeing Wuxia's somewhat sad look, she advised, "Furin need not take it to heart. In this world, blood is thicker than water. Since it is a misunderstanding, it will eventually be solved, not to mention that it is a family." After a long time, even if Furin did not say it, one think that great General Shin would also feel that these matters are not worth worrying about. One do not know that person. How many rounds can he last? At the other end, Chang Ziqing had returned to the western courtyard. The western courtyard that Shin Xian's family used to live in was now a lot more empty. Originally there were a number of servants in the western courtyard, but because Shin Xian called his personal guards over to train the soldiers, it was always very lively. Afterwards, after Shin Xian's family moved away, the servants in the western courtyard were all dismissed by Wuxia to reduce expenses. Without the soldiers practicing martial arts every day, the huge west courtyard became more and more empty and deserted. Chapter 491. Chang Ziqing's wet nurse, Zhao Mama, saw that Chang Ziqing had returned and quickly came up to help Chang Ziqing take off the cloak and said worriedly, "Young lady, how was the discussion with 3rd Shin Foreign today?" It was Zhao Mama's idea to let Chang Ziqing enter the capital to seek help from the Shin family, as if she did not think of a way, then Chang Ziqing really had no other way to go. But the Shin family and the Chang family had not been in contact for so many years and people's hearts were fickle. Originally old General Shin was willing to take care of the Chang family, but now that old General Shin was not around, who knew how the Shin family would treat Chang Ziqing? Chang Ziqing rubbed her forehead and sat down on the soft couch in the room. 3rd Shin Foreign is very enthusiastic and agreed for us to stay for a while. Even if those people came to the Ding capital, one think that they would not dare to provoke the Shin family. Granny Zhao patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "Amit Ba. It turns out that Master said that everyone in the Shin family has the heart of a Buddha. I was worried about young Miss and was afraid that the Shin family would not help. Now it seems that I can rest assured." Mama is thinking too much. Chang Ziqing sneered and her face revealed a look of disdain. When is there a free lunch in this world? Even when old General Shin took care of the Chang family, it was also because his father had blocked a knife for him that year. In this world, there would not be people who would treat others well for no reason. 3rd Shin Foreign is this enthusiastic because she sees that I am somewhat useful. Zhao Mama was surprised and looked at Chang Ziqing. Young lady's meaning is that 3rd Shin Foreign is not a good person? What should we do? Don't worry, Nanny. Chang Ziqing comforted her, but there was a chill in her eyes. 3rd Shin Foreign has a request of me, but how would I not have a need of her? Although I don't know what she's planning, but she'll find a way. But Granny Zhao still felt uneasy. Do not worry, Momo. Chang Ziqing smiled. No matter how difficult the matter was, we have come through and come to this day. Seeing that there is a way to survive, what is there for me to be afraid of? Since the Shin family was a springboard, he naturally had to make good use of it. 3rd Shin Foreign wants to use me, but I also use her. Zhao Mama looked at Chang Ziqing and finally nodded her head. This old servant only think of young ladies good. Whatever young lady says will be what it is. The Ding capital was the capital of Ming Qi, thus every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, and the most expensive place in the Ding capital, other than the palace, was Yanqing Lane. Yanqing Alley was located in the south of the city. Not far from it were the most prosperous restaurants and shops. Facing the river, the scenery was exceptional. The reason why the land in Yanqing Lane was so expensive, other than being the residence of the nobles of the previous dynasty, was because there was once a famous immortal Taoist who looked at the feng shui here. He said that this place was extremely expensive and had the dragon qi. Other than the nobles, no one could suppress the dragon qi here, and only the venerable of the world could stay here. The imperial family of Ming Qi was not in the southern part of the city, thus they could not carry out a large-scale reconstruction of the palace as the commoners would complain and the treasury would not be able to take out so much money. But who would dare to live in a place with dragon qi? Would the emperor find it disrespectful if he stayed here? Even those who had the guts could not come up with such a large amount of silver. Yanqing Alley had been empty for many years because of this. But at this moment someone finally moved into Yanqing Lane. It was not someone else but the guest from Qin country and Great Liang. The Qin country's crown prince came and the Great Liang's prince of first rank came. They were all legitimate nobles. Money was not a problem. Speaking of which, there was no place more suitable for them to stay in than Yanqing Lane. They could not stay in the palace as if that was the case. One feared that Emperor Wenhui would not be able to sleep peacefully. One's own palace was occupied by people from other countries, so how could one allow others to sleep soundly on the side couch? It would not be pleasant. At this moment in the innermost residence of Yanqing Lane, there were soldiers guarding it. Even though it was a residence, it was more like a smaller palace. The decorations were luxurious and the area was huge. Even those high-ranking officials' residences would need a few of them to be able to form such a residence. Chapter 492. This residence was the place where Prince Rui lived. There were several residences in Yanqing Lane and the crown prince of the Qin country chose the residence that was closest to the outside while the innermost one was chosen by Prince Rui. One did not know if it was because he wanted to deliberately keep a distance from the Qin country. No matter what, this residence was the most expensive one in the Yanqing Lane and was twice as expensive as the crown prince's residence. That Prince Rui did not even blink his eyes as he settled down, which made others think that the rumor that the Great Liang's treasury was filled with gold was not a lie. Prince Rui of the Great Liang was also very arrogant. On the first day he stayed here, he let people take down the signboard at the entrance and replaced it with a golden signboard that said, "Residence of Prince Rui." This made one feel angry and funny at the same time. This Prince Rui of the Great Liang ran to Ming Qi to buy a residence and even put up such a signboard. Could it be that he really wanted to stay here? At this moment in a courtyard of Prince Rui's residence, a snow-white thing was flopping around on the ground. This thing is born light but it is too fierce. It is so small and it is already so fierce. Why would Master think of keeping it? A yellow-clad female was squatting on the ground and holding a wooden stick to tease the snow-white fur ball in front of her. Upon closer inspection one saw that the thing was furry like a doll. Upon closer inspection, it had a pair of clear eyes that were rolling around and had a somewhat clever appearance. At this moment it was using its claws to scratch the female's hand and even changed its teeth to bite. This thing was none other than a young tiger cub. It was probably born not too long ago and was very tender. Its fur was a rare light color, and the patterns on its fur were not very clear. From afar it looked like a snow-white white tiger. It was indeed lovable. That female teased it and suddenly made a hissing sound as she threw the wooden stick in her hand and said angrily, "This fellow looks so docile but it is actually a master that bites. It is really painful to bite it. See if I do not tear you up later." "Forget it." Another female voice sounded. It was a slightly charming woman in a light red dress. She looked at the ball on the ground and said, "This was personally brought back by Master. Nightingale, I'm afraid that before you can touch it, Master will tear it apart." The woman called Nightingale stood up, and the white tiger cub happily grabbed the corner of her skirt. It turned its head and gave her a big bite. It kept dragging her back but was kicked away by Nightingale. She walked to the red-dressed female's side. "Huolong, is Master crazy? Why raise a tiger out of nowhere? This tiger looks pretty and cute but it's so cruel. What if it hurts someone in the future?" Huolong shrugged her shoulders. "It's probably because his temper suddenly came. This white tiger has been eating and sleeping ever since it was brought back. It's only been a few days since it opened its eyes and it already knows how to bite people. In the future, if Master goes back with a tiger, I'm afraid His Majesty will have a headache when he finds out." Nightingale said with a bitter face. "Why are the two of you slacking off here?" A male's stern voice sounded. The two females looked back and saw a middle-aged man striding over. He walked to the side of the cage and picked up the bowl on top of the cage to take a look. He looked at Nightingale and Huolong with displeasure. Let the two of you feed and only know how to slack off. Tai. Nightingale said angrily, we came out from the tower prison and thought that following Master would be a good job. Who knew that we are here to feed the tiger? We are the people of the MOU army and not those nannies that are breastfeeding. How can one not do anything and only know how to play with the tiger? Just do the things that Master has instructed and do not ask so much. Tai squatted down and took the bowl to feed the white tiger on the ground. The cooked meat was chopped into minced meat and mixed with some eggs. That white tiger went forward to sniff and ate happily. Tai rubbed the white tiger's head and the human and tiger had a harmonious appearance. He was a big and burly man, but to sit together with a petite tiger, such a warm scene was somewhat strange. Chapter 493. The tiger ate half a bowl and refused to eat any more. Tai kept the bowl and turned to see Huolong and Nightingale bowing behind him. Master. Xie Jingxing waved his hand and walked out of the room. The two people behind him were Ji Yushu and Gao Yang. When Ji Yushu saw that white tiger, his eyes stared. What is this? Dog. Tai's body trembled. Gao Yang said, are you stupid? They are clearly spores. Spores, Tai said. Young Master Ji, young Master Gao, it's white tiger. His tone was also protesting for the white tiger. Unfortunately, the tiger cub could not understand the human language. After eating its fill, it chased its tail under the sun like a cat. Tiger? Ji Yushu looked at Xie Jingxing. Third older brother, are you all right? Why are you even raising a tiger now? Ying said in a crisp voice, young Master Ji, this is what Master saw on the way to the Ding capital. There was a hunter who wanted to sell the tiger cub's skin at a high price and was saved by our master. Gao Yang glanced at Xie Jingxing. When did you become so kind-hearted? It doesn't seem like something you would do. Xie Jingxing did not bother about the two of them. He was wearing a dark purple robe with gold-embroidered vines and was still incomparably gorgeous. However, no matter how gorgeous the clothes were, they could not compare to his outstanding appearance. He slowly walked to the side of the white tiger cub. When the white tiger cub saw a person suddenly appear in front of it, without saying a word, it opened its claws and pounced forward, biting him. However, he was lifted up by the back of his neck. Xie Jingxing lifted the white tiger cub into the air. The cub seemed to be very uncomfortable with such a position, and it kept flapping its legs. Xie Jingxing ignored it and looked at it thoughtfully. Don't tell me you are going to kill this tiger now? Nightingale made a beheading gesture towards Huolong. Huolong shivered and shook her head. In the end, Xie Jingxing looked at it for a while before pushing aside the white tiger cub's legs. He smiled and said, it's a female tiger. Everyone, so what if it's a tigress? Could it be that Xie Jingxing intended to bring it back to the Great Liang to be Rui Wangfei? The tiger cub howled, but because it was too young, its voice was soft. Xie Jingxing placed it on his chest and held it in his bosom. The white tiger cub lay on his chest and raised its head to howl at him non-stop. However, it seemed like it was acting coquettishly. It was actually very pitiful and cute. Xie Jingxing stretched out his finger and pulled the white tiger's whiskers to tease her. Nightingale was startled and cried out, Master, don't. That white tiger hates people touching its whiskers the most. It will bite. Before he finished speaking, the white tiger bit Xie Jingxing's finger. Huolong and Tai also jumped in shock. Ji Yushu's hands covered his mouth and had an exaggerated look of horror while Gao Yang was rejoicing in others' misfortune. Xie Jingxing calmly stared at the white tiger. After staring for a while, the white tiger suddenly felt a little guilty. It loosened its mouth and turned its head to look elsewhere. There was a shallow bite mark on Xie Jingxing's finger, and it was rather obvious. They have the same eyes and the same temper. Even his habit of biting people is the same. Xie Jingxing looked down at the white tiger in his bosom but was not angry. Instead he reached out to touch the white tiger's head. The white tiger seemed to be somewhat sleepy as it yawned and stretched its body but did not struggle. It allowed Xie Jingxing to ravage its head and did not do anything as it laid on Xie Jingxing's chest to rest. The sun lazily shone down its golden rays. The purple-clothed man was gorgeous and handsome. He lowered his eyes to look at the white tiger in his arms. His long eyelashes were slightly curled, but it could not hide his gentle and loving gaze. That white tiger's fur was extremely beautiful as it obediently lay in his bosom. One human and one tiger were as beautiful as a painting, completely different from the strange feeling when Tai was feeding the white tiger. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and looked at the tiger cub that was about to fall asleep. Still lack a name. If it is so similar, in the future I will call you Jiao Jiao. Jiu Shu clapped his hands. What kind of damn name is this? Third older brother, you want to give this tigress such a delicate name? It is too strange. He protested. Change the name. Tiger Tyrant, Iron Hammer or Biao older brother are all good. Gao Yang had an unbearable look as he covered his eyes with a fan. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at Jiu Shu and continued to tickle the tiger cub's chin unhurriedly. Shut up. This is my Jiao Jiao. Chapter 494. On the second day, Shen Miao received an invitation. This invitation was not from others, but from the Qin country's Princess Mingyan, inviting her to the residence in Yanqing Lane for a gathering. This invitation was sent over by the servants in the gatehouse, and was handed over to Shen Miao by Guyu. Initially she thought that it was sent by Feng and Ning to invite her to play, but one did not think that upon opening it, it was actually from Princess Mingyan. Jingzhe said worriedly, this must be fake. How could it be Princess Mingyan's invitation? Without rhyme or reason, Princess Mingyan and young lady do not have any friendship. Could it be that someone is impersonating? Guyu shook her head. There is the princess's seal on it, so it is not fake. She looked at Shen Miao and said, previously this Princess Mingyan was disgraced because of young lady at the tribute banquet, and one fear that she is looking for an opportunity to take revenge. It is better for young lady to reject, as it would be bad if that Princess Mingyan has any bad ideas. Jingzhe also nodded her head repeatedly. Right. It is better to inform Master and Furin about this matter and let Master and Furin decide. Shen Miao thought for a moment before shaking her head. Do not tell others about this matter. With father and mother's temperament, they would definitely use unyielding means. Now that the relationship between the Qin country and Mingqi is sensitive, it would be alright if it was only a fight between me and Princess Mingyan, but if it involves father and mother, one fear that it would involve the court's affairs, and it would not be good to outsmart oneself. Not telling Master and Furin. Jingzhe asked, could it be that young lady wants to receive this invitation? Jingzhe's heart was naturally not willing. To be together with a princess with ill intentions, and this was not her own territory. If Shen Miao were to suffer, then she would not be able to save her in time. No harm. Shen Miao said, since Princess Mingyan had sent me an invitation and the invitation is in my hands, inviting me to her residence, if something really happened to me, Princess Mingyan would not be able to get away with it. If the Crown Prince of Qin knew about it, he would also stop it. She wouldn't dare to do anything to me. It's just a little trick. I'm not afraid. But Guyu is still very worried. No buts, just do it. The date of the invitation is 2 days later and I will make a trip there. It is fine as long as outsiders do not know about it. After pausing, she said again, I will let Mo Qing follow along. The invitation is in the residence, and if something really happens, let Bai Lu and Shuangjiang take the invitation to my eldest brother. Jingzhe and Guyu were extremely unwilling in their hearts, but they could only helplessly agree to Shen Miao's words. Coincidentally, in the outermost residence of the Yanqing Lane, where the imperial family of the Qin country were temporarily staying, Princess Mingyan received a reply from the servant. She opened it and looked at it carefully. Suddenly she became angry. She threw the invitation on the table and coldly said, you have some guts. What are you angry about? A male pushed the door and entered, and when he saw Princess Mingyan's appearance, he frowned and asked. When Princess Mingyan saw the person approaching, she stood up and walked over, and handed the invitation on the table to the other and said in a spoiled manner, Crown Prince older brother, look at that Shen Miao. I sent her an invitation and she actually replied and agreed to keep the appointment. She's really not afraid of death. You sent her an invitation. If she didn't accept it, she would be too daring. You won't be happy if I accept it. Don't be so unreasonable. Huang Fuhao, who was well aware of Princess Mingyan's temperament, did not go along with her words, but poured cold water on Princess Mingyan's head. Crown Prince older brother. Princess Mingyan stomped her feet. Is she helping me or helping her? That day at the tribute banquet, she made me make a fool of myself and deliberately made me bite an apple. It was clearly to deliberately embarrass me, and let our Qin country lose face. Now you not only do not help the Qin country to regain face, but also blame me. What kind of logic is this? Even if one were to return to the Qin country to see Imperial Father, it would not be reasonable. Chapter 495. Huang Fu Hao coldly glanced at Princess Mingyan, and when he thought of the matter at the tribute banquet, his face suddenly sunk. Even though Princess Mingyan's words were not entirely true, after all it was Princess Mingyan's initiative to compete with Shen Miao in archery. But when Shen Miao let Princess Mingyan bite the apple to compete, it was somewhat overbearing. Even in the last few sentences, there was a hint of mockery. He was not sure if Shen Miao did it on purpose, but if this matter were to spread back to the Qin state, the Qin emperor would definitely blame him. He did not know why, but Huang Fu Hao felt that Shen Miao was very special. That Princess Mingyan's bow was something that other people would need to familiarize themselves with for a few days before they could use it, but she was so proficient that it was as if she had pulled it thousands of times. Occasionally, when he glanced over, his gaze seemed to carry a hint of hostility. Now was not the time for the Ming Qi and the Qin country to be enemies, so why would Shen Miao have hostility towards him and Princess Mingyan? Before this they did not know each other, and it was only because of Princess Mingyan's difficulties? That Shen Miao's vengeance was too heavy. Seeing that Huang Fu Hao did not speak and was thinking about something, Princess Mingyan's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Crown Prince older brother, could it be that you are bewitched by her? What is so good about that little slut? Do not forget that before this, the entire world knew that she was obsessed with Prince Ding of Mingqi and was a complete idiot. She did it so calmly because someone was guiding her from behind. Don't be bewitched by her. Huang Fu Hao impatiently waved his hand. What are you talking about? As for you, this time in the Qin country, do not forget the things that Imperial Father had instructed you to do. I do not care what you want to do to Shen Miao, but you cannot make a move in this residence. You can do whatever you want in other places as long as you do not pull anything over. One Shen Miao was not a big deal, but now the Emperor of Mingqi needed to rely on Shen Xian. If Shen Miao was to be touched, Shen Xian would definitely fall out and the alliance with Mingqi would be destroyed. You better look at the bigger picture. Princess Mingyan was showered with such a warning, but her face eased up. It was just that when she looked at it seriously, the anger in her eyes became more intense. She smiled. Don't worry, brother Crown Prince. I will not find trouble for us. I invited her over just to see what kind of person Shen Miao is. If they really want to fight, they will not use the name of our Qin state. Did you forget that when we were kids, our favorite thing to do was watch dogs bite each other? There are so many dogs in Mingqi, it is not difficult to find one to work for us. Huang Fu Hao also smiled. As long as you know your limits. The sky gradually darkened. In the Shen residence of the Ding capital, in the original western courtyard, there was a small lamp lit and Chen Roqiu and Chang Zhaoqing were talking. Chen Roqiu smiled. This handkerchief is embroidered with poems and it is really nice to look at. Even the ants of the scholar's mansion couldn't compare to Miss Qing's poetry. Originally, I didn't know what ingenious was, but now that I see Miss Qing, I completely understand. Zhang Zaiqing pursed her lips and smiled, for and over praises. It's just that Zaiqing can't help much here, and I've been living and eating for free all day, so I feel bad about it, so I can only embroider some handkerchiefs. It's not worth much money, so I hope Furin doesn't mind. I do not dislike it. Chen Roqiu looked at the handkerchief and carefully folded it up and kept it in her sleeves before saying with a smile, I have to hide such a good thing. Otherwise if Yuera saw it, she would have to take it away from me. Whatever she sees from me, she would always pester me to take it over. This handkerchief is so exquisite that I cannot bear to give it to her. Zhang Zaiqing smiled. It is good that Furin does not mind. If second young lady likes it, I will embroider another one for her. Then the relationship is good. Chen Roqiu also smiled. This way one would not fear that Yuera would take away one's heart. She smiled as she looked at Zhang Zaiqing and asked, speaking of which, about the words that I said to Miss Qing previously, how about Miss Qing consider it? Chapter 496. Previously when Chen Roqiu was chatting with Chang Zhaoqing, she mentioned about Shen Xian's matter. Now Zhang Zaiqing had seen everyone else in the Shen residence, other than the first household's family that moved out. Chen Roqiu suggested that since it was the daughter of old General Shen's old subordinate and Chang who was old General Shen's benefactor, naturally Shen Xian would not reject Chang Zaiqing. Moreover, Shen Xian was old General Shen's eldest son, so it was reasonable for Zhang Zaiqing to pay a visit. Hearing that, Zhang Zaiqing hesitated for a moment before shaking her head with a smile. It is already very apologetic for me to come over and disturb Furin. How would one dare to disturb General Shen? Moreover, Zai Qing's trip to the Ding capital this time was just to avoid that official's son, and once the matter was over, Zai Qing would leave. It is not good to let General Shen know about this matter. I say that everything about young Lady Qing is good, just that she is too polite. Chen Roqiu pretended to be angry. The relationship between the Chang family and the Shen family is so good that you are one family with us. I heard that when Miss Qing was young, Big Brother had seen you before. You are Big Brother's younger sister, so why would Big Brother feel embarrassed? If you really do not go and see eldest brother in the Ding capital, one fear that eldest brother would be angry if he knew about it. Chang Zai Qing did not speak and Chen Roqiu patted her hands. Moreover, since you want to hide from that family in the Lu province, it is more convenient for eldest brother. There were many soldiers in their residence and the guards were tight. Even if that family in the Lu province chased all the way to the Ding capital, they would not dare to act rashly because of eldest brother. Since I treat you as one of my own, I will tell you clearly that Big Brother's place is the place that can truly protect you. Mentioning that family in the Lu province, Chang Zai Qing's expression changed and her face started to show some uncertain expression. Chen Roqiu said, "Young Lady Qing, just treat it as going to your eldest brother's residence as a guest for a period of time. What is there to worry about?" Third foreign do not know. Chang Zai Qing forced a smile. After all, too much time has passed and it is unknown if General Shen still remembers Zai Qing. Moreover, there is still Shen foreign, fifth young miss and eldest young master. I'm afraid that it would be too much of a disturbance if someone were to move in without any reason. Don't worry about that. Chen Roqiu smiled when she heard it. That eldest saw of mine has the best character. Because she is a heroine from a military family, she is straightforward and honest. She does not have any ulterior motives and is a kind person. After knowing about your matter, she could not help but sympathize. Besides, eldest brother doesn't have any other women at home. It's hard for eldest sister to find someone to talk to. If she sees you, I'm sure she'll treat you very well. As for eldest brother and fifth sister, they are both sensible children. It's even more impossible for them to have any disputes with you. Chen Roqiu saw Chang Zai Qing's wavering expression and smiled. How about this? If young Lady Qing feels that it is not bad, I will get someone to help young Lady Qing write an invitation and send it over. It will not mention our Shen residence and use young Lady Qing's name so that it would not cause any misunderstanding. Young Lady Qing, why don't you pay a visit to Big Brother first and see what his attitude is? If you think it's inappropriate, you can just turn back and not go. Chang Zai Qing thought for a long time and finally nodded her head with determination and smiled gratefully at Chen Roqiu. Third foreign, consider everything thoroughly. Zai Qing thanks third foreign. See that you are getting more and more polite. Chen Roqiu smiled as she stood up. It is already late, so I will not disturb your rest. Tomorrow I will write an invitation and get someone to send it over. Young Lady Qing need not care about anything. With such a clear and intelligent person like you, no one would not like you. One fear that when eldest brother finds you, he would be happy to have another younger sister like you. Chang Zai Qing smiled and said that she did not dare. After sending off Chen Roqiu, Zhao Mama came over to clean the table. Just now Chen Roqiu and Chang Zai Qing's conversation was heard by Zhao Mama. Zhao Mama asked, "Young lady, that third Shen foreign is fine, why would she mention the matter of General Shen? Could it be that she wants to chase young lady out of the residence?" Chapter 497. Chang Zai Qing sneered. Originally I did not understand what third Shen foreign wanted me to do, but now I understand. Third Shen foreign's calculations are very good, to want to use me to deal with others. Zhao Mama was shocked. Young lady? What does third Shen foreign want young lady to do? Chang Zai Qing sat down in front of the table and her expression changed unpredictably. She was not a fool and it was not that she could not hear the hint in Chen Roqiu's words. She said that only Shen Xian could protect her safety, and if she could enter the Shen residence for a lifetime, then she need not worry about those people from the Lu province coming to the door. One said that Luo Shuiyan came from a military family and her personality was straightforward, without any schemes. It was that Luo Shuiyan was stupid and easy to deal with. As for the lack of women in Shen Xian's inner courtyard, the hint was even more obvious. If Chang Zai Qing could enter, other than dealing with Luo Shuiyan who was not that smart, there was no other worries. She said, "Since third Shen foreign regards me so highly, I should first go and take a look at what is going on." Young lady is going to General Shen residence? Zhao Mama was surprised for a moment, knowing that third Shen foreign has a bad idea. Young lady still want to go? It is not a bad idea if used well. Song Zai-Ching waved her hands. Living in the Shin residence is not a long-term plan. I have to plan for my own future. There is no harm. I am only going to take a look, and if there is anything wrong, naturally I will not jump in. Zhao Mama looked at her carefully. If one feels that it is not bad. Song Zai-Ching smiled faintly. Third Shin foreign can be considered to have met my intentions. The night spread into the Ding capital and every household lit up their lights, making the scene of the brightly lit and prosperous. However, other than the palace, the most prosperous section of the road was still the southern part of the city. The restaurants were filled with singing and dancing, the sounds of drinking, the sounds of females and males laughing, and the sounds of bamboo and Chinese harp intertwined together, making it exceptionally moving. In the residence of Prince Rue, the lights were done extremely well. Even the lanterns were embroidered with gold thread, and once it was lit in the night, it would be eye-catching. Some passers-by drooled, wanting to steal one and remove the golden thread to return the money. However, when they saw the stern and ferocious-looking guards at the door, they could only suppress the guts in their hearts and leave with their tails between their legs. That was something from the residence of Prince Rue of the Great Liang, who dared to steal it. It was quiet in the mansion as if there was no one there. At the end of the path there was a huge courtyard. In the courtyard there was a beautifully renovated pavilion. The pavilion was adjacent to a clear pond. The water of the pond was emerald green, and the moonlight was alluring. If it was summer, this place would have the unique charm of the wind lotus in the courtyard. Unfortunately, the weather was gradually approaching the beginning of winter. Sitting in the pavilion, one would feel a rustling chill. At this moment there was a person sitting in the pavilion. The wide flowing gold and purple color almost covered the long bench in the pavilion. It was a very handsome young man. Under the gentle moonlight, his usual valiance gradually became gentler, and his gorgeous facial features became gentler. He lowered his head and played with the tiger cub in his arms. The tiger cub was forcefully pressed on his chest and turned its head in discomfort, trying to turn its body to bite the hand that was scratching its head. Unfortunately, one did not know if it was because its neck was too short or the action of the person who was pressing it was too hard. It failed several times. But this tiger cub was not discouraged and continued to bite on the purple-clad youth's sleeves without getting tired. Xie Jingxing pulled out his sleeves from the tiger cub's mouth and stared at the area that was mostly wet with the tiger cub's saliva. After looking for a long time, he flicked the tiger cub's head. The tiger cub gave an "aww" sound and finally successfully turned its body and used its claws to play with Xie Jingxing's finger. Chapter 498. In the distant bushes, two heads popped out. Nightingale stared foolishly at the human and tiger in the pavilion, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. One knew that Xie Jingxing had a serious obsession with cleanliness, and normally he did not like animals, and even people close to him would not dare to touch his things. Now that his sleeves were covered with saliva, he was actually this calm. She said, "Has Master recently gone crazy? Why is he hugging a tiger all day, even when eating and sleeping? I heard that he hugged it even when bathing today. Could it be that he really wants to bring this tiger back to the Great Liang to be Rue Wangfei?" Seeing that the person beside her did not move, Nightingale turned her head. "Huolong, you also say a few words." Huolong held her face with both hands and looked at the people in the pavilion. "Master is really good to that tiger cub. You see how gentle his eyes are when he looks at the tiger. Master is so peerless in his generation. If it was me, I would rather turn into a tiger so that I can sleep and bathe with Master." When Huolong talked about these things, she was calm and did not have any shyness. At the end she sighed and shook her head. "Unfortunately, humans are not as good as tigers. I see that you are possessed." Nightingale despised her. In the pavilion, Xie Jingxing rubbed the tiger cub's head until it was almost pressed against his chest. The tiger cub struggled with all its might, and when it was struggling, it accidentally pounced onto Xie Jingxing's neck and took the opportunity to lick Xie Jingxing's face. "You even secretly kissed me." Xie Jingxing chuckled and lifted the tiger cub up by its neck. He looked at the tiger cub struggling in the air with evil interest and raised his eyebrows. "Humans and tigers are the same." The tiger cub bared its fangs and brandished its claws at him. Xie Jingxing kissed its head. "Be good?" In the bushes, Nightingale leaned forward. "Master has gone crazy. I want to go and kill that tiger," Huolong said with a murderous look. Just at this moment, Tai Yi's figure suddenly appeared in the pavilion. Xie Jingxing placed the tiger cub back into his embrace and asked, "What is the matter?" Replying to Master, today Princess Mingyan sent an invitation to 5th Shin young lady. Oh? Xie Jingxing's fingers that were scratching the tiger cub slightly paused. Princess Mingyan invites 5th Shin young lady to the residence for a chat. 5th Shin young lady accepted the invitation and it will be 2 days later. Tai Yi bowed and replied. Got it. Xie Jingxing waved his hand. Tai Yi glanced at the tiger cub in Xie Jingxing's arms and the corner of his mouth twitched. He turned around and retreated into the night. You're quite daring. Xie Jingxing placed his finger in the tiger cub's mouth. The tiger cub had been eating, bathing and sleeping with Xie Jingxing, so it seemed to have developed some familiarity with Xie Jingxing. It held his finger in its mouth but didn't really bite it. It was just playing with it. Are you going? Xie Jingxing asked. The white tiger cub howled and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Think? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. I will listen to you. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. This morning, Shen Miao also woke up early and Jingzhe and Guyu helped her to find clothes to wear. The weather was gradually entering the beginning of winter and Mingqi's winter always came especially early and it was especially cold. In the past few days, it rained continuously and Shen Miao's heavier clothes were damp and could not be found. Guyu took out a cloak from the bottom of the box and said, "This one is rather dry. Even though it is somewhat thick, it is very cold today so it would not be awkward for young lady to wear it." Shen Miao looked at the cloak in Guyu's hands. It was a snow-white cloak and it was made from fox skin from top to bottom. It was the rare white fox skin and there was not a single strand of mixed-colored fur on it. Even after a few years, it was still as clean as new and it was obviously a good piece of leather. This cloak was the one that Shen Miao left the Ding capital with Shen Xan 2 years ago and stayed in a farmer's house. On the second day, there was an inexplicable additional cloak in the house. The farmer's house did not have this cloak and Shen Miao did not know where did this thing come from. Previously she was thinking of when to exchange it for money but Shen Qiu strongly forbade it, saying that this white fox fur was hard to obtain and it was better to keep it for herself. Chapter 499. Even though it was kept, that cloak really did not fit. It was too big for Shen Miao to wear so it was kept under the chest and was never taken out to wear. If it was not for Guyu digging it out from the chest today, Shen Miao almost forgot about it. She looked at the cloak and thought of something. Previously when Xie Jingxing flipped through her bedroom at night, he mentioned that he had met her at a farmer's house 2 years ago but she did not remember as she was drunk that day. Now thinking about it, this cloak should be left behind by Xie Jingxing. She could not remember anything about that night's matter and only knew that Xie Jingxing was talking nonsense and her face turned a little red. Jingzhe and Guyu saw Shen Miao's somewhat uncomfortable look and looked at each other, not knowing what happened to Shen Miao. Jingzhe reminded, "Young lady?" Shen Miao recovered to her senses and looked at the cloak in Guyu's hands before saying in a bad mood, "Find an opportunity to pawn it at the pawn shop." But eldest young master said that the skin is very good and does not let young lady pawn it? Guyu felt strange. No matter how good the skin is, one do not want it. Shen Miao said, "Send it to the Feng Xian pawn shop when you are done packing it." The Feng Xian pawn shop collects treasures all the time so Manager Ji would definitely like this thing. Seeing Shen Miao's appearance, Guyu and Jingzhe dared not say anything more and shrugged their shoulders before continuing to look for other cloaks for Shen Miao. Finally he picked a lilac-colored brocade cloak with rabbit fur and after helping Shen Miao to freshen up, he found an excuse to go out. Luo Tan was easy to send away as Shen Xan and the rest would usually return in the evening from the Ministry of War and without the eyes and ears of the Shen family, there was much more freedom now. Mo Qing once again acted as the carriage driver. Mo Qing was now Shen Qiu's people but he would always help Shen Miao to handle matters. Most of the time, Shen Miao would not let Mo Qing tell others about her matters. Mo Qing looked more like Shen Miao's confidant. But Mo Qing was already used to his identity and every time Shen Miao went out to handle matters, Mo Qing was already used to it. But today when Mo Qing knew the place that Shen Miao was going to, he was also shocked. It was actually the residence of the Crown Prince of the Qin country. Shen Miao's actions at the tribute banquet was spread throughout the Ding capital the next day and naturally Mo Qing knew about it. That Princess Mingyan obviously came with ill intentions and Mo Qing was somewhat worried but Shen Miao had a well-thought-out look so Mo Qing did not say anything. When they reached the residence of the Crown Prince of Qin, the guards outside saw the invitation in Shen Miao's hands and only let Shen Miao wait outside. They said that they would take the invitation to report to their master and would not return. After a long time, Jingzhi could not bear it any longer and said, "It has been almost an hour and these people still have not reported?" It was clear that the Qin princess was deliberately making things difficult for the young lady. Even if there is a heater in the carriage, it will still be very cold outside. If Miss gets sick from the cold, what will the princess say? Guyu also said, "This is really too much. Since one took the initiative to invite, then what is the meaning of leaving one outside the residence in the cold?" Usually, when people came to send invitations, they would at least welcome them into the mansion to wait. Even if the relatives of the imperial family had many rules, they shouldn't leave people hanging for more than an hour. Moreover, in the past hour, no one had come forward to greet him. Mo Qing said, "Young lady, it is better to return." Xin Miao shook her head, "Since one is already here, then one should wait." One must give enough face and not let the courtesy fall on the other side. When she was in the Qin country, Princess Mingyan liked to treat people like this. In the cold of the 12th lunar month, she would use chatting as an excuse to let people wait in the icy cold garden early in the morning. One wait would be a few hours and sometimes one would wait for an entire day without seeing anyone. Afterwards a maid would be sent over to say that there were some matters that one could not come. This meant that one had waited for a day in vain. Princess Mingyan's methods were the same as always, superficial and shallow. In the past lifetime one could endure it, so what was an hour in this lifetime? In the residence of the Crown Prince of Qin, at this moment Princess Mingyan was sitting in the room and the maid was adding silver charcoal to the brazier. Princess Mingyan picked up the tea on the table and took a sip, but her expression was somewhat carefree. She asked the servant outside, "Has that cheap person left?" Replying to Your Highness. The servant said, "Fifth Xin young lady's horse carriage is still at the residence's entrance and had not left." A trace of unhappiness flashed on Princess Mingyan's face, to actually be this patient. She originally thought that by leaving Xin Miao out to dry, the proud and arrogant young lady of an official's family would return to the residence in a fit of anger. After that, she would be able to find a reason to say that Xin Miao was disrespectful to her. But she did not expect that Xin Miao would be this calm. But she smiled. After waiting for so long, one think that one's patience is almost exhausted. It is not bad to change methods. Someone passed down Bengong's orders to invite Xin Miao in. Chapter 500. The residence that the Qin country's people lived in was probably renovated, and the layout was somewhat different from the Ming Qi's residence. When Xin Miao entered, she was aware that this residence in Yanqing Lane was renovated by the Qin country, as it had the same style as the Qin country's palace, which was extremely luxurious. When Xin Miao entered, she was aware that this residence in Yanqing Lane was renovated by the Qin country, as it had the same style as the Qin country's palace, which was extremely luxurious. At that time when Xin Miao first went to the Qin country, she was envious when she saw that the palace was renovated so beautifully. Now thinking about it, the imperial family of the Qin country's preferences were really not flattering. As to rush to show that there was money, it was a cliché. After being led by the maid to the garden, Xin Miao finally saw Princess Mingyan. Princess Mingyan sat at a small stone table in the garden, and the stone table was covered with a silk handkerchief embroidered with butterflies. On top of it were a few plates of exquisite snacks and a pot of tea. Next to it was a small pond, and at this time of the year the pond water had not frozen, and there were many red carps shaking their heads and tails in the pond. A few maids were sitting at the side, carrying small bowls to feed the fishes. Xin Miao stood in front of Princess Mingyan and bowed to Princess Mingyan. Princess Mingyan turned her head over. Among the three countries of Ming Qi, the Great Liang and the Qin country, it was an unquestionable fact that the Great Liang was the most powerful, and in comparison the Ming Qi and the Qin country were much inferior. However, when comparing the Ming Qi and the Qin country was slightly better than the Ming Qi, because the Qin country's military was stronger. Perhaps it was because of the imperial family of the Ming Qi. The Fu family wanted to take back the military power to the imperial family, and dared not let it go. Thus in these years, it was hard for the Ming Qi to produce any outstanding generals. For example, Shen Xian and Xie Ding. When these two people were not as good as they were in the past, the Ming Qi was unable to find other military families to replace their positions. Thus for this tribute banquet, Emperor Wen Hui hurriedly summoned Shen Xian back, so that he would not lose face in front of other countries. Perhaps the Qin country knew that they could not compare to the Great Liang, but they were above the Ming Qi, and the Qin country's people always had a sense of superiority in front of the Ming Qi people. This kind of feeling was very annoying. In Shen Miao's previous lifetime, when she went to the Qin country, it seemed that even a little palace made in the Qin country's palace looked down on her. The royal family of the Qin kingdom did even more unseemly. It was as if by stepping on her dignity, one would be able to step on Ming Qi's dignity. At this moment, seeing Princess Ming, some memories from the previous lifetime came flooding in. Ben Gong invited you over today and initially thought that you would not dare to come. One did not think that you actually came alone, and your guts are not small. Princess Ming glanced at Shen Miao and her gaze suddenly became gloomy. Today she was wearing a gold-colored flower-washing gauze and a gold-plated red dress, and her makeup was also the best-looking Linlang hairpin in the Qin country, but when she saw Shen Miao wearing a lilac-colored cloak and without any makeup, she paled in comparison. Princess Ming was actually very delicate and beautiful, and was a typical female of the Qin country's imperial family. Being pampered with gold and jade, there was a special delicacy about her. There were many types of temperament, and Shen Miao's appearance was delicate and gentle, but her temperament was eye-catching. Her dignified appearance made her not have a trace of softness, as if she was a female that had sat on a high throne for many years, and was filled with an air of nobility. The princess must be joking. Shen Miao's expression did not change. The princess is a guest of the Ming Qi, and since Shen Miao was fortunate enough to be invited, how would one not keep the appointment? Jing Zhi and Gu Yu stood behind Shen Miao, and Mo Qing was stopped by the guards at the door, but Shen Miao did not say anything. Shen Miao was very clear about Princess Ming-An's temperament. Since Princess Ming-An had sent an invitation today, it was impossible for her to do anything dangerous. It was nothing more than using some means to make her suffer. When Shen Miao came, she was already prepared, but the suffering was not for nothing. She would definitely exaggerate Princess Ming-An's actions today by 10 times. Chapter 501. You have a glib mouth. Of course Bengong know that you have big guts, else you would not deliberately make Bengong look bad during the tribute banquet. Thinking of what happened during the tribute banquet, a trace of killing intent flashed in Princess Ming-An's eyes. One had to know that she was the most favored princess of the Qin kingdom. Even in the Qin kingdom's royal family, everyone had to fear her. She did not expect that when she arrived at the Ming Qi that was inferior to the Qin country, she was led by Shen Miao to faint at the tribute banquet. Thinking that she would not have any face left, Princess Ming-An could not wait to kill the person in front. If it was not for the fact that they were still in Ming Qi's territory and Huang Fu Hao's warning, Princess Ming-An would have already let Shen Miao lose her life. She suddenly looked at Shen Miao and smiled. Bengong see that your archery skills are outstanding and feel that the Qin country's palace lacks a sister like you. Why not make a request to your emperor to let you follow Bengong back to the Qin country? Shen Miao almost laughed. In the past and present lifetime, this Princess Ming-An seemed to be at odds with her, but these words seemed to have returned to the previous lifetime. When she was willing to go to the Qin country to be a hostage, Princess Ming-An also said the same thing to Fu Xiuyi. She said, "Your Majesty need not worry. Since it is Ming Qi's Empress, the Qin country will naturally treat her well and is Bengong's good sister." In the end, in the Qin country, the humiliation she suffered was no less than when she was in Ming Qi. After Shen Miao returned to the Qin country, she was able to fight with Mei Furen in the inner palace for such a long time. Many things were due to the 5 years of experience in the Qin country, where she learned to endure and hide. If your highness has this intention, just tell his majesty. Shen Miao smiled without a care. If your majesty agrees, this official's daughter can only follow your princess highness to the Qin country. Princess Ming-An wanted to ridicule and suppress Shen Miao, but did not think that Shen Miao would actually retort. Shen Miao was Shen Xian's precious daughter, and even if Emperor Wen Hui wanted to protect Shen Xian, he would not touch Shen Miao for the time being. She glared at Shen Miao. "You?" Shen Miao looked at her with a smile and did not speak. "Don't worry, it would be too unfair for you to go back like this." Princess Ming-An coldly smiled and her eyes were filled with viciousness. "Why not enter my crown prince older brother's residence and be a concubine? Or become a side concubine? One think that the emperor of Ming Qi is also very willing." Shen Miao frowned slightly. If Ming Qi wanted to have a good relationship with the Qin country, a marriage was indeed a good method. If Princess Ming-An really managed to persuade Huang Fu Hao, and Huang Fu Hao proposed to marry Shen Miao back to be a Sufei, Emperor Wen Hui would also agree. No matter how unwilling Shen Xian was, he could not go against the entire country. Seeing that Shen Miao was slightly absent-minded, Princess Ming-An's lips hooked up into a sneer and suddenly gave a look to the maid beside Shen Miao. That maid suddenly stretched out her hand and pushed Shen Miao, who was standing at the side of the pond, into the pond. This time it was fierce and strong, and Shen Miao was caught off guard and fell into the pond. Jingzhi and Guyu cried out in alarm, and when they wanted to come over to help, it was already too late. Shen Miao could almost feel the cold air from the water splashing on her clothes, but her lips were also ice cold. Princess Ming-An's methods were nothing more than this. Since one was unable to really hurt her today, one must let Shen Miao suffer a bit. This kind of result was almost what Shen Miao could predict. Shen Miao fell into the water with a plop sound. She knew how to swim, and even though the water in early winter was cold, it was not to the extent that she could not move. But she heard another plop sound beside her, and at first she thought that she had heard wrongly. When she popped her head out, she saw that the water was also splashing, and that rolling golden color. If it was not Princess Ming-An, who else could it be? Princess Ming-An's screams almost pierced one's ears. She did not seem to know how to swim as she screamed, "Someone come! Someone come!" Chapter 502. Princess Ming-An's maids also panicked when they saw this, and one after another went to look for bamboo poles to save people. Those who knew how to swim were all guards, but the guards were all males. Princess Ming-An was of noble birth, and one feared that if one were to touch her body, their heads would be seen the next day, thus no one came forward to save her. Moreover, the place where Princess Ming-An fell into the water was just too far away. Shen Miao was pushed into the pond and fell from the side of the pond, so the place where she fell was not far from the side of the pond. But Princess Ming-An was perfectly fine, but she actually fell directly into the middle of the pond, and even the bamboo poles could not reach her. Shen Miao looked at this comical look and actually felt that it was somewhat funny. But now was not the time to watch the show in the water, and when everyone was in a flurry, she was leisurely swimming towards the pond. When she swam to the edge of the pond, Jingzhi and Guyu were already pulling her up in a panic. Halfway through, one heard an angry shout, "What is going on here?" One saw two males walking in from outside the garden. One of them was wearing a golden robe and a jade crown on his head. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as though water was about to drip out, and destroyed his handsome appearance by 30%. The other person was wearing a golden purple robe, a black cloak, and a half-silver mask that covered his face. But it did not change his heroic appearance, and followed Huang Fu Hao's footsteps unhurriedly. Replying to Your Highness, the princess has fallen into the water. Those servants quickly reported. Seeing the crowd of servants in a flurry, Huang Fu Hao took a deep breath, and subconsciously looked at Prince Rui's expression. But Prince Rui was wearing a mask, and the lips under the mask were slightly hooked, so who could see clearly what he was thinking at the moment. He shouted at the guards behind him in a deep voice, "Hurry up and go!" That guard's expression stiffened, but he was helpless and flew towards the pond. Most likely he knew how to swim and had some martial arts skills, as he immediately fished the drenched Princess Ming-An to the shore. Princess Ming-An choked on a lot of water, and the first thing she did when she came ashore was to scream at Shen Miao, "This slut pushed me into the water. Crown Prince older brother, help me kill her." Princess Ming-An was also flustered and exasperated, that such words could be said in front of everyone. Huang Fu Hao was shocked and opened his mouth to stop her. "Ming-An!" Princess Ming-An was surprised for a moment, and only then did she see that Prince Rui was still standing beside Huang Fu Hao. She was startled, and then her face turned red with anger. To be in such a sorry state in front of such a peerless man, if there was a hole in the ground, Princess Ming-An could not wait to drill into it. And all of this was thanks to Shen Miao. Jingzhi could not hold back and retorted for Shen Miao, "Your Princess Highness words are unreasonable. It was obviously my young lady who fell into the water first, so how could she free her hands to push your Princess Highness? My young lady is not an immortal, so how would she have the ability to have 3 heads and 6 arms? Who do you think you are? Dare to speak to Bengong like this?" Princess Ming-An did not get angry but laughed instead. "Your meaning is that Bengong is slandering Shen Miao? Guards, capture this lowly servant girl who's spouting nonsense for this consort." Shen Miao smiled coldly and blocked Jingzhi behind her. "Your Princess Highness is a Qin country's people and Jingzhi is my people. This is Ming Qi, so since when can the Qin country's people behave atrociously in Ming Qi's land?" She used the words behave atrociously, and it could be said that she was not polite at all. Even Huang Fuhao could not help but take another look at her. "You are presumptuous," Princess Mingyan shouted. "This official's daughter does not feel that she is presumptuous." Shen Miao's imposing manner was not weak at all. She was not the Empress Shen who swallowed insults and humiliation in the Qin country. Moreover, if one could not even protect a maid, then one would have lived in vain in this lifetime. For someone like Princess Mingyan who relied on her identity to behave atrociously, one did not even need to use one's brain to deal with her. Chapter 503. This was the residence of the Qin country, and Princess Mingyan's servants had already sent a cloak over to cover Princess Mingyan's drenched body. But Shen Miao did not. When she came, her lilac cloak was already drenched and almost stuck to her body. Even if Jingzhi and Guyu wanted to use their bodies to block her, it was not possible. Huang Fuhao stared at Shen Miao and was somewhat presumptuous. Just at this moment, one saw Prince Rui chuckling and suddenly took off his black cloak and lightly threw it on Shen Miao's body, covering Shen Miao tightly. This action could not help but make the surrounding people surprised for a moment. This Prince Rui of the Great Liang had always been a loner since he came to the Ding capital, and did not have any friendship with Ming Qi, and also did not deliberately make friends with the Qin country, but inexplicably helped Shen Miao out of trouble. Huang Fuhao's gaze towards Shen Miao was deep in thought, but Princess Mingyan was biting her lips in jealousy. Jingzhi and Guyu helped Shen Miao to stand up. Princess Mingyan could no longer hold back. "It was obviously you who pushed Bengong down. If it was not you, how would Bengong fall into the lake without rhyme or reason? Could it be that it was my servants who pushed Bengong?" Shen Miao smiled. Even though her hair was completely drenched, her calm and magnanimous expression was much more dignified compared to the flustered and exasperated Princess Mingyan. She said, "This official's servant had already explained for this official's servant. This official's servant fell into the water first, so how could one push your Princess Highness? Perhaps it was your Princess Highness who accidentally slipped." Princess Mingyan angrily said, "If Bengong slipped by herself, how could one fall into the middle of the pond? That would be a coincidence." Shen Miao said in an indifferent manner, "This official's servant is also not a warrior with infinite strength, and really cannot push Princess to the middle of the pond." A chuckle suddenly escaped and everyone looked up to see that Prince Rui's lips hooking up. Even though he was smiling, one could not see the expression under the mask, making one feel somewhat unfathomable. Princess Mingyan clenched her teeth and looked towards Prince Rui. "Since your highness is here, one is not a Ming Qi person nor a Qin country person. May your highness come and preside over justice and see who is lying between Bengong and Shen Miao?" When Huang Fuhao wanted to stop Princess Mingyan, it was already too late. Huang Fuhao's heart was filled with rage. Princess Mingyan was arrogant and willful, but did not have any brains. Even though he knew that Princess Mingyan was here for Shen Miao, he did not expect that Princess Mingyan would use such a stupid method. If it was not good, Shen Miao would use the trick of injuring herself to gain confidence, and Princess Mingyan would not end up well. What was even more coincidental was that Prince Rui of the Great Liang suddenly came over for a visit, and saw this chaotic scene. Huang Fuhao simply wanted to strangle Princess Mingyan. Shen Miao's eyes hung down, but Princess Mingyan looked up at him with a face of hope. Huang Fuhao's face was somewhat awkward and Prince Rui's lips hooked up. Why should this prince care about these trivial matters? Princess Mingyan was surprised for a moment and Shen Miao secretly rolled her eyes. "Your residence is quite lively." One could not tell if Prince Rui's words were sarcasm, but that light tone suddenly made Huang Fuhao unhappy. He glanced at Shen Miao who was wearing Prince Rui's cloak and suddenly smiled. Today was only a misunderstanding. One did not expect that young Lady Shen would be implicated because of this. Bengong will apologize to young Lady Shen on behalf of my younger sister, and hope that young Lady Shen would not take it to heart. Older Prince. Princess Mingyan did not expect that Huang Fuhao would actually give in to Shen Miao, and her heart was anxious as she shouted out in dissatisfaction. But she was coldly glared at by Huang Fuhao, and dared not make a sound, but the gaze that she looked at Shen Miao was filled with jealousy and hatred. Shen Miao looked at Huang Fuhao and lightly said, "Since His Highness the Crown Prince has spoken, this official's daughter would not dare to disobey." These tolerant words were said reluctantly as if it was very forced. This made the fire in Princess Mingyan's heart rise again. Huang Fuhao was also startled and looked meaningfully at Shen Miao. She had always been willful and selfish, but with her beauty and golden branches and jade leaves, there was never a male that caught her eye. It was not easy to find a male that caught her eye, but he seemed to take care of Shen Miao. How could she endure it? Princess Ming clenched her fists and said hatefully, "Shen Miao, Bengong will definitely make you wish you were dead." Outside the residence in the Qin country, Shen Miao's horse carriage was still parked at the entrance. Seeing Shen Miao appearing with an unfamiliar male's cloak draped over her, and her hair dripping wet, Mo Qing suddenly became nervous. "Young lady." Chapter 505. No harm. Shen Miao waved her hands and said, "Return to the residence first." This prince helped young lady Shen, but young lady Shen did not even say a word of thanks. This is too heartless. Prince Rue crossed his arms and spoke unhurriedly, making Jingzhe and the rest surprised for a moment. Shen Miao looked at him coldly. "Is Prince Rue playing happily today? That depends on whether you are happy or not." He laughed. Even with a mask, Shen Miao could see the vile expression of this person in front of her. "Princess Ming falling into the water was done by you?" She leaned close to Xie Jingxing and whispered, "Why did you do that?" Xie Jingxing looked down at her. She was petite, and when Xie Jingxing wanted to whisper to her, he had to bend down slightly. When their eyes were at eye level, it seemed a little too intimate and could be considered as ambiguous. His voice was low and sweet with a slight teasing. "What thing is she to bully you?" After pausing, Xie Jingxing stared at Shen Miao and said, "Am I not your person? It is reasonable to help you." Shen Miao suddenly took a step back and distanced herself from him before saying indifferently, "Then many thanks to you." Thanking is not something that can be done with just words. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up. This prince needs to think about it. Shen Miao was too lazy to speak more with him and boarded the carriage without a second word. Mo Qing was worried that Shen Miao would catch a cold and rush towards the Shen mansion without stopping, and very quickly disappeared from the alley. Looking at the distance where the carriage could no longer be seen, a tall male suddenly appeared behind Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing's eyes turned cold as he said, "Go check if Huangfu Hao had ever been to the Ding capital before." The male bowed his head and left. Xie Jingxing turned his head and looked at the main doors of Prince Qin's residence. His lips hooked up, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. On the way back to the residence, Jingzhe and Guyu did not dare to speak. No one expected that Shen Miao would be so difficult when she went out today. This Princess Ming An's guts was just too big. She even dared to push someone into the water in broad daylight. Jingzhe's eyes were red. At that critical moment, she did not care about the other party's identity. Now thinking about it, that person was after all the princess of the Qin country, and she was just a lowly servant. If the other party really wanted to do anything to her, Jingzhe herself would not be able to do anything. Only now did she remember that she was afraid. Shen Miao on the other hand was in a calm mood. She had long known that Princess Ming did not have good intentions, but because of the overall situation, even if no one came today when Princess Ming arrived, she would get people to fish her out of the water, and would not really take her life. One did not expect that a fiend would suddenly appear and push Princess Ming into the water. Naturally, this was Xie Jingxing's tricks. Xie Jingxing was lawless and had no regard for anyone, and even schemed against Princess Ming in front of Huangfu Hao. Perhaps when Huangfu Hao thought about it later, he would also realize that something was wrong. After all, Princess Ming fell to the middle of the pond, and if one did not have martial arts, how would one be able to do it? And the only outsider who knew martial arts was Xie Jingxing. Even if one did not know if it was done by Xie Jingxing, one would always have some suspicions. But Shen Miao's eyes slightly moved. Xie Jingxing's move made Princess Ming to be in such a sorry state, and it really made one feel refreshed. If there was no Xie Jingxing today, even if she was in the right, she would still suffer. Now that she was in the right, she would still suffer, but seeing that Princess Ming was beaten up, she felt that the suffering was worth it. Jingzhe and Guyu looked at Shen Miao with some worry, but one did not know what Shen Miao was thinking about, and the corner of her lips slightly rose as if she was somewhat happy. Both of them looked at each other and were somewhat at a loss. They did not know how Shen Miao would be happy after being pushed into the water by others. When they returned to the Shen mansion, because Shen Miao was dripping wet, she could only sneak in from the back door. Jingzhe quickly took a handkerchief to wipe Shen Miao's hair, and helped her change into a clean set of clothes. Guyu then instructed the kitchen to boil ginger tea. Shen Miao sat for a while before asking, "Why do I not see Bai Lu and Shuangjiang?" Before she left, she let Bai Lu and Shuangjiang stay in the residence to wait for news, but there was no one at the moment. Just as she was speaking, one saw Bai Lu returning from outside. When she saw Shen Miao, she was pleasantly surprised. Young lady has finally returned. Just now Foreign asked this servant where did young lady go, and why is one not back yet? What is the matter with mother? Shen Miao finally managed to dry her hair and asked when she heard that. One heard that the daughter of old general's benefactor came knocking. Foreign is outside chatting with that young lady, and wanted young lady to go and take a look. Shen Miao's hand that was holding the handkerchief paused and her gaze turned sharp. What is that person's name? Bai Lu was surprised for a moment and felt that Shen Miao's gaze was somewhat cold, and subconsciously replied, one heard that it is surnamed Chang. Chapter 506. Ever since Shin Xian's family returned to the capital, this was the first time someone visited the newly bought residence. Luo Shuiyan sat in the main room and was talking to a young female. When Shen Miao arrived, Luo Shuiyan was drinking tea with that female and one did not know what they were talking about, but Luo Shuiyan had a very happy appearance. Both of them were chatting happily and did not even discover that Shen Miao had arrived. It was Luo Tan who was sitting at the side picking up snacks to eat that warmly greeted her when she saw Shen Miao. Biao youngest sister, today there is a new snack with milk added. Do you want to try it? Shen Miao smiled and shook her head before walking to Luo Shuiyan's side. Her eyes landed on that young female and asked, Mother, this is... That young female quickly stood up. She was wearing a pea-green robe and did not have any extra jewelry. There was only a wooden hairpin that was loosely inserted into her hair bun and there was a plain silver bracelet on her wrist. This could be considered a somewhat shabby attire, but there was a faint scholarly aura between this woman's brows. Although her appearance could only be considered beautiful, there was a kind of elegance that would not be belittled, and it was pleasing to the eye. This is the daughter of your grandfather's benefactor, called Chang Zai-Qing. Most likely Jiao Jiao had not seen her before. Luo Shuiyan smiled, Younger sister Qing, this is our residence's young lady, Jiao Jiao. Shen Miao gently smiled and nodded her head, Qingyi. Luo Shuiyan pulled Chang Zai-Qing to sit down and let Shen Miao snuggle up to her as she said with a smile, What Qingyi? Younger sister Qing is born so young and calling Qingyi is considered old. If younger sister Qing does not say your age, I would think that you are not much older than Jiao Jiao. Even if you go out like this, no one would say anything wrong if Jiao Jiao calls you older sister. Foreign must not make fun of me. Chang Zai-Qing said with a smile. Luo Tan smiled as she looked at Shen Miao, Biao youngest sister. Qingyi has come to the Ding capital and in the future one can often come to the residence as a guest. One heard that she likes to play chess and read books. I do not understand those but in the future you will have a playmate. Shen Miao smiled. Luo Tan had always been a straightforward person. Perhaps the Luo family's people were this sincere, like Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan who treated others warmly. Shen Miao raised her eyes to look at Chang Zao-Qing. Even so, it was not an easy thing to please Luo Shuiyan. Especially because the members of the Luo family were all military generals, and military generals and civil officials had never seen eye to eye. The more outspoken Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan were, the more impatient they were with those who only knew how to play with words. But in just half a day's time, Luo Shuiyan and Chang Zao-Qing addressed each other as sisters, and actually liked Chang Zao-Qing very much. Shen Miao's gaze became somewhat cold. Seeing that Shen Miao did not speak, Luo Shuiyan pulled Shen Miao's hand and said, Why is Jiao Jiao's hand so cold? Recently it is cold outside and it is better not to catch a cold. Jingzhi and Guyu lowered their heads uncomfortably at the back. Shen Miao returned to the residence to change her clothes and just finished drinking the ginger soup. Upon hearing that there was a guest, she rushed over and did not have a good rest. Luo Shuiyan did not know that something happened to Shen Miao at Princess Ming'an's place today, and both of them had a guilty conscience. It's winter these few days so it's naturally very cold. In my hometown, there is a kind of medicinal pouch that is filled with some cold-repelling spices. When one sleeps at night, it is hung at the head of the bed so that it would be warm the next day. If fifth young lady does not mind, I will make a few and send them over. Chang Zai-Qing said with a smile. Younger sister Qing can even do this? Luo Shuiyan smiled. It is said that the females in the Lu province are clever and dexterous. I had never seen it before but now seeing younger sister Qing one would know. Unlike the young ladies in our residence. She glanced at Luo Tan and Shen Miao and pretended to sigh helplessly, not to mention medicinal pouches, they do not even know how to embroider a handkerchief. Chapter 507. Shen Miao did not like to do needlework and only felt that it was a waste of time. Needless to say about Luo Tan, he clearly had the temperament of a male. Luo Tan pouted, "Youngest Gu, not to mention me and youngest Biao sister, aren't you the same?" Luo Shuiyan was at a loss for words. She glared at Luo Tan. "Is Aunt Qing from Liuzhou?" Shen Miao tilted her head to look at her and asked with a smile, "The Lu province is not near to the Ding capital. What is the purpose of coming to the Ding capital this time?" Chang Ziqing's face immediately showed some embarrassment and Luo Shuiyan quickly diverted the topic. "Nothing much, just came to the Ding capital to play for a few days." Shen Miao smiled, "Then where is Qingyi resting at now?" Chang Ziqing smiled, "Now he is resting in the Shen residence." Shen Miao lightly said, "Oh, it was originally resting at grandmother's place." She said, "Since Aunt Qing's father is grandfather's benefactor, I believe that grandmother will take good care of Aunt Qing." This is reassuring. Even though Luo Shuiyan felt that with old Shen Furin's temperament, she would not be that considerate towards Chang Ziqing, but Shen Miao's words made Luo Shuiyan's heart warm up a little. She said, "That's true." Chang Ziqing's smile slightly stiffened. But one heard Shen Miao saying, "Qingyi originally lived in the Lu province. I heard that the Lu province is very fun but unfortunately I have never been there before. But when you were in Guangwentang, there was a classmate whose hometown was in the Lu province. Perhaps you two know each other." The Chang family is a small family. Chang Ziqing lowered her head and said, "One fear that fifth young lady's classmate do not know of the Chang family. No matter how small the Chang family is, with an outstanding person like Aunt Qing, they will not be unknown." Shen Miao smiled casually, "But for Qingyi to come to the Ding capital like this, Qingyi's husband did not follow?" Chang Ziqing's expression became even more awkward. Luo Shuiyan smiled, "Jiao Jiao, do not speak nonsense. Younger sister Qing is still unmarried." Shen Miao was surprised for a moment and looked at Chang Ziqing before asking, "One do not know how old is Qingyi this year?" To ask an unmarried young lady's age, especially when Chang Ziqing was not young, these words were somewhat abrupt. Even Luo Tan, who had a thick brain, stopped eating the pastries and looked at Shen Miao strangely. Shen Miao usually understood the rules and had proper etiquette, so why would she say such rude words today? Chang Ziqing however spoke calmly without any trace of awkwardness, 26 this year. Shen Miao widened her eyes at the right time. It seemed that she was trying to cover it up. Soon she smiled and said, "If Aunt Qing didn't say this, I would have thought that you are only 18 or 19 years old. How enviable." Even though she said it like that, the gaze that she used to size up Chang Ziqing was somewhat meaningful, making one feel that there was no evil intention but it did not make one happy. Chang Ziqing smiled gently and did not speak anymore. Luo Shuiyan smiled, "Younger sister Qing is such a good person, would one be afraid of not finding a good husband? I do not know about the males in the Lu province, but the number of outstanding males in the Ding capital is uncountable. If younger sister Qing were to stay here longer, perhaps one would meet a true person." Chang Ziqing quickly smiled and waved her hands, telling Luo Shuiyan not to tease her. After talking for a while, seeing that the sky was gradually getting dark, Shen Xan, Shen Qiu and Luo Ling should be returning from the Ministry of War. Thus Chang Ziqing got up to leave. Luo Shuiyan urged her to stay. "Master, Qiuer and Linger will be returning soon, why not have a meal together before leaving? If Master were to see you, he would definitely be very happy." "No need." Chang Ziqing smiled gently, "When the sky gets dark, it would not be easy to walk. Qing Xan appreciates Furin's good intentions and will visit again in the future. Let's forget about today. It is already somewhat late." Chapter 508. Luo Shuiyan took a look outside and it was indeed nightfall, so she pulled her hands and said, "Since that is the case, then it is not good for me to keep you, lest the roads are slippery at night. It is just that seeing you today made me feel like old friends at first sight and was exceptionally happy. You must come again another day as it is very interesting to talk to you. It has been a long time since one met such a congenial person." Chang Ziqing smiled, One dare not decline foreign's hospitality and can only respectfully comply. Luo Shuiyan instructed people to prepare a horse carriage for Cang Ziqing, and Xin Miao and Luo Tan followed behind. Luo Tan sighed. Even though this Qin Yi came from a small family in the Lu province, her etiquette is more thorough than those in the palace. She is also gentle and kind. One really did not think that she would not be married at such an age. One do not know who would be lucky enough to marry her. Xin Miao looked at Cang Ziqing's back and did not speak. When Luo Tan saw this, she suddenly whispered in Xin Miao's ear, "Biao, youngest sister, do you not like this Qin Yi?" Xin Miao was somewhat surprised, as she did not expect that Luo Tan, with such a thick brain, could see her likes and dislikes. She raised her eyebrows. "She and I have no enmity, so why would I not like her? Others could not see it, but I am very clear." Luo Tan said proudly, "You, this person, on the surface you treat everyone well, but it is all indifferent. But today you asked Qin Yi a lot of things, and moreover there were places where you were disrespectful. How would you make such a mistake? It was clearly intentional. Moreover, the way you look at her was somewhat strange and different from how you look at others." Xin Miao laughed in spite of herself. "You are thinking too much." "I did not think too much. You are clearly like that." Luo Tan continued, "But even though this Qin Yi is good and youngest Gu likes her the moment she arrived, she is straightforward and sincere, but one always feel that something is not right." "What is not right?" Xin Miao asked. "Think about it. That Qin Yi's father is old General Shen's subordinate and also a benefactor, so he must be a valiant general. A tiger father does not have a dog daughter. Even if you look gentle all day long, but deep down you are like Gu Fu, very valiant and not afraid of the Tuju. But this Aunt Qing, her temperament is too gentle. Although she is candid and not bashful, why doesn't she have the air of a general?" Cang Ziqing's lips sneered, and there was no trace of a military family's aura. Wrong. Cang Ziqing was more like a young lady from a military family than anyone else. She had studied the art of war to the point of perfection and quietly advanced step by step. One could not see Cang Ziqing's hostility, but it was because her acting was superb. Xin Miao looked at Luo Tan and did not correct Luo Tan's evaluation of her valiant. She only said, "Who says that a military family must be valiant? This Qin Yi grew up in the Lu province, and it is possible that Chang Foreign is also from a scholarly family. Qin Yi is just following her mother's character." Luo Tan pursed her lips. "Maybe. Actually, I quite like her. But if you don't like her, I won't like her either. I'll be with you." Xin Miao said, "Many thanks to you. But why do you not like her?" Luo Tan asked curiously, "Jealous that she knows more than you?" Xin Miao swept a glance at Cang Ziqing, who was being sent up the horse carriage by Luo Shuiyan, and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. "How could it be? I can't wait to be happy to have such an intelligent person." Not long after Cang Ziqing left, Shin Xian and entourage returned. Luo Shuiyan told her about Cang Ziqing's matters. Shin Xian was first surprised and then somewhat lamented. When old General Shen was alive, he often mentioned Chang Hu, this loyal and brave soldier, to Shin Xian, and the Shin family was particular about gratitude. It was just that after old General Shen's death, the Chang family moved to the Lu province and there was no news of them for many years. One did not think that they would suddenly appear today. Shin Xian had seen Cang Ziqing before, and at that time Cang Ziqing was still a young lady. He said that if Cang Ziqing had any difficulties, he could help. Chapter 509. Chang Ziqing naturally had her difficulties, but these words could not be said in front of the juniors. After the meal, Luo Shuiyan quickly pulled Shin Xian back to the room, most likely to talk to him about Cang Ziqing's matter. These few days Shin Qiu was busy with the matters of the capital, and even Luo Ling, who had just arrived at the Ministry of War, was very busy, thus both of them would gather together to talk about matters. As for Luo Tan, she was tired after playing outside for a day and returned to her room early to rest. In the middle of the night, only Xin Miao's room was lit in the entire Xin residence. Jingzhi and Guyu had long been sent out to sleep by Xin Miao, and when the two maids saw that Xin Miao did not have the intention to rest, they thought that she was worried about Princess Ming'an's matter today. After everyone had left, Xin Miao rubbed her forehead and the book in front of her did not move for a long time. She was not worried at all about Princess Ming'an's matter. Huang Fuhao had lost face in front of Xie Jingxing, and that was to warn Princess Ming'an, so in the recent days, Princess Ming'an would be more peaceful. What made her vexed was Chang Zaiqing, who came to visit the Shin residence today. That day when she went to the Fengxian pawnshop to probe Jiyushu, she saw a figure on the way back. At that time her heart was shocked, and when she looked again she had already disappeared from the crowd. Originally Shin Miao thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her, but now thinking about it, it was the truth. At that time she saw Chang Zaiqing. Some things had already changed, but one did not know if it was fate for some people to appear at this time. Shin Xian's branch, from the beginning to the collapse, other than the military power, the more important thing was the departure of the people in the residence. Shin Xian was a person who did not admit defeat, and his bravery on the battlefield made him fearless towards any problems that might appear. But at the end he was forced into a desperate situation by Fu Xiuyi, and a large part of it was not only because of Fu Xiuyi's suppression. Shin Xiu died because of Jing Chu Chu, and Chang Zaiqing's appearance made Luo Shuiyan lose her life. It was true that Luo Shuiyan was from the Lu province, and in the previous lifetime, not long after this time, Luo Shuiyan also appeared in front of the Shin family. At that time the Shin residents had not separated yet. Chang Zaiqing was gentle and generous, and her style of conversation was well organized. Everyone in the Shin residence liked her, including Luo Shuiyan. Luo Shuiyan was a military general, and in the entire Shin residence, Ren Wanyun was too slick and Qin Roqiu was very aloof. Even though on the surface she was amiable, it was impossible for Luo Shuiyan's character to be close to them. It was this Chang Zaiqing who appeared not long ago, and Luo Shuiyan was very close to her. Shin Miao previously felt that Chang Zaiqing was definitely a good person. At that time she was already married to Fu Xiuyi and came back a few times to see Chang Zaiqing and talk to Chang Zaiqing happily. Chang Zaiqing was a person who was very clever with her words, and whenever she met Qin Roqiu she would talk about poetry with her. With Luo Shuiyan she would talk about the art of war, and with Shin Miao, she would talk about how to please one's husband. She was considerate towards others and was always able to come up with strategies, thus Shin Miao liked her very much. Afterwards it was found out that Chang Zaiqing was not married at the age of 26 because a young master of a large family in the Lu province had threatened to make her a concubine. That family had a big business and no one in the Lu province dared to provoke them, so no matter how outstanding Chang Zaiqing was, no one dared to take the risk of becoming enemies with that family and go to the Chang family to propose marriage. After so many years, that family's actions became more and more excessive, and Chang Zaiqing had no choice but to enter the Ding capital to seek shelter from her father's old friend. Shin Miao was very sympathetic towards Chang Zaiqing's bitter experience. Such an intelligent and blue-hearted person was unable to marry a good person to rely on. She originally thought that Chang Zaiqing would continue to stay in the Shin residence as a guest until Qin Roqiu took out a marriage certificate. It was actually the marriage certificate between Shin Xian and Chang Zaiqing. Most likely it was written by old General Shen and Chang Hu, but the time was too long and everyone was not clear about the situation, so it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a joke. Chapter 5:10. But this marriage certificate at the end caused some things to change. One did not know who said that Chang Zaiqing had not married for so many years, not only because of the coercion of the sons of the wealthy families, but also because of Shin Xian's chastity. But Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan had a deep relationship, thus this marriage certificate was somewhat awkward. At that time Chang Zaiqing knelt in front of Luo Shuiyan and said that she did not have any other thoughts towards Shin Xian. That marriage certificate was just a joke of the elders and she did not take it to heart. For the rest of her life she only wished to live quietly and did not want to think about anything else. As for marrying, she had long given up on it. If the Shin family felt that it was inconvenient for her, she could go and find a temple to cut her hair and become a nun, and would definitely not disturb the Shin family. A perfectly fine young lady came over to seek shelter, and moreover she was the daughter of a benefactor. How could one let others become a nun at the end? Everyone in the Shin family tried to persuade, especially Qin Roqiu and Ren Wanyun. At the end one did not know why, but old Shin Furen actually suggested for Shin Xian to take Chang Zaiqing as a concubine. Naturally Shin Xian was not willing. His own inner courtyard was clean, so what was the matter with one more female? Chang Zaiqing was also not willing, but the one who finally agreed was actually Luo Shuiyan. Luo Shuiyan was a person who could not tolerate sand in her eyes, and had the fiercest character. At the beginning when she married Shin Xian, her request was that Shin Xian's inner courtyard would only be her. Shin Xian had indeed done it, but he would take the initiative to request his husband to take in Chang Zaiqing. and under Zhang Ziqing's helplessness she could only agree. But she said that it was only in the name of a yin-yang, and would not fulfill the duties of a yin-yang. The reason why she agreed was to solve some worries in the future. She still did not do anything on normal days. At that time Shen Miao felt that Zhang Ziqing was very reasonable. How could there be such a kind person in the world? As a yin-yang, she would not split favors, and was content with her place only because of the name. When Shen Miao was in Prince Ding's residence, the concubines that the officials sent over would always make her upset, but Zhang Ziqing was extremely dependable. Zhang Ziqing became Shen Xian's concubine in name just like that, and indeed did not have any friendship with Shen Xian, and looked like siblings. She had a good relationship with Luo Shuiyan and was initially somewhat worried, but later Shen Miao felt that it was not bad. Not long after, Luo Shuiyan was pregnant and Zhang Ziqing took care of her all day long, but one did not know why Luo Shuiyan had a miscarriage in her own courtyard. After the miscarriage she was depressed all day and soon died of illness. Shen Xian was in so much pain that his hair almost turned white overnight. With Luo Shuiyan's death, Shen Xian seemed to lose his vitality and rapidly aged. Later on, when they were plotted against by Fu Xiuyi, they did not even have the strength to fight back and were even taken advantage of by the second and third households. What Shen Miao hated the most was Zhang Ziqing's methods. Not to mention that Luo Shuiyan had a miscarriage for no reason at that time, but Shen Miao knew that Luo Shuiyan was a female general, so how would she become haggard and die of depression in just one night? The only person who was always by Luo Shuiyan's side and was able to speak to Luo Shuiyan was Zhang Ziqing, so this matter was inextricably linked to Zhang Ziqing. At that time Shen Xian also sent people to investigate, but could not find any clues. Zhang Ziqing was innocent. Ever since Luo Shuiyan's death, Shen Xian did not remarry and Zhang Ziqing still occupied the name of Yin-yang. It was just that the first household of the Shen residence needed a female to take care of everything, so Zhang Ziqing let nature take its course and became the foreign of the first household in the eyes of the servants. She was gentle and did not reveal any emotions and quickly won over the hearts of the servants, giving her the bearing of a matriarch of the household. This was the most terrifying part that Shen Miao felt. Zhang Ziqing was very smart. She knew that Shen Xian's heart could not tolerate other females, and she did not want to capture Shen Xian's heart. So she started on Luo Shuiyan's body and swindled Luo Shuiyan's trust, making Luo Shuiyan see her as a relative and then ruthlessly stab her in the back. Words could hurt people, and for a person like Zhang Ziqing, as long as she unintentionally said a few words, it would be able to make Luo Shuiyan suffer. When Luo Shuiyan was bedridden, Zhang Ziqing did not know how many comforting words that could kill people. Chapter 511. It did not matter if Shen Xian did not acknowledge Zhang Ziqing because from the beginning to the end Zhang Ziqing wanted the eyes of outsiders. Once Luo Shuiyan died, she would be Shen Xian's only woman and would be Shen foreign. She would not have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of her life. Zhang Ziqing was the most realistic person and she never went to pursue those ethereal feelings. She was an infuriating woman, sober and intelligent. If there were no accidents, perhaps Zhang Ziqing would live on as a victim and Shen Miao would even feel that she was a pitiful woman. But the paper could not wrap up the fire. 2 years after Luo Shuiyan's death, Zhang Ziqing's husband and son in the Lu province came knocking. Yes, it was Zhang Ziqing's husband and son. A gambling addict husband and a sick son. Zhang Ziqing had married a long time ago and perhaps at that time both parties were in love with each other, but a poor couple had 100 sorrows. Zhang Ziqing was such a proud and arrogant person. How could she tolerate growing peonies in a mud basin for the rest of her life? With the money, she abandoned her husband and son and found an excuse to head to the Ding capital. Her husband inquired for a long time before he found out that Zhang Ziqing was now in the Ding capital and had become Shen Xian's concubine, so he brought his son to visit. The people of the world were in an uproar. Zhang Ziqing was so gentle and elegant, but she could even abandon her sick son. It could be seen that she was not as kind as she looked on the surface. Moreover, she was full of lies, which made people call her evil. Zhang Ziqing was taken away but Shen Xian became the joke of the Ding capital. After raising someone else's wife for so many years, could this be considered as wearing a green hat? Shen Miao closed her eyes. The past was like a fleeting cloud. She had always been on guard against the day when the past would repeat itself, but she didn't expect it to be too late. Chang Ziqing appeared and was exactly the same as in the previous lifetime. She quickly made Luo Shuiyan feel close to her. In terms of acting, Shen Miao had seen two powerful females, one was Chang Ziqing and the other was Mei Furen. It was just that Mei Furen would be somewhat free and unrestrained to reveal her true nature, but because Chang Ziqing was too careful, one would not be able to catch a single handle on her. But this lifetime was not the past lifetime. Shen Miao would not let Chang Ziqing live well no matter what. As for how to make good use of this chess piece, he still had to plan carefully. Just as he was thinking, he saw the light in the room flicker. Suddenly, someone said in his ear, "What are you thinking about?" Shen Miao was startled for a moment and subconsciously leaned back and almost fell down. That person grabbed her arm and supported her back with one hand. After supporting her properly, he then withdrew his hand and stood up straight. Under the light, his face was unbelievably handsome, with a familiar mischievous smile on his face. He looked down at her and said, "Why are you so lost in thought? Are you thinking about how to repay me? What are you doing here?" Now that Shen Miao saw Xie Jingxing, she was too lazy to even be angry. But there was a trace of bewilderment in her heart. She had obviously instructed Mo Qing to increase the manpower outside the courtyard, but she did not think that Xie Jingxing would still be in an unguarded state. The people around him were so powerful, one could see the general trend from the small clues. The Great Liang's methods were really overbearing. Xie Jingxing smiled, "I am here to collect my clothes." This afternoon at Princess Ming'an's place, Xie Jingxing took off his black cloak and gave it to Shen Miao to help her out of trouble. Shen Miao then remembered and saw Xie Jingxing looking at the ground with deep meaning in his eyes. Shen Miao came back in a hurry in the afternoon, and afterwards was anxious to see Chang Ziqing. Thus she brought Jingzhi and Guyu out after changing her clothes. That black cloak was casually thrown on a chair, but one did not know how it slipped down from the chair, and at the moment it was quietly lying on the ground, crumpled up into a ball, looking like a tragic sight. Xie Jingxing crossed his chest and said coldly, "You are really impolite." The clothes of Prince Rui of the Great Liang were at least expensive, but to be casually thrown away like that, it was even worse than a handkerchief used to wipe a table. Only Shen Miao would dare to do that under the heavens. Shen Miao was really not polite with him. "Your Highness's cloak is on the ground." "Many thanks." She was even too lazy to say anything. Anyway, the imperial family of the Great Liang had money, and did not lack one or two cloaks. Thinking about it, Shen Miao swept a glance at Xie Jingxing. With such good looks, but he had to change into new clothes every day. One did not know how the Great Liang could afford to raise this prodigal son. The money in the imperial treasury were all used to make clothes. Could it be that he did not go to war because there was no military pay? Xie Jingxing looked at Shen Miao for a while and spoke with interest, "You are strange today. Inexplicably throwing a temper, and your anger is so big." He raised his brows. "Is it because of that Chang Ziqing female in the residence?" Chapter 512. Shen Miao was slightly startled and looked up at Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing was in Mingqi's uninhabited land and was very familiar with it. Naturally, he was familiar with it as he had lived in the Ding capital since young and was familiar with every place in the Ding capital. In addition, there was the Feng Xian pawn shop behind him, which was a relay station for buying and selling information. Xie Jingxing's eyes and ears were perhaps even inferior to Fu Xiuyi's. Whatever he wanted to know, he would naturally know. "What does this have to do with you?" Shen Miao said snappily, "Your Highness Prince Rui still have the leisure to worry about other people's family matters?" "Family matters?" Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows as if he felt that this phrase was not bad. He said, "You seem to be very afraid of women surnamed Chang." A trace of coldness flashed in Shen Miao's eyes as she said, "What is there to fear about a relative who is seeking refuge?" "Something's not right." Xie Jingxing touched his chin and swept a glance at her before suddenly bending over and carefully staring at Shen Miao's eyes. He did not feel that it was inappropriate for him to be so close to her. He pondered for a moment and said, "A woman from the Lu province. You have never been to the Lu province before, why do you seem to understand her so much?" Shen Miao suddenly raised her eyes, and when she raised her eyes met with Xie Jingxing's. That youth's appearance was as breathtaking as usual, but his peach blossom eyes hid the sharpest blade. He said, "It is the same for Princess Ming'an. You have never been to the Qin country but have a deep grudge against her." Shen Miao still did not speak. It was clearly an intimate and somewhat ambiguous posture, but her eyes gradually became cold. You have been living in the Ding capital since young, and the furthest place that you have been to was the Shaochun city. In the 2 years that you were in the Shaochun city, you did not step foot in other places, so it is impossible to go to the Lu province and also impossible to see the princess of the Qin country. His voice floated over from the night, bringing with it a faint chill of early winter that almost seeped into one's heart. What do you want to say? Shen Miao looked at him. He spoke in a low voice. His voice was elegant and mellow, seductive, but it also made one's heart palpitate. He said, "Are you Shen Miao?" For a moment, Shen Miao's entire body had a layer of goosebumps. It was as if a thin, piercingly cold wind was pouring down from the top of his head, making him feel cold in an instant. She had seen many people. Relying on her experience as an empress in her previous life, those people were just faces in front of her. There were white faces and red faces, but only this seemingly frivolous purple-robed youth in front of her was a living person, because it was impossible to see what kind of face was under the mask. Shen Miao's impression of Xie Jingxing was that in the previous lifetime he was a handsome youth who died young. In this lifetime she knew that he was unfathomable, and now she felt that he was even more terrifying. The things that she did indeed caused others to be suspicious, but Xie Jing actually suspected if she was Shen Miao. She was not Shen Miao but Empress Shen. Xie Jingxing dared to think, and his thoughts were somewhat close to the truth. Shen Miao panicked for a moment when she felt that her secret could be seen by others. But she did not do anything. She just stared at Xie Jingxing's face and finally smiled lightly. She often smiled, and it was a dignified and gentle smile, as if she did not care about anything. When facing Xie Jingxing, most of the time it was insinuations and a cold smile that did not reach one's eyes. Now this smile seemed to be a magnolia that bloomed in the night, with a faint fragrance that spread over harmlessly. But that smile was only for a short moment, and very quickly her face turned cold. In this world, not everyone is like Your Highness Prince Rui. Xie Jingxing's playful smile slightly stagnated. One did not know if Shen Miao was Shen Miao or not, but Xie Jingxing was no longer Xie Jingxing. The little Xie Marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and had now become Prince Rui. Was this the same person? Perhaps others would find it strange, since Xie Jingxing did not have any relationship with the Great Liang in the past. Chapter 513. You are not willing to suffer a loss at all. Xie Jingxing stood up straight, and the deep meaning in his eyes disappeared as he said with a smile that was not a smile, "It should still be Shen Miao." He seemed to be lamenting to himself and also seemed to be talking to Shen Miao. So many secrets, it is really tiring to inquire about them. Why is Prince Rui grabbing onto me and not letting go? Shen Miao looked at him. No matter if I have a secret or not, that has nothing to do with Prince Rui. Unfortunately, I'm interested in your secret. Xie Jingxing leisurely said, "Moreover, I have thought about it. In Mingqi, the only person that can be trusted is only you." Shen Miao did not get angry but laughed instead. "Prince Rui is forgetful. Isn't there still Su Mingfeng and Princess Rongxin?" Xie Jingxing smiled. "Didn't anyone tell you not to mention the past?" She didn't know why, but under the light, the smile on his lips was still handsome and elegant, but it seemed a little lonely. But in a blink of an eye, Xie Jingxing looked at her and said, "How do you plan to deal with Chang Zaiqing? If you beg this king can help you." Shen Miao said expressionlessly, "I only beg Prince Rui not to intervene in this matter." "Looks like you've already thought of what to do." Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. "Amazing." Shen Miao's eyes hung down and heard Xie Jingxing speaking again. "The princess of the Qin country will not leave this matter at that. There is no need to remind me." Shen Miao glared at him fiercely. "One still have to thank Prince Rui for his help today." With Princess Ming An's jealous temperament, and being infatuated with Xie Jingxing, seeing that Xie Jingxing was helping Shen Miao, she was bound to vent all her anger on Shen Miao. "She's no match for you." Xie Jingxing naturally stretched out his hand to rub Shen Miao's head but was flung away by Shen Miao as she looked at her fingers with pity. Shen Miao did not want to speak. Princess Ming An did not have any brains, so she was not worried at all. The most important thing was Huang Fu Hao of the Qin country. In fact, this time Huang Fu Hao and Princess Ming An came to the Qin country. It was because of the alliance with the Ming Qi. Ming Qi wanted to be on good terms with the Qin country because the Great Liang was eyeing covetously. No matter what, they could not allow Fu Xiuyi and Huang Fu Hao to mix together. Naturally, they had to expend a lot of effort to destroy the tacit alliance between the two countries. Shen Miao's gaze involuntarily landed on Xie Jingxing. In this chess game of vying for the throne, what kind of move was the great Liang playing? She didn't know. She died too early, so she did not know what Xie Jingxing's situation was like at the end of her previous life. Thinking about it, he did not die in battle, but it was like a cicada shedding its shell, returning to the great Liang to be His Highness Prince Rui. Xie Jingxing noticed her gaze and smiled. What are you suspecting? Shen Miao looked at him fixedly. When does Prince Rui intend to return to the great Liang? Can't bear to part? Xie Jingxing swept a glance at her with a smile before looking out of the window. Do not worry. One will not leave for the time being. He said, this prince also wants to see the game between Huangfu Hao and Prince Ding to the end. Shen Miao's heart moved. Xie Jingxing said, don't you also want to see? Do not understand the meaning of Prince Rui's words. Shen Miao said one thing but meant another. Xie Jingxing bent over to pick up the black cloak on the ground. That cloak was wet from the pool water and was then casually thrown to the side. His face stiffened for a moment before he casually said, Shen Miao, you and I are the same kind of person. Your Highness is a descendant of the heavens. This official's daughter is as lowly as dust and dare not be compared. Belittling oneself. The purple-clad youth's lips hooked up. You are the same as this prince, born to be a superior person. She was wearing a simple snow-green long robe that was elegant and moving. Chang Ziqing smiled. It rarely snows in the Lu province and it is rare for it to snow a few times in a winter. The snow in the Ding capital is really cute. One wanted to take a good look. Qin Roqiu smiled, appreciating the snow and discussing wine is an elegant matter. Young Lady Qing is indeed elegant. She said, in the future if young Lady Qing were to stay in the Ding capital, it would not be rare to see it a few times. It snows every year and it is so cold. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.